Hello, this is the third part of Welcome to Heaven by Neon Zangetsu. Link will be in the description. All author's notes have been removed between chapters. Also, any NSFW scene will be removed. This part will cover chapter 19 to 28. A writer must write just as a hunter must hunt. Tilda, do you have a disclosure? Naruto Uzumaki strode into the warm glow of Pentagram City's entertainment district, feeling uncharacteristically nervous. How unlike him. He'd even deigned to dress up for the occasion, which he could apparently do as an angel. Who knew? Not him, not until recently. He straightened his tie with a grin that felt more half-smile than full confidence. This was, after all, a date. His first official date with Verasika Mayday. Kurama, well, not so much, but she didn't seem keen on letting go of him anytime soon. Indeed, the nine-tailed fox demon was practically welded to his hip, clinging onto his arm as they approached a sleek black booth outside a bustling cafe. Already he could feel fell eyes flicking around suspiciously, but the fox remained quietly introspective for the moment. He still didn't entirely understand why Verasika had insisted on going ahead of them. He was afraid she might have figured out his little date plan. But in the end, it didn't matter, for he soon had his answer. Verasika Mayday was waiting, radiant in neon pink attire that matched the evening sky behind her. She gave him a teasing smile as he approached, tail swishing with interest. "You look organized," she purred, raising an eyebrow at his somewhat formal black suit. "Never seen you dress up like that." "What's the occasion, big boy? Cocktail night in the hellscape?" Naruto shrugged and gestured to Kurama. "Figured I'd look presentable for you. Besides, I know we're not in Konoha, but a guy still likes to treat his date right," he added with a playful grin. "Trust me, I have plenty of practice being, proper. Bumbling experience, perhaps, but some was better than none." Verasika chuckled and leaned back, eyeing Kurama warily. "Ooh, practiced, huh? Pray tell what qualifies an ex-garden boy, ninja-turned-angel for dating a succubus like me," she teased, flicking a lock of her long hair. Her eyes sparkled mischievously as she took in the scene. "And that's an unusual party you've got there. Is he, what, your emotional support demon?" Kurama snorted indignantly, tried of holding her tongue. "I am quite real, thank you very much. And I'm not just emotional support, I'm literally a centuries-old spirit. I have needs." Naruto patted Kurama gently on the head. "Settle down, she's trying to rile you up." Rolling his eyes, he turned to Verasika with a warm sincerity in his gaze. "Tonight I want it to be just a normal date. I mean, I know you've probably had guys throw themselves at you every day, but this isn't that kind of thing. I just want to treat you right, you know." Verasika's usual sultry grin softened for a moment, her slitted eyes widening in genuine surprise. "Huh?" she said quietly, caught off guard by his earnest tone. "That's actually pretty cute. Most guys jump my bones without a second thought." Heat rose in her pink cheeks, barely noticeable, but present all the same. You actually sound like a prince." Naruto scratched the back of his head, chuckling ruefully. "Nah, just figured if I get to spend time with you, might as well do it right. No tricks." The succubus tilted her head and watched him carefully. "You're serious, aren't you? No crazy games? No accidental explosions and gangsters attacking us or a shtick like that?" A slow grin spread across her face as she leaned forward, hands under her chin. "Fine by me. It's kind of refreshing, actually." Kurama snorted again. "Leave it to you to find sincerity in a demon dating scenario. I never thought I'd be so flabbergasted." Naruto rolled his eyes at Kurama's remark. "Kurama, don't spoil it," he whispered back, even as he smiled at the fox's reaction. Naruto waved the waitress over. She brought over menus with odd, glowing symbols that shifted as you looked at them, and to his great delight he recognized some of them. He chose something gingerly and looked Verasika's way. "All right, I hope you like food from the living world. This place seems to have plenty of ingredients." Verasika glanced at the menu, then back to Naruto. "This ain't some cheap dive, babe. They normally just swipe at the air for a bite and it turns into a meal," she made to say more, only for her eyes to light up at the black bento boxes Naruto soon arrived on the table. A neat sushi platter with wasabi shaped like little hellhound heads snarling. "Wait a minute, made all this yourself?" she asked in amazement. When did you even have the time to—" Of course he had the time. He'd scouted this place out with his shadow clones beforehand. As to the cooking, many hands made for light labor. Not that he'd tell her any of that, naturally. It had ruined the surprise. He still had a taste for theatrics. Naruto beamed instead, quietly reveling in her confusion. Trade secret! I don't have sushi back in my world, so I adapted. I can make ramen, though, if you want some next time. So speaking, he reached with his chopsticks and offered a piece to Kurama, who reluctantly tasted it with a growl of approval. Come on, behave, he chided the fox playfully. She's a special guest tonight, Kurama munched thoughtfully, then looked to Verusica. This is pretty good, she declared, tails swishing in approval. You actually have an ear for cooking, don't you? Naruto puffed out his chest. You know it. I've had some practice. Besides, I figured better to share something real than rely on my chakra to do tricks. From there, he turned to Verusica and extended a piece of sushi toward her with a grin. Here, try this. It's salmon with a hint of ginger. I think you'll like it. Verusica arched an eyebrow and leaned forward. Naruto gently held the sushi between his chopsticks to her mouth. She bit into it, her eyes widening at the rich flavor. Holy shit, Naruto, that's delicious. She licked the corner of her mouth and gave an appreciative nod. Where did you learn to make something like this? Naruto shrugged, modestly pleased. There was a little ramen shop where I used to live. Learned a few sushi recipes from a friend of mine there, Ayame, but I never really had a chance to put them to use until now. I wanted tonight to feel real. He paused, then reached out across the table and gently squeezed Verusica's hand. For besides, you deserve to be treated like the pop star queen you are. Apparently the lines Lucy had suggested worked like a charm because Verusica visibly flushed again, cheeks practically glowing this time. You're weird, but I like it, she teased softly, giving his fingers a gentle squeeze in return. I mean, I definitely wasn't expecting this, but I kinda like it when guys treat me, like a person, and not something. Naruto blushed and rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. I just thought if I got to meet you, I should do it right. You're really cool, Verusica. Gah! He cursed himself for the word a moment later, swearing inwardly. Really cool? So cringe. Why did I say that? Kurama kicked him under the table. He growled and stomped on her foot as Verusica digested his words. The succubus looked away shyly. Since when was this woman shy? For a moment, digging a clawed finger into the table. Seeing her like this, actually embarrassed instead of her usual waspish self, was odd, but a good kind of odd, all things considered. Cool, huh? She managed, a smile creeping back onto her face. You know, not many use that word on me. She leaned forward and took another small bite of sushi that Naruto offered to her. After swallowing, she nodded. Okay, full points for cooking. This is amazing. Kurama let out a low, amused chuckle from Naruto's lap. Bravo, Naruto. You've unlocked a whole new date mode. Who are you and what have you done with the shinobi I know? Naruto laughed quietly. Trust me, Kurama, this is real. You're seeing the real me, he whispered, giving her head a gentle rub. Then he looked back at Verusica. So, I'll be honest, there's no plan after dinner. I was thinking we could just stroll a bit, see some sights. What do you think? Verusica sipped the last of her drink and smirked playfully. That's it? No surprise magic show or demon limo chase? Naruto grinned. Hey! I said no tricks tonight, just us. He winked at her, adding softly, besides, I kinda like this quiet. For a moment, Verusica's masquerade slipped entirely. The usual seductive front vanished, replaced by a genuine curiosity and something softer. Naruto caught himself staring at her subtle smile. It made his heart quicken a little. This is kind of, well, honestly, she said, it's a lot better than I expected. Naruto's cheeks went a little pink. Kurama, recognizing the change, gave her tails a triumphant swish in a less than subtle provocation. I should also mention, sir, by all known protocols, I must keep you two supervised, because this feels dangerously wholesome. The succubus hissed at her, fanged bared. Piss off, furball! You're ruining the moment! Kurama flipped her off with a vicious sneer. Precisely why I came here, bitch! Oi! Verusica slammed both hands down upon the table. You wanna go? The kitsune matched her, butting her forehead against hers. Any time. Enough. Naruto thumped them both over the head with his wings and drove them back into their seats. Kurama didn't cower under his gaze. She never would. But she did flinch a bit at the disappointed glance he gave her. Both her ears and tails alike dropped low as he stared her down. She started it! Actually, that'd be you. The vixen huffed, crossed both arms beneath her bosom and whirled around, refusing to acknowledge her fault. Verusica giggled, attention recaptured as she leaned a bit closer across the small table. You're really something, Ninja Boy, she murmured. I'm having fun. All right, fine. Furball aside, this is almost a perfect date. Naruto beamed, warming her with a shy grin. Yeah? Mm-hmm, Verisika confirmed, smoothing a hand along her dress. The sushi is great, you're a gentleman, and that fox of yours may be a bit of a bitch. I am literally right here. But she means well, and she's not as scary as I thought. So, she flicked her eyes up at him. Yeah, don't start thinking you're gonna save me or anything, but for now, I'm enjoying this. Naruto laughed softly. I'll just enjoy it too, then. He looked around and noticed Kurama tugging at his orange sleeves. Heads up, we have guests. Verosika followed his gaze, and her once playful smile faded to concern, as she saw a small pack of hellhounds emerging from a shadowed alleyway next to the cafe. He counted 6 in total, one of which stood head and shoulders above the rest. Their red eyes glowed menacingly as they approached the booth with a determined gait. Kurama's ears perked. Naruto, dinner's getting interesting. Naruto instantly stood, stepping protectively in front of Verosika. Get behind me, he said quietly but firmly. He raised a hand, a current of chakra swirling visibly around his palm. Kurama, now fully alert, moved to flank him, each of her 9 tails standing on end as they awaited their approach. They didn't wait long. The leader of them, a big bull of a brute with a pierced ear, stopped an arm's length away, crossed both arms before his broad chest, then summarily eyed him up and down. You the angel? Naruto tilted his head. Depends. Who's asking? Yeah, it's you all right. The hellhound's muzzle wrinkled in distaste. You've got the scent about you. Looking past him, he winked in Kurama's direction. Nice babe. You've got good taste, I'll give you that. Kurama hissed at his less than pleasant remark, but he didn't give her a chance to reply, instead looking to him once more. Boss wants a word with you. You're coming with us. What boss? You know who? The hound replied. Yeah, no, I really don't, hence why I'm asking. A hand clamped down on his shoulder, reeling him back in. Yeah? Well, we ain't asking. The big S doesn't take no for an answer. Naruto looked left, then right, and found no army in sight, which meant, wait, did they actually think 6 months were enough to make him move? Am I being underestimated? He touched a finger to his chin and looked over his shoulder, bemused. It feels like I'm being underestimated. Please tell me they're not being serious. Verosika shrugged helplessly. You don't exactly look like an angel at the moment. Fair enough. His head bobbed in a nod as he idly batted the hellhound's hand free from his shoulder. Let's fix that. In an instant, he shed his suit and allowed his halo to reappear, 10 golden wings blooming behind his back once more. More than a few of the hellhounds flinched, but credit where it was due, none of them backed down. Yet, tell you what? Pivoting, he beamed at the unruly pack of dogs, whose name he hadn't bothered to ask. I'm a bit busy at the moment, and your boss didn't send nearly enough guys, so here's what we're gonna do. You and your doggos are gonna turn around, go back to whatever pen you crawled out from, and tell your boss that I'll meet with him when I'm good and ready. Promise me you'll do that, and there's no need for violence tonight. Sound good? Great. Without missing a beat, he pivoted on his right heel to face Kurama and Verosika once more. I'm thinking we should go somewhere else. He pinched the bridge of his nose for emphasis. This place smells of wet dog. The lead hellhound decked him in the face, snapping his head to the side. Naruto sighed. Violence it is. With an annoyed look, he raised one hand, conjured a massive glowing Racine gun, and brought it crashing down. The crackling orb of energy flew into the middle of the pack, exploding outward. 4 of the dogs yelped as the blast knocked them backwards into the brick wall behind the cafe. Verosika's eyes widened in awe and relief. Yes, she shouted, thumping Naruto on the back. That was awesome, Naruto. 2 of the hellhounds scrambled up and lunged again. In one fluid motion, Naruto shifted. One hand performed more seals while he simultaneously threw the other arm forward. Shadow clones appeared in an instant, 1 clone to each side of him. The clones tackled the 2 charging hounds, wrestling them to the ground. Naruto himself summoned a powerful gust of chakra wind with his other arm, sweeping the remaining dogs' legs out from under them. 2 more went flying, yelping as they hit the ground. Kurama released a low, impressed growl from as she returned to her seat, realizing he didn't need any help. Not bad at all. That's quite the technique. Naruto spared a quick grin at Kurama. Got a good teacher. Humming, he turned his focus back on the survivors. Oh, right, you're still here. His wings flitted out, lazily smacking them down into the street. They did not rise again. Silence fell. 6 unconscious hellhound were left slumbering in the street. The night air was still again except for distant city sounds. Naruto eyed one and gave them a nudge with his heel, lending them just enough energy to wake up. That one, the foolish leader who'd slugged him in the first place, stumbled upright, clutching at their ribs. All that precious bravado was nowhere to be seen now. In its place, he saw only anger. Anger and terror. Run along now. Naruto made a shooing motion with his right hand. Get! They got. He was still watching them limp away, tail between their legs, when Verasika tackled him. She lunged forward and threw her arms around his waist from behind, resting her cheek against his shoulder with a giddy cry that set his heart racing. He could feel her body trembling with adrenaline as she spoke. "I've never been more impressed," she whispered breathlessly. She squeezed him tight, and though the hug was fierce, Naruto felt the gratitude in every word. "You really do live up to your reputation, Tilda." Blushing furiously, Naruto gently patted her back. "I just wanted to keep you safe," he murmured. "You okay?" Verosika nodded, holding on a moment longer as thought reluctant to let go. When they finally separated, she took a small step back and ran a hand through her hair. Normally in a moment like this she'd make a joke, but his actions had disarmed her somewhat, leaving her voice quiet and earnest. "I owe you one," she said softly, her gaze locked on his. "If you ever need anything, just ask." Naruto's heart fluttered at the sincerity in her eyes. "Deal," he replied with a bemused grin. "But maybe we should get back to our date. I have dessert waiting." "That dessert wouldn't happen to be you now, would it?" He batted her hand down. "No? Boo, but fine." Verosika giggled, a genuine smile lighting her face. "Fine," she said, hooking her arm through his. "Lead on, my brave ninja." Kurama rolled her eyes and crossed one long leg over another. Yes, bravo. Date is back on track, huzzah. Try to be mindful of stray puppies next time." Naruto laughed as he guided Verosika back to the booth. "It's been quite a night, huh?" he remarked softly. Verosika nodded, brushing away a stray scrap of soot from her dress. She settled next to him again and picked up a spoon of creme brulee that had miraculously survived the chaos. "I gotta admit," she said as she savoured the dessert, "this is the best date I've had, well, ever. And I'm not just saying that. Tonight has been perfect. Why do all this for me?" "Why indeed? To prove a point? Maybe." Naruto rubbed the back of his neck, looking down at his hands. "I want to show you that there's more to life than just random one-night stands and sex. I think you deserve someone who treats you right, even if it's just a date. Is that so wrong?" Kurama clicked her tongue, but continued to savour her own dessert, content to let them have their moment, for now. Verosika's gaze softened as she placed a hand on his arm. "Naruto?" He saw a flicker of vulnerability there and realized her guard was down. He could have moved in then and there, and she probably would have let him take her. Instead, he squeezed her hand gently and restrained himself. Noticing said restraint, Verosika quickly masked her brief burst of vulnerability with a playful smirk. "Don't get any ideas." She pretended to sit up straighter, smirking. "I'm still a succubus after all. A lot of guys say sweet stuff and then, ha!" She made a face and shook her head, then added quietly, "But with you, I don't know. You're different. I wouldn't say no to more dates like these." Naruto felt his ears heat up. "Different's good, right?" Verosika nodded and bit her lip. "Very good," she whispered. "Thanks for tonight." She gave his hand a final squeeze before letting go and taking another spoonful of dessert. Naruto smiled and tucked a stray lock of hair behind his ear. Despite everything around them, everything felt surprisingly normal. He couldn't remember the last time he'd smiled like this. All around them, Pentagram City's neon signs flickered, and the night sky held another promise. Whatever else happened, he thought, this night was one to remember. And then Kurama just had to chime in with her 2 cents. "Well, you're just trying to get into his pants, hussy." "Maybe, but at least I'm honest about it." Naruto face-palmed. "Hey now." Tilda. Charlie Morningstar stood at the Hazbin Hotel's rooftop garden just after sunset, watching her guests from above. For once, the hotel's common area below hummed with an unexpected harmony. Angel Dust was clumsily attempting to teach Husk how to dance, while Nifty flitted around dusting confetti from a broken lamp. Even Sir Pentius sat quietly, tinkering with a strange contraption on the side. Even Emily had retreated to the balcony with her clipboard, busily scribbling notes down as she went. Velvet was actually helping here, and while that should be concerning, they actually seemed to be getting along under Vaggy's watchful gaze. For all intensive purposes, everyone seemed to be lost into her own little world. Alastor and Carmilla were nowhere to be seen, of course, but then again, they often did their own thing. She had high hopes for them, too. As for Velvet, she could dream. This is real progress, she thought with a small grin. Sure, it was slow, but there it was. Signs that her rehabilitation program was working. Not long ago, nights like this had seemed impossible. Now demons were trying, somebody was trying to be better. Angel Dust spotted Charlie and gave her an exaggerated theatrical bow. Not bad, princess. We're getting a two-step going here. Just wait till we take this shit on tour. Charlie chuckled and waved. The sincere praise warmed her heart. You are all doing great, she called down. See? Change is possible. High above the moon was rising, a pale coral orb in the violet hell sky, casting a hopeful light. Who knew souls could be so cooperative? She whispered to herself. The residents of hell were full of surprises, but Charlie saw potential in each of them now. Little victories. Her contentment was interrupted by a sudden hush around her. The air grew still and the temperature dropped. Charlie turned and saw a swirl of smoke and light materializing at the far end of the balcony. Honey, I'm home, Tilde. Daddy! She exclaimed, stepping forward reflexively. She wrapped her arms around Lucifer Morningstar as he appeared. He smelled faintly of patchouli and something sweet like rubber ducks. Her father's ringmaster-style coat looked bright, and under his top hat his eyes twinkled, but tonight they held something she couldn't quite read. Hey there, kiddo, Lucifer said, ruffling her short blonde hair. He wore his usual grin, but it seemed a bit forced this time. The two stepped apart, and Charlie noticed her father's mood had shifted to something more serious. Lucifer cleared his throat and turned to admire the rooftop. You spruced the hotel up while I was gone again, didn't you? He looked around with a low whistle and nodded once. Looks even nicer than my old place now. Oh, thanks, he said, attempting to lighten the mood with a joke. He held up his cane. But now, seriously, I came to see how you're getting along. Charlie held her breath as he studied her. Finally, he smiled, though it was softer, more genuine than it had been when he first appeared. You're doing well, he said. I see laughter. I see cooperation. He nodded approvingly. Good work, Charlie. A proud warmth lifted Charlie's chest. Thanks, Daddy. It's been hard, but everyone is trying. It's better than before. Lucifer paused, his gaze thoughtful. He glanced out over the city for a moment before meeting her eyes. Yes, better indeed. His expression grew distant for a second, then he shot her a quick, fatherly grin. However, he added, eyes flicking back to Charlie's face, I have something we need to discuss. Something concerning one of the new arrivals. Charlie stiffened, her smile faltering. The recent registry had brought a few surprises, but which one had her father's attention? Her mind raced through the names. No one too strange, except maybe Naruto? Naruto's name didn't escape Lucifer's lips, but Charlie felt it hang in the air. Dad, what is it? She asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Which new arrival? Lucifer looked at her seriously now. I had a word with the 7 deadly sins. They want to talk about an anomaly among the newcomers. He gave Charlie a pointed look. Charlie's heart skipped. She didn't need to be told who he meant. She managed a small, firm nod. Naruto, you mean? Lucifer nodded slowly. Yes, him and that feisty fox of his. He chuckled, probably remember their fight. Pride might not officially care about everybody, but this has them talking. There's curiosity about him. About you and your hotel. About what all this means for hell. Charlie frowned, trying to mask her concern. What does that mean for him? For me? To be honest, I don't know exactly, Lucifer admitted, stepping closer. His red eyes warmed for a moment as he looked at her. They may decide to change his status here. They may try to use him. He's unusual. I've managed to placate them for now, but it could be trouble, Charlie. She gulped. Dad, what are you getting at? He patted her shoulder, interrupting her. I trust you to handle it. Keep your friends close. If they want to discuss him, we'll face it together. Just be prepared for anything. His voice softened. You started all this with hope, and I'm proud. I didn't want you to be caught off guard in case happens. Charlie swallowed, feeling a mixture of fear and determination. Okay, I will, she said quietly. Inside, though, she worried. Naruto had become important to her and she liked him. The idea of some council deciding his fate made her stomach twist. "Remember, dear," Lucifer added, offering her a small, proud smile, a hint of his old self shining through his jovial facade. "You're my daughter and you're stronger than you know." With another playful tip of his hat, he was gone, dissipating into mist and the faint, lingering scent of rubber ducks. Charlie let out a shaky breath and hugged her arms close to herself for comfort. The city lights below twinkled on as if nothing had happened. Yet everything had changed, hadn't it? The 7 deadly sins were interested in Naruto's. In her hotel? The pieces were moving fast in this game of hell. She looked out again, her resolve hardening. Whatever happened, she would stand by Naruto, and she knew she wasn't alone in that. Tonight had been a night of learning and strange alliances. If this was part of what was coming, she was ready to meet it head-on. Tilda. The Vox Tower loomed over Pentagram City, a building of chrome and wires, glowing advertisement screens flashing with news. Inside, televisions lined every wall, each displaying a different channel. At precisely 10 bells, one large screen went silent, then burst into Alistair's grinning face. Red eyes and a bow tie, the radio demon had arrived. Alistair strolled down the marble corridor in style, cane tapping with every step. He looked splendid in his maroon suit, hair slicked back. His voice crackled like an old-timey radio as he giggled softly. "Time to pay my old Vox a little visit." Vox's office was a riot of technology, monitors, gadgets, drones zipping around making him coffee. The demon overlord himself was hunched behind a glass desk, 2 thick cords jutting out from the back of his screen-like head. His television screen head flickered as he cycled through with a news broadcast. A bright anchor was announcing breaking Verosica Mayday's date with mysterious Angel Ninja is breaking hell's internet. The doorbell chimed and Alistair stepped in, whistling cheerfully. "Why, hello there, Vox." "Gah!" Vox wheeled in his plush cybernetic chair. His 2 eyes, one solid red, one spiraled black, narrowed. "Alistair," he spat out. "How'd you get in here?" "Last I checked, you're not exactly on the approved visitor list." Alistair spread his gloved hands. "Oh, but why would I worry about lists? I'm just popping in to chat. No fuss." He winked. "By the way, have you heard the latest news?" Vox growled, slamming a fist on the desk. "Don't try me. I have my resources, and I don't need any radio-rattling nonsense from you." Alistair sauntered closer to a cluster of screens. With a flick of his cane, they all switched to the same footage, Naruto triumphantly fighting off hellhounds. Vox's mouth twisted in rage as the images replayed. "You see this?" Alistair tapped the screen with a disdainful look. "Your precious world revolves around this now. Our heroic shinobi is trending city-wide. It's a hit show you didn't even sell tickets for." He cackled, voice echoing. "So adorable. You might want to write your next broadcast about that, HM?" Vox's face crackled with static anger. "This is a nothing. A few silly cult followers, that's all. You know me, I control the signal. I can black them out." Alistair let out a theatrical gasp. "Oh my, threaten me with power? My dear Vox, your empire had control until everyone's eyes were on our ninja pal. And oh, I heard some chatter of this being a good thing for ratings," he said, tapping another button on the console. This caused the ticker below to scroll. #Vox Ninja Date, #Helltrends, followed by thousands of happy emojis. "Careful, old friend, or you might find your audience drifting away." Vox bared his sharp teeth. "Never. My audiences multiply daily." Alistair raised a finger and turned the broadcast back to Vox's dashboard. "Then you won't mind keeping them all entertained, will you?" He paused, leaning in with a conspiratorial grin. "Because big things are on the horizon, my good fellow. Be sure to tune in." The radio demon laughed heartily and turned to leave, humming a jaunty tune as he walked out. Vox seethed, fists clenching cables around him. Alistair was gone as suddenly as he arrived, but his words echoed in the twisted silence of the control room. He slammed a button, changing all screens back to his own news channels. His fingers furiously typed commands, rerouting cameras and encrypting signals. The message was clear. He would not be overshadowed. But as the monitors flickered under his control, one line of Alistair's parting advice haunted him. Big things are on the horizon. What could the radio demon mean? A meeting of the sins? A power shift? Vox didn't know yet, but he would watch and plan. He had to keep his empire unshaken. Alone in the lofty tower with the city's neon lights below, Vox took a steadying breath. For once, he admitted there were forces even he had to pay attention to. News, trends, demon councils. They were coming together in ways he couldn't ignore. With the static returning to his screens, he reminded himself he controlled the flow. "Big things, eh?" he muttered quietly. "Let them come." Chapter 20. And what is it you want, Tilda? Temptation. It was a fine morning in hell, which is to say, the sky over Pentagram City glowed a dull red, and the smell of brimstone mingled with fresh coffee. In the Happy Hotel's dining hall, Naruto Uzumaki sat with an awkward grin, trying to enjoy a hearty breakfast. Trying being the operative word. Around him, an eclectic group of demons and lost souls chattered and ate. Charlie Morningstar flitted about, pouring refills with her usual cheery energy, very excited for the day's rehabilitation activities. Alastor, the infamous radio demon, lounged at the end of the table with a smile, humming a jazzy tune from the 1930s. Across from Naruto, Verosika Mayday, a pink-skinned succubus pop star, stirred her latte, eyeing him over the rim with a predatory smirk. Next to her, Carmilla Carmine, a powerful overlord and Hell's top weapons dealer, sipped black tea, looking particularly irritated this morning. And at the head of the table sat Lucifer Morningstar himself, the king of hell, casually reading a newspaper. Lucifer's lips curved in amusement. The Lightbringer clearly knew more than he let on. Suddenly, all conversation hushed as Velvet made her entrance. Ordinarily, the petite overlord was usually energetic and impeccably fashionable, but today she hobbled into the hall with the gait of a newborn fawn. Velvet, the self-proclaimed backbone of the V's, and a social media-savvy overlord, prided herself on poise, yet now each step was a careful wince. She had traded her usual heels for fluffy slippers and clutched the wall as she moved. A few onlookers raised eyebrows or snickered behind their hands. Lucifer peeked over his newspaper, golden eyes twinkling. "Good morning, my dear Velvet," he purred innocently. "My, you're looking sore again today. Did you sleep well?" Velvet froze, a rosy flush creeping up her cedar-brown cheeks. "I'm fine," she snapped through gritted teeth, attempting to straighten her posture. "Never better." With as much dignity as she could muster, she hobbled to an empty chair. Naruto couldn't help but glance over in concern. He remembered last night's punishment. She'd been up to no good again. And judging by Velvet's current state, he hadn't been quite as gently as he thought. He opened his mouth to maybe apologize or ask if she was okay, but before he could, a snort of laughter came from further down the table. "Damn, somebody had a rough night," cackled Angel Dust, the spider demon porn star, twirling one of his fluffy pink head ears. He leaned over toward Velvet with a wicked grin. "What happened, babe? You look like you got railroaded 6 ways from Sunday." He waggled his brows suggestively. "Was it our little Naruto who did the railin'?" "Spill!" "I need details." Naruto nearly choked on his orange juice. "Hey!" he sputtered, face turning almost as red as the infernal sky. "It's not... I didn't..." Velvet's eyes flashed. "Shut up, you nosy arachnid," she growled at Angel Dust. "Nobody got railroaded." Despite her protest, her face was now crimson and her composure slipping. She lowered herself onto the chair gingerly. The moment her rear touched the cushion, a sharp twinge made her yelp and spring back up. A chorus of snickers went around the table. Husk shook his head and muttered like the grizzled bartender he was, "Too early for this crap," before taking a swig from his ever-present flask. Nifty, the one-eyed maid zoomed over with concern. "Oh dear, Miss Velvet, are you hurt? Do you need an ice pack? A donut pillow?" The tiny maid demon already brandished a donut-shaped cushion seemingly from nowhere. Velvet battered her away, mortified. Lucifer's shoulders trembled with barely contained laughter. "Careful, Velvet. You might bruise something," he teased. He then shifted his gaze to Naruto, a devilish grin spreading. "I must say, Naruto, I'm impressed. It's not every day a newcomer leaves an overlord unable to walk straight the next morning." Naruto coughed and sank a bit in his seat. "Hey now, it's not what it sounds like," he began, hands raised in defense. "I only owe?" Lucifer interjected, feigning innocence. "So you didn't handle our dear Velvet with such thoroughness?" He winked theatrically and a few guests chuckled. "My mistake then. Perhaps she merely tried a new dance move and pulled a muscle." At that, Alistair emitted one of his signature radiostatic chuckles. "Ha ha ha! What a performance that must have been," he quipped, tipping his head toward Velvet. Do tell us next time you choreograph such a number, Velvet. I'd have broadcast it live. The radio demon's smile was positively gleeful, red eyes gleaming with mirth. Velvet had heard enough. Oh, screw all of you, she snarled, slamming her palms on the table. Despite the fury in her voice when she attempted to storm off, a jolt of pain in her backside made her flinch and slow to a careful shuffle. This only made Angel Dust laugh harder and Alistair grin wider behind his striped microphone. Charlie bit her lip, trying not to giggle as she moved to Velvet's side. The ever-compassionate Princess of Hell patted Velvet's shoulder. Are you okay? Maybe you should rest. I'm fine, babe, Velvet insisted, forcing a tight smile while still half hovering above the chair. I just need coffee. Strong coffee. She eased herself down onto Nifty's donut cushion with a defeated sigh. Across the table, Carmilla's grey eyes narrowed in disapproval at the spectacle. Carmilla Carmine was not known for emotional outbursts. As an overlord, she was usually calm and professional, but right now her lips were pressed in a thin line. Watching her rival Velvet be the butt of everyone's jokes, quite literally, should have been amusing. Yet Carmilla's mood only soured further. Maybe it was because all this immature innuendo offended her sensibilities. Or maybe it was something else entirely, something to do with a certain blonde human at the centre of it. She huffed and set down her teacup with a clink. Some of us have actual business to attend to, she announced acidly. If the juvenile humour hour is over, perhaps we can move on. Lucifer arched a brow at Carmilla, smirking. Oh, someone's cranky. Jealous you didn't get an invite to last night's party, Carmilla, dear, he drawled. Carmilla's eyes flashed red, literally a pulse of crimson light, a telltale sign of strong emotion in the weapons dealer demon. I warn you, Morningstar, don't test me, Carmilla said coolly, though the effect was undermined by her glowing eyes. She folded her arms and pointedly avoided looking at Naruto or Velvet. Lucifer chuckled and raised his hands in surrender, clearly enjoying every second of this gossip. Naruto groaned inwardly. This is getting out of hand. Look, for the record, he said loudly, hoping to end the speculation. Nothing that crazy happened. Velvet and I just had a little disagreement, and I had to, discipline her. That's all. Across the table, Verosica nearly spit out her latte, choking on laughter. Discipline, huh? The pink succubus licked a drop of coffee from her lip and gave Naruto a sultry once-over. Honey, if that's your idea of trust discipline, I've got a list of bad girls and boys who'd line up for a session. She gave a throaty purr and winked shamelessly. Naruto's face somehow turned an even deeper shade of red. That's not, I didn't mean, he sputtered. This only prompted more laughter from Angel and a playful whistle from Husk. Charlie clapped her hands, cheeks pink. All right. Let's all settle down, please, she urged, still smiling but clearly trying to regain control of the situation. Velvet had a rough night in one way or another, but today is a new day and we have important work to do. Charlie gently rubbed Velvet's back, then shot Naruto an apologetic glance. The princess was nothing if not a peacemaker. Naruto, thank you for, handling things. I'm sure Velvet learned her lesson. Velvet muttered something under her breath that sounded like stupid loudmouth blonde and slurped her coffee, avoiding eye contact. Charlie cleared her throat. Moving on. Today's rehabilitation activity needs to be set up, and I could use a couple of extra hands. Her gaze darted around the table, landing on Alistair, who perked up in interest, and Velvet, desperately trying to become one with her chair to escape notice. Alistair? Velvet. Would you two help me with preparations this morning? Alistair's grin widened. He loved being included in Charlie's schemes for redemption, if only for the entertainment value when said schemes failed. Why, it would be delightful, my dear, he proclaimed with a dramatic flourish. Count me in. I can't wait to see what cheerful little extravaganza you have planned for these lost souls. The radio demon tipped his head toward Velvet, eyes gleaming. How about you, Miss V? Fancy some wholesome rehabilitation fun? Velvet looked like someone just offered her a glass of acid. You want me to help with your little redemption project? She asked incredulously. As an overlord herself, Velvet had zero interest in Charlie's agenda of turning sinners into do-gooders. In fact, she likely found the whole concept stupid, as most demons did. She shot a pleading look at Lucifer, hoping the king might excuse her. But Lucifer merely smiled benignly, clearly leaving it up to Charlie. The princess gave Velvet an encouraging smile that managed to be both gentle and intimidating, the sort only a Morningstar could pull off. Velvet exhaled and shrugged. Fine. Whatever. Not like I have a choice, do I? Wonderful. Charlie clapped, entirely sincere. Thank you, really. I promise it'll be fun. Velvet just rolled her eyes and sipped her coffee, muttering, doubt it. Alistair chuckled under his breath, amused by Velvet's sour attitude. As Charlie began rattling off a to-do list for the rehabilitation event, Verosica abruptly stood and stretched her arms over her head. Speaking of fun, Charlie darling, she cut in sweetly, mind if I steal our favourite blonde boy for a bit? I was hoping to get to know Naruto better. The succubus's tone left no doubt what getting to know implied. She sauntered over behind Naruto's chair and draped her hands over his shoulders possessively. Naruto stiffened. Verosica? He chuckled nervously, eyeing the sharp black nails now lightly tracing his jacket. I kinda promised to help with— Nonsense! Verosica interrupted, pressing a manicured finger to his lips. Charlie's got helpers now. She tossed a wink at Charlie. You said you needed a couple extra hands, right? You've got Alistair and Velvet. We, she curled her tail around Naruto's chair leg, will just be in the way. Charlie opened her mouth, then closed it again, considering. Well, I do have things covered with Al and Velvet, she said slowly. The innocent smile that bloomed on her face then was positively impish. Sure, a little break might do Naruto some good before we start. By all means, Verosica, show him around Pentagram City or something. Just have him back by lunchtime, okay? Naruto's jaw dropped. Wait, what now? He hadn't expected Charlie to agree so easily to Verosica's request. But before he could reply, Lucifer leaned back in his chair with a smirk, eyes glinting like a cat who'd cornered a mouse. So, the King of Hell drawled, what about your other companion? The fox. She's been rather quiet lately. Naruto blinked. Kurama? Of course, Lucifer said, swirling his coffee lazily. She's a hard one to miss. 9 tails, sharp teeth, a glare that could strip paint. I hear she's been wondering when her favourite blonde plans to spend some time with her again. This snarky bastard. Naruto let out a low sigh. Yeah, I've been meaning to. Things have just been busy. Lucifer said knowingly, sipping from his cup. Well, can't keep a lady like that waiting. Dangerous habit. Charlie brightened, tying her hair back. Tell you what, Verosica, you can have Naruto for the morning. Kurama can see him after lunch if she wants. That gives me time to set up our rehabilitation thingy for today with Alistair and Velvet. Verosica pouted in exaggerated disappointment. Only the morning? You're no fun, princess. But then she smiled, fangs flashing. Fine. I'll take what I can get. She leaned down to whisper in Naruto's ear, loud enough for everyone to hear. Don't worry, Foxy. I'll make our morning together memorable. He granted her a flat gaze. No sex. Oi! Verosica went scarlet, earning chuckles and smirks from around the table. Charlie gave him an encouraging thumbs up. Alistair waved like he was sending a child off to school. Velvet looked like she was enjoying the role reversal immensely. Carmilla rolled her eyes. Naruto groaned and stood up, muttering, all right, all right. I'll catch up with Kurama after. She'll probably chew me out for making her wait. With pleasure, Verosica purred, looping her arm through his and tugging him toward the door. From behind them, Angel Dust cackled, "Get it, stud!" Husk grumbled something about crazy kids, and Lucifer raised his mug in a mock toast. Naruto could only grimace as he was towed away, already bracing for whatever this memorable morning would bring. The doors closed behind him and the succubus, leaving the rest of the hotel denizens to finish breakfast. Charlie clapped her hands, turning back to the task at hand. Okay, we've got work to do. She smiled brightly at Velvet and Alistair. Shall we, team? Velvet sighed dramatically and pushed herself up from her seat, wincing only a little. Let's just get this over with, she mumbled, trudging after Charlie. Alistair fell in step beside them, twirling his cane. Onward and upward, he proclaimed cheerfully. This promises to be very interesting. Heh. Behind them, Carmilla watched the trio depart with a furrowed brow. The morning's events left her with much to fume about. She wasn't entirely sure who she was more annoyed with, Velvet for being an embarrassing gossip magnet, Naruto for whatever he did to Velvet, and for being so damn popular all of a sudden. Or perhaps herself, for even caring at all. As Verosica's laughter faded down the hall and the others dispersed, she found herself alone at the table, her tea gone cold. She drummed her fingers once, deep in thought, then stood and swept out of the room in a whirl of black skirts. There were indeed actual business matters to attend to, but first she had a phone call to make. Perhaps some of her contacts in Hell's inner circles would have useful information about Naruto Uzumaki. If this enigmatic angel could put an overlord in her place, Carmilla wanted to know exactly who and what trig they were dealing with. Tsiz, D. Tilda. Meanwhile, Charlie had led Alastor and Velvet to a spacious lounge that was currently cluttered with boxes of supplies. This was the hotel's common area, soon to be transformed for today's rehabilitation event. Sunlight, or whatever passed for it in Hell, streamed in through tall windows, illuminating dust motes and the colourful motivational posters Charlie had plastered on the walls. Slogans like "Change is possible" and "Make Hell a better place" were accompanied by cheerful cartoon demons holding hands. Velvet cringed at the saccharine decor. "All righty," Charlie chirped, pulling out a clipboard. "Thank you both for helping. I have a lot planned and it'll go faster with extra hands tilled." Velvet crossed her arms. "I said I'd help, not that I'd be happy about it," she grumbled. Her tail swished impatiently. "So what is this plan exactly? Another sing-along? A trust fall exercise? Should I be practicing Kumbaya on the ukulele?" Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Charlie, ever optimistic, either didn't notice or didn't mind Velvet's attitude. "Funny you mention those. I did consider a trust fall, but some of our participants have, trust issues." She started ticking off points on her clipboard, oblivious to Velvet's eye roll and Alastor's amused grin. "So, here's the rough outline for today's Rehab Revival Day activities." She held up the clipboard for them to see. In cutesy handwriting with hearts dotting the IS, she had listed Morning Motivation Circle. Everyone shares one good deed they've done or thought about doing. Team Scavenger Hunt. Find items in the hotel that represent each of the 7 virtues. We'll hide clues. Buddy System Trust Walk. Pairs take turns guiding each other blindfolded through an obstacle course. Note: maybe skip for overlords with rivalries. Soul Food Bake-Off. Bake treats without using sin. For example, gluttony must practice moderation, lust makes something PG-rated, etc. Sell them for charity! Redemption Karaoke Night. End the day with singing. Everyone performs a song that inspires them to be better. Charlie beamed as Alastair leaned in, adjusting his monocle to read. Velvet's jaw slowly dropped in horror with each bullet point. "You want us to do what?" the fascinated blurted, snatching the clipboard. She scanned the list again as if hoping she misread it. "This is... I don't even..." Snarling, she pinched the bridge of her nose. "Charlie, I'd rather be flayed alive than sing Kumbaya with a bunch of delinquent souls." Alistair chuckled, plucking the clipboard back with a flourish. "Come now, it's not all bad," he said. "I find the bake-off idea positively charming. I do love a good cooking challenge. And redemption karaoke? Priceless." The radio demon's shadow glitched behind him, as if laughing too. "Might I suggest adding a live broadcast element? I could rig up some speakers, turn this into a radio talent show special." Charlie's eyes lit up. "Really? You'd do that?" Velvet made angry Velvet noises in the background. "But of course." Alistair bowed. What better way to spread the joyous news of would-be sinners attempting wholesomeness than to literally spread it over the airwaves? "We will call it the Hazbin Redemption Hour, broadcasting all across Hell." Velvet threw her hands up. "Great. You'll humiliate us citywide instead of just within these walls." She sank onto a box labelled art supplies with a dramatic sigh, then winced and stood again, rubbing her tender backside. "Ugh, this is a nightmare." Charlie put a gentle hand on Velvet's shoulder. "I know it's out of your comfort zone," she said softly. "Honestly, it's out of everyone's comfort zone. That's kind of the point." Charlie offered a sympathetic smile. "Velvet, I really appreciate you volunteering." "Volunteered might be a strong word," Velvet interrupted, flicking a gaze at Alistair. "More like voluntold by Her Highness," Charlie giggled. "Either way, I'm glad you're here. You're an overlord, which means other demons respect you." Velvet raised an eyebrow skeptically at that, but Charlie continued. "If they see you giving this a chance, maybe they will too." Velvet snorted. "Or they'll think I've lost my mind." She kicked an empty soda can across the floor. Her tone was biting, but there was a hint of uncertainty in it now. Alistair stepped forward, twirling his cane. "My dear Velvet, surely even a trendsetter like you can appreciate trying something new," he said smoothly. "Why, rehabilitating sinners could be the next big craze. Imagine the social media clout." Velvet shot him a withering look. Oh, please, Radio Grandpa. You think I care about clout from this? I run Hella's social networks. If I post a selfie, I get 1 million likes in an hour. She flipped one of her candy-red pigtails over her shoulder in pride. That part wasn't a boast. She truly was a social media influencer overlord. This, she gestured around at the boxes of crafts and the sunny posters, is not on trend. Alastor's grin never faltered. Then perhaps you can make it on trend, he countered. If anyone can, it's the backbone of the V's herself, He gave an exaggerated, gentlemanly bow, tipping an imaginary hat. Velvet Fin blinked, caught off guard by the unexpected flattery. Well, she struggled to form a retort. Was the radio demon actually complimenting her? Nice try, she finally muttered, cheeks darkening a shade, from annoyance, certainly not embarrassment. Butter me up all you want, I'm still not convinced. Charlie decided to intervene before Velvet's temper flared again. She clapped her hands in a brisk, businesslike way. All right, we have a lot to prepare and not much time. Velvet, would you set up the scavenger hunt clues? You're great with design and aesthetics. Maybe you could hide the virtue items, but make it, Instagrammable. Velvet tapped her chin, considering despite herself. Well, I do hate poorly designed visuals. She gave a begrudging nod. Fine. I'll hide your cheesy virtue items, but I'm making them stylish. If I have to be involved, it's gonna look good. Without waiting for further approval, she snatched a bag of virtue symbols, little plushies labelled charity, chastity, kindness, etc., and started stalking off to hide them around the hotel. Charlie beamed. Thank you. That's perfect. She turned to Alastor. Could you handle the sound system, Alistair? I love the broadcast idea. Maybe involve Emily. I think she's still doing paperwork, but she'd probably jump at a chance like this. With pleasure, Alastor replied. A bit of radio static crackled as he summoned a vintage microphone from thin air. I'll have this place singing by nightfall. In the meantime, I'll also whip up an obstacle course in the courtyard for our trust walk. I have some ideas to make it delightfully challenging. He chuckled, no doubt planning hidden pitfalls or comical traps, nothing lethal, probably. Charlie nodded enthusiastically, choosing to trust Alastor's ideas. That's great! I'll take care of the baking supplies and sign-up sheets for each activity. She glanced toward the doorway through which Velvet had gone. And I should make sure Velvet doesn't hide the virtue plushies too well. Or set them on fire out of spite. An excellent plan, Alastor agreed, eyes glinting with mirth. That one has a spark in her. Careful she doesn't burn down your hotel. Charlie gave a little laugh and headed off to follow Velvet, leaving Alastor to conjure speakers and stage lights from his shadowy powers. As she exited the lounge, clipboard in hand, the princess allowed herself a tiny, hopeful smile. Chaotic as this morning had been, everyone was now engaged in something productive for the rehabilitation project. Even the reluctant Velvet. Her dream of redemption for sinners might be a long shot, but moments like this made it feel just a bit more achievable. If Naruto's presence has done anything, she mused, it's brought an unusual energy to the hotel. He had somehow wrangled Velvet into cooperation, by rather unorthodox means, and even now was forging bonds, or at least interactions, with others like Viriosaka. Unlikely friendships, new tensions, strange alliances, Sadi. It was messy, but change always was. Charlie hummed a little tune as she went to supervise Velvet. Tilda. High above, in the gleaming spires of heaven, one particular angel had been observing the morning's events through a golden scrying pool. And her patience was at a breaking point. Sarah hovered over the pool with her wings spread wide. The reflection in the water showed Naruto being led out of the hotel arm in arm with Verosika, and the sight made Sera's blood boil. Her grip on the pool's marble rim tightened until fine cracks formed in the stone. "This is outrageous!" she hissed under her breath. She had been watching Naruto's sojourn in hell intently, charged with monitoring any potential violations. Naruto's very presence among demons was already a concern, one Sera had reluctantly allowed under the claim of rehabilitation research. But seeing him getting entangled with a den of iniquitous hellions, being seduced by a succubus no less and fraternizing with overlords, it was too much. The plan was supposed to demonstrate that sinners could not truly change, thereby justifying heaven's harsh measures. Instead, Naruto was gallivanting around as if on a pleasure tour. The goal? Sera's heart pounded, a mix of fury and something dangerously close to envy swirling inside her. She'd been the one to originally approve the extermination program ages ago to keep Hell's population in check, precisely to prevent demons from growing powerful enough to threaten heaven. Order and discipline were her hallmarks. She prided herself on being composed, rational, righteous. Yet here she was, feeling anything but composed. And whose fault was that? In the pools scene, Verosika was all but hanging off Naruto, whispering in his ear. The angelic blonde looked flustered, but he wasn't resisting the succubus's pull as strongly as Syrah would have liked. And earlier, the way everyone teased about him possibly sleeping with that overlord Velvet. Sarah's stomach had twisted into knots at the thought. The impropriety. She could at least excuse him trying to prove a soul's potential for goodness, not indulging demons' lustful games. And worse, a small, treacherous part of Sarah's mind whispered that she was upset because a treacherous part of herself wished she could be the one by Naruto's side, guiding him, keeping him safe from Hell's corruption. Instead, she was stuck watching from on high as he drifted further into the clutches of sin incarnate. Verosika giggled in the scrying image, leaned in and tried to kiss Naruto. Credit where it was due, he resisted stubbornly, kept her at arm's length, but her depredations didn't stop there. As she looked on aghast, the sly succubus linked her tail around Naruto's waist slyly and took off her top, followed by the rest of her clothes, and dragged Naruto underwater. Together they vanished. It was the straw that broke the camel's back. Sarah snapped. Enough! With a sudden motion, Sarah flipped the heavy oaken desk behind her. In a crash of paper and quills, the entire desk went tumbling, scattering heavenly reports everywhere. 2 cherub assistants in the hallway jumped at the loud bang and fled from the noise. And well, that they did too, because inside Sarah's office, the seraphim's chest heaved as she tried to catch her breath. Hot anger coursed through her veins. Anger, jealousy, worry, all churning together as she spat curses that would make a sailor flush. Damnable dirty dastard! Glancing up, Sarah spied her reflection in a cracked wall mirror. Halo cracked, pale hair dishevelled, usually radiant skin flushed with wrath, and her wings, her 6 pristine wings, were streaked with black. Horror punched through her rage like a dagger in the dark. Black veins crawled along a few feathers, marring their pearlescent glow. In her outburst, she hadn't noticed the corruption seeping in. Now she looked even worse than before. No, 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 she gasped. Her voice quivered as she twisted to inspect the damage. It wasn't a full fall, not yet. The black taint was subtle, just tips of some feathers. But it was unmistakable. Such was what happened when an angel succumbed to sin. Be it fury, envy, pride, and whatever mix of emotions had fueled her tantrum, it was literally staining her. Tears pricked at the corners of Sarah's eyes. She knew better than to let her emotions run wild. She was a seraphim, for heaven's sake. She was supposed to be an exemplar of virtue and self-control. How many times had she been warned? Adam. Sarah's heart sank further. If Adam changed as that bastard was, or the other angels saw this, if they realized she was on the verge of falling, it would ruin everything. Her position, her plans. They'd strip her of command, maybe even cast her out before she could blink. A timid knock came at the door. Sarah whirled around, yanking a velvet curtain over the scrying pool to hide its view of hell. "Ma'am," came a muffled female voice, likely Lute. "Is everything all right?" "We heard a crash." Sarah forced her voice into a semblance of calm. "Everything's fine," she called, pressing her back against the door to keep it shut. "Just a minor mishap." "Don't come in!" She frantically preened her wings, trying to smooth the blackened patches. A few tainted feathers came loose in her hands. She stared at them, trembling. "This can't be happening!" Outside, the voices faded, the other angels seemingly respecting her wishes. Sarah quickly locked the door and closed all the blinds. Soft, heavenly light still poured in, but she felt safer in the dimness for the moment. She sank to the marble floor amidst strewn papers and upended inkpots. Head in hands, she tried to steady her breathing. "What am I doing?" she whispered to herself. This level of personal investment in someone, even an angel, was beyond unprofessional. It was dangerous. Adam had seen it from a mile away and warned her, and she, in her pride, insisted she had it under control. Sarah had bristled then, assuring Adam and herself that her interest was purely scientific, strategic. She simply wanted to prove that Hell's denizens could never truly change, that even the best of humans, dropped into that pit, would falter, vindicating their cause. It wasn't personal. Now, holding blackened feathers, Sarah bitterly realized how wrong she'd been. Perhaps her original intent had been righteous, but along the way Naruto's earnestness and spirit had touched her. Seeing him try so hard, even in hell's depths, forming bonds with demons rather than destroying them, it stirred conflicting feelings in her. Part of her admired him, part of her ached for him, and part of her feared he might actually succeed in changing a demon. Something Sarah had believed impossible. If Morningstar's, or rather his daughter's, rehabilitation project worked, even a little, it would upend the justification for exterminations. It could make Sarah's life's work, her hardline stance, look cruel. But more than that, the thought of Naruto perhaps, staying in hell with her Sira's role in his life rendered moot. Or worse, him being hurt or corrupted by those she deemed beneath him, it ignited a dangerous mix of jealousy and panic in her heart. A soft tap sounded from the window. Sarah's head snapped up, feathers bristling, but it was only a white dove perched on the sill, one of heaven's messengers. It cooed, oblivious to her inner turmoil. Sarah shooed it away with a gentle wave, and it fluttered off in a flurry of down. Taking a shuddering breath, Sarah rose to her feet. She carefully plucked the remaining blackened feathers from her wings, biting back tears at each tiny stab of pain. The wings would regenerate new plumage in time, she told herself, if she could control herself from here on. She retrieved a silken shawl and draped it over her damaged wings to hide any remaining dark traces. A glance in the mirror showed her presentable again. Outwardly, at least, once she wove some light over the cracks in her halo. The inner tempest was another matter. A knock came once more, this time firm and authoritative. Sarah straightened, hastily wiping her eyes. Yes? The door opened without her leave. Only one person would do that. Adam sashayed inside, ducking slightly under the doorframe. Even altered, the archangel cut an imposing figure, tall, great golden wings folded at his back, and a stern, ageless face. She took in the state of the office, the overturned desk, scattered documents, and Sarah's shaken expression, with a hard, knowing gaze. Sarah. Adam's tone was calm, but there was an undercurrent of, "I told you so." She stepped over a spilled inkwell, golden eyes never leaving her face. Sarah felt her stomach twist in shame. Adam's eyes flicked down, noticing the crumpled black-tipped feathers on the floor near her feet. A moment of tense silence hung between them. Sarah opened her mouth to explain, to defend herself somehow. Adam, The altered angel raised a hand to stop her. A muscle in her jaw tightened as she let out a slow sigh. Then, to Sarah's surprise, Adam's expression softened just a bit, and she merely shook her head. "I warned you," she muttered, as if to herself, or perhaps to the absent heavenly court that should have heeded the signs. Then Adam looked Sarah in the eyes. Sarah's throat tightened. Words failed her. What could she say? That she was right. She was. Her wings, still hidden under the shawl, felt heavier than ever. Adam stepped closer, boots crunching on fallen parchment. For a moment it looked like she might reach out. To console her or to reprimand her, she wasn't sure. In the end, she did neither. She simply stood by her side, staring at the curtained scrying pool that still faintly glowed with Hell's image beneath. "Come on, boss. You're better than this. Get a grip." Sarah swallowed and refused to look Adam in the eye. "I don't know what you mean." "Bull and shit?" The ravishing redhead rolled her eyes and planted a fist on her hip. "You're coming up on a fork in the road. You can either go up or down, left or right, east or west. I can't choose your path for you. I've got my hands full with loot. It's your choice." Adam's golden wing brushed hers for just a heartbeat, a gesture of solidarity. Then she turned to leave. At the doorway, she paused and added without looking back, "I hope for your sake that you make the right one." The door closed behind her with a resounding click. Sarah stood there in the quiet Adam's words echoing painfully in her mind. Just another sinner. She clenched her fists. Adam was right, and wrong. Naruto wasn't just anything to her, clearly. That was the problem. But her duty had to come first. She would steel herself, bury these reckless emotions, and do what needed to be done. Wouldn't she? Taking a deep breath, Sarah went about righting her desk and tidying the mess, each motion mechanical and determined. When she finally dared to lift the curtain on the scrying pool again, the image showed an empty street in hell. Naruto and Verosika already gone from view. She had no idea if he had lain with that vixen or not. Hopefully not. The idea of another she-devil having her way with him. It burned. A splitting headache racked her. Sarah's reflection trembled on the surface of the water. She straightened her spine, narrowed her eyes, and in that moment her face hardened with resolve. If Naruto's presence in hell proved too disruptive, if he threatened the grand design and her own composure, then heaven would have to intervene. I won't let fall prey to these temptations, she hissed at herself. I'll fix this, even if I have to drag him out of hell myself. Oh, honey, is that what you believe? It's almost sad, Sarah startled. Who said that? Down here. Against her better judgment, she gazed down. Errors were made. Her reflection smiled back at her from within the scrying pool, warped and twisted, wings black, halo sundered, eyes ablaze with ethereal green glow. A pair of horns jutted from her head, dark as night. The entity that was and was not her sneered silently, smiling with her perfect face, dusky visage lilting into a sneer. She tilted her head, and to her horror, her reflecting mirrored the motion. Then to her horror, her mirror image raised a dainty hand and waved, fingernails crooked into glowing white claws. What sorcery was this? What manner of madness was this? Was her very mind beginning to fracture? As she looked on, the mirror image smiled back at her. You want him? Incredulous, she bridled, unable to help herself. I do not. Yes, you do. I don't. Do, Tilda. Sarah overturned the scrying pool with a frustrated shriek, ruining her robes as she splashed water and light alike across the floor. Her reflection vanished with a tittering laugh. Someone shouted in the hall, but she didn't hear them because that laughter persisted, ringing in her ears endlessly, mocking her, haunting her. Damn him! With a frustrated cry, she slumped to her knees, buried her head in her hands, tucked bith-wings over herself, and wept. Far below, unseen by Sira's gaze, a pair of black feathers drifted down from heaven's skies, dissolving into soot long before they reached the earth. Tilda Naruto looked up to the heavens with a frown. Had he heard something just now? No, not something at all, but rather someone. Sarah? Chapter 21. Don't you see? I don't know what to do anymore. What kind of leader can't tell good from evil? What am I? Tilda? Homecoming. You're going back. Just for a little while. Naruto made a pinching motion between his thumb and forefinger as Charlie looked on with watery eyes. There's something I need to look into. I won't be gone long. But we're finally starting to see some real progress down here. A blonde brow rose. Well... The princess faltered a little beneath his bemused stare and scratched the back of her head. Sorta. Sir Pentious and Angel Dust are really close to making a breakthrough. I can just feel it. The snake in question looked away from the latest gadget he was constructing. Excuse me! Angel flopped over the bar, shot glass in hand. Break what now? Right, paragons of nobility, those two. Naruto cast an errant glance to the crimson skies above as he spoke, frowning thoughtfully to himself. Heaven remained inert, as always above, burning bright white in the night, yet despite its silence, he couldn't shake the foreboding feeling of genuine concern tugging at what passed for his soul these days. He'd felt something earlier, you see. A surge of nascent negativity so powerful that he'd sensed it even down here in the depths. And for a moment he could have sworn he heard a voice. Sira's voice? Something was wrong up there. Or had gone wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. He would be the first to admit he and Sarah disagreed on many things, a great many things indeed. But he didn't wish any ill will upon her, let alone harm. Why would he? Despite their disagreements, he didn't hate her. Didn't hate anyone, really. He hadn't hated anyone in a long time. Well, maybe Lute and Adam, but even that was more of a strong dislike on his part than true hatred. Maybe that arrogant angel had finally come to his senses. Stranger things happened. Ideally, he'd prefer to know beforehand if heaven was about to stab him in the back again. Not that he thought they would. Sarah had a bad hand. She'd exhausted all of her cards. With Emily on his side and Adam out of commission, there wasn't much she could do, short of leading an angelic invasion down here herself. All the more reason to confront her now before she did something truly reckless. He didn't dare leave a shadow clone behind either for fear of what the girls might get up to with it, or worse, allowing the doppelganger to start another fight while he was away. Best to remove himself from the equation entirely while he was away. Really, this was a sound plan. Only problem was, well, Charlie. Or rather, Charlie's present position. She'd currently latched onto his leg like a limpet, and wasn't keen on releasing him. With a sigh, he raised the entrapped limb and glowered at her as he balanced on his unrestrained leg. Charlie, come on, let me go. It's not like I'm leaving you alone. Emily will still be here. It's not the summer. She all but whined the word at the last, clutching even closer to him still as buried her face into his knee. Don't leave. It's gotten so much livelier with you here. Heat surged up the back of his neck. He really wasn't used to taking compliments, even in the afterlife. I haven't done that much for the hotel, you know. Behind him, Kurama snorted into a palm. You have. Charlie glared at both of them, fangs flashing for a moment. You've helped out so much. Don't say otherwise. Had he? He'd nearly been seduced by a succubus, tangled with two overlords, fought Charlie's father, gotten into a terribly complicated situation with Kurama, then somehow made Emily follow him into this madness. That wasn't exactly a glowing recommendation. I mean, I've only brought 5 folks here, Charlie growled over his words. 4 is better than none. You can't leave. This was going nowhere, Naruto casting a despairing look Vagi's way. A little help? Babe, come on. His fellow angel hooked an arm under her lover's limbs as she tried to tug her free. He said he's coming back, let's just calm down and… Charlie bared her teeth and made angry Charlie noises. Vagi balked outright. Did you just hiss at me? Naruto couldn't quite contain his laughter. The fallen angel rounded on him. Don't encourage her. I'm not honest. Truth be told, he'd grown rather fond of this feisty girl and her friends. She'd brought light and life into what he thought would be an otherwise dull afterlife for him. Assuming this was, in fact, his afterlife, and not some grand mix-up in the cosmic scheme of things, he would miss everyone down here, brief though his absence would be. Still, he had to go. He could feel something tugging at him, and it wasn't the persistent princess perched on his leg. Working together, the two of them managed to pry the still upset Charlie off him. Kicking and screaming, of course, honestly made him feel a bit bad. Technically speaking, they were in uncharted waters here. He was probably the first angel in forever to show interest in the underworld after Charlie's dad, and poor Lucy was trapped down there. Wait, come to think of it, hadn't her mom vanished out of the blue and never come back? He recalled Lucy telling him that. For all he knew, they had a conversation just like this. Now here he was, doing something similar. Who, boy? Lot to unpack there. Look, he scratched the back of his head with a wry chuckle. I promise I'll come back, all right? Have you ever known me to break a promise? Charlie leaned against Vagi and held out her hand, one digit curled out toward him. Pinky promise? What are you, 6? Her girlfriend tutted, but her words lacked their usual rancor. Naruto hooked his little finger in hers. Cross my heart, hope to die, stick a needle in your eye. Charlie finished with a watery smile and a bittersweet laugh besides. Didn't think you knew that one. There's a lot you don't know about me. Her face flushed. About that well, she looked to Vagi, then squirmed a little when the latter flushed. I mean, we were wondering if it's nothing. Vagi clamped a hand over her mouth before she could finish. Never mind. Hey, this was your idea. You wanted to ask, shush! Naruto quirked a blonde brow as Charlie was summarily dragged back into the hotel, leaving him alone. In truth, he'd expected a noisier farewell. Kurama wasn't happy to see him go, but after they shared a fist bump, least she seemed to understand why, even if she was being a bit surly about it. I swear, if you come back with another broad, I will do things to you. Heat burned up the back of his neck all over again. As for the others, well, Verosika had taken one look at him after he'd announced his intention to leave, scoffed, and locked herself in her room. Carmine had cussed him out in Spanish and stormed off. He couldn't blame her for the cold shoulder. They probably thought he wasn't coming back. He'd make it up to her. Both of them. As for Velvet. Gotcha! A finger jabbed him between the shoulders, causing him to jump and his manifold wings to twitch. He cast a baleful glare over his shoulder, right eye twitching just so. Was that necessary, Vel? His least favourite overlord grinned up at him. Gotta get my kicks in while I can. Pivoting to face her fully, he crossed both arms before her chest and stared her down. She scoffed, planting a fist on her hip as she leaned forward to leer at him. Why the long face whiskers? You gonna miss me that much? He didn't quite know what to say to her. Or if he even ought to, for that matter. Should he bother? Complicated could hardly begin to describe things between the two of them. She'd originally come to the hotel to spy on him for crying out loud before he'd set her straight. She talked a good game, but folded under pressure like a house of cards. Even now, her leering grin amused him. If only because he knew she'd buckle the instant he applied all the pressure. Oi! She crossed both arms before her bosom, starting to freak me out now. You gonna talk? Give me a goodbye kiss or something. Naruto frowned at that remark. Sure enough, when he leaned forward, Velvet's smirk faltered and she was the one to balk. I was kidding. She flailed her hands at him in a mad panic, face flushing darker than her hair. Not so close. He smirked as she closed her eyes, leaned in the rest of the way and... Hey, stop! My heart isn't ready for this. Flicked her forehead. Velvet's eyes snapped open. You're some kind of asshole, you know that? He pinched her cheek for good measure, because he could. Takes one to know one. She pulled free and elbowed him with a huff. Right, headed back up to them pearly gates, are ya? Just for the day. Try not to burn the place down while I'm away. She snorted. No promises. Not to worry. Alistair went swaggering by, chuckling into a fist. We'll fare just fine without you. Naruto rolled his eyes and promptly flipped him off for good measure. Now, is that any way for an angel to behave? This from the strawberry pimp. Ha! Fuck you, Tilda! No, fuck you! They butted heads all over again, growling at one another. Alistair reached for his staff. Naruto conjured a Rasengan to his right hand. He didn't want to leave with a right, but if this bastard was asking for it... Velvet hooted in the background, camera flashing like a strobe light as she took countless pictures. Just kiss already. Hell no, I would sooner gargle glass. Her words were akin to flicking a switch. Naruto gagged as he jerked backwards, but it was the former overlord who reacted most viscerally of all. With a noise akin to radio static, he pivoted and smacked the phone out her hand with his staff, knocked it to the floor where he brought his foot down with a harsh crunch, shattering the device. Velvet cackled. Too late, already posted the pics, Tilda. Alistair's resultant smile had entirely too many teeth. My dear. He loomed over her, horns sprouting from his head. If you ever suggest something so obscene as intimacy between me and this blonde buffoon ever again, I will tear your soul apart and broadcast your screams to every denizen in the dark. Are we clear? She waggled a dark brow at him. But pretty vocal there. Methinks the radio demon doth protest too much, Tilda. Alistair garbled white noise and would have maimed her if it weren't for Naruto reeling him backward. Honestly, he was almost tempted to let him. He might have, too, if someone hadn't protested. You haven't left yet, have you? Emily swooped down from the balcony above, paperwork in hand, trailing loose sheafs of parchment as she went. One of them smacked Naruto in the face. He had time enough to skim over the words Grand Redemption Plan before the small seraphim forcibly plucked it from his hand and returned it to the countless documents festooning her arms. Nope, he waved lazily. Still here. Did you need something? Yes! She all but thrust her forehead against his, grinning from ear to ear as her nose brushed his own. You're going to speak with Sarah, right? Are the two of you finally going to make up? Gah! Personal space. Had she no concept of it? Velvet scoffed aloud. Make out, more like. Alistair thumped her over the head. Emily tilted hers with a soft hum. This time, Naruto found himself leaning further back. Whoa. He didn't much like the speculative look in his fellow angel's eyes just now. It concerned him. He hastily moved to avert disaster with his response. I'm gonna talk with her, yeah. Knock some sense into her noggin. Emily made happy Emmy noises and the moment passed. That's so wonderful. Will you be gone long? Maybe a day at most. He shrugged a shoulder. Can I trust you to keep things running with Charlie down here? Of course. The smaller seraphim saluted, lost a few papers for it, yelped, then darted hither and yon to retrieve them. Too darn cute. He couldn't help but take pity and help her, and if their hands happened to touch during the process, then surely that was as coincidence. No? Say, when I get back, I was thinking we could... Emily perked up, dark eyes shining. Yes? Naruto paused, keenly aware of Velvet and Alistair staring. The latter wore a shit-eating grin, the absolute bastard. Velvet had somehow produced a second phone from Sage Newware and had it trained firmly in his direction. He had no doubt that she was recording every second of this. Flushing, he beckoned Emily closer and leaned in to whisper into her ear. Much to his surprise, blushed to the very roots of her hair. Oh my, why was she blushing, oi? He was just talking about holding hands and cuddling, crying out loud. Also might need your help with the portal, he admitted, drawing back to scratch his head. Still haven't figured out how to reliably make those without them blowing up in my face. I'd have to fly up there without one, and I'd rather not let everyone know I'm coming. Sir, Emily squealed happily. Leave it to me. With a wave and flick of his wrist, she carved a pale portal in the air clear as day. Pausing just long enough to give him a quick hug, she ushered him through. Good luck, Tilda, Tilda. Adam saw the portal from on high. Kicking up her legs, she heaved a hearty sigh. Finally. The hell took you so long? Get your ass in there and fix this shit! Now, to keep Luke distracted while those two blockheads made up. Wait a minute! Where in the hells had Luke gone? Her smirk became a frown. No, you don't, Tilda. Portals were no fun. Naruto felt his stomach clench as he stepped out of Emily Gateway onto the promenade of heaven. The sudden shift between one realm and another not only left him feeling dizzy, but fair nauseous. Besides, staggering a little, he planted his right hand against the first wall he found for balance, then shook his head to clear it. How do angels do that? He grumbled under his breath. The next thing he noticed was the silence. It was so darn quiet. He found himself missing the noise of the hotel almost immediately. He'd always been a social creature, you see, and his brief soiree in the underworld had done little to change that. Still, taking a portal was a hell of a lot easier than flying straight up to the pearly gates, and far less conspicuous. Emily had even teleported him into a relatively secluded sidewalk near the embassy, which presented him with a clear path to his goal. No one had seen him yet, though that would probably change if he lingered her over long. Right then. It wasn't all that hard to sense Sera. Way up here it was so much easier to sense negativity, he wasn't drowning in it. She, however, was. Why? He could understand her being cross with him, but this was well beyond the pale. Her soul was swimming in conflicting emotions, anger, jealousy. What did she have to be jealous about? And a deep sorrow that permeated to the very depths of her being. Just what had happened while he was away? Only one way to find out, he supposed. He sensed someone behind him just then, a spark of anger just of sight around the bend. It wasn't Sarah. A muscle jumped in his jaw. For the love of... I don't have time for this, he sighed. I know you're there, Lute. Show yourself. No such luck. Straightening up, he pushed himself off the wall and glared in the direction of the negativity. If you won't come out, then I'll drag you out. Radiant light shone behind him before he could take a single step. All 10 of his wings flared outward instinctively in response, ready to defend. He'd felt this before when he'd flown too high. This overwhelming sense of peace, like his very self was being stripped away. That bittersweet sensation of all your worries and concerns falling to the wayside as it became difficult to think, like your head was filled with cotton candy. The source was directly behind him. Pivoting in place, he found himself faced with a towering, tall, beautiful winged woman, resplendent in white and golden robes, shining pure as the dawn, brighter than the sun. As he looked on, she drifted down from on high and held out a hand to him. He couldn't sense a single iota of animosity in her. She was just so nice. Was it possible to be too nice? Was that a thing? Gods, but she was big. She was even taller than Sera. Welcome home, my child. Her voice was honey-wrapped in sugar, velvety sweet. We have awaited your return. He bristled. Be at peace, my wayward son. You have nothing to fear from me. She smiled even as the question formed on his lips. You may address me as the speaker. Naruto lifted his chin and marshaled the tattered threads of his thoughts, forcing himself to focus. Speaker of what? She smiled. It was answer enough, more than enough. His eyes widened. The big cheese, huh? Well, don't I feel special? Her face dimpled in a smile gentle and benevolent. Blunt as ever, I see. The speaker of God simply smiled, as though he were an open book to her, his every thought hers to read. He didn't like it. You did well to return in such a timely manner. So speaking, she gestured to the buildings above with a robed arm. The one you know as Sarah mourns. She grieves. She hurts. She aches. Her voice dipped a little there at the last, and her omnipresent smile faded, betraying the first note of concern since they'd met. You must go to her. Quickly, now. Before it is too late. Naruto glanced back, following her pointer finger. Well, I did come here to talk to her. When he looked back, the speaker was long gone, having vanished into thin air. A stray shiver shook his shoulders. Right, gotta watch out for that. Anyone who could appear and disappear without him noticing was somebody to be wary of, even if she did seem so darn nice. Lute must have scarpered at some point because he didn't sense her anywhere nearby. Fine by him. One less problem for him to deal with. He didn't have time for her, and it wasn't as though she could do anything to harm him anyway. She was even weaker than Adam. From there, he took wing and made his way to the embassy. Sarah wasn't in her office. That was his first concern. He'd thought she'd be hard at work, but she wasn't. Apparently, she'd retired to her rooms. A wayward cherub encountered in the halls told him the way. By then, he knew it would be impossible to conceal his return. Cherubs liked to talk, and he'd be the gossip of the afterlife soon enough. Best get this done and get gone before trouble started. In short order, he found Sarah's quarters. Her door was locked, not big surprise. He considered announcing his presence with a knock, then thought better of it, fearing she might flee. He could hardly afford to break it down either. She'd definitely lash out at him. And frankly, he wasn't here for a fight. Nothing else for it, then. With a quick slash of his wings, he quietly carved an entrance in the nearest wall and walked through. Anyone walking by would notice, but it was better than the alternative. No response came. The room was dark and heavy with incense, dimly lit by golden candles, providing scant illumination that waxed and waned, casting flickering shadows on the wall. Even with his superior sigh, he could scarcely see a thing at any given moment. He squinted into the gloom and grimaced at what he found there. Were those scratch marks in the walls? Like someone had dragged their fingernails through the plaster. How unexpected. He'd half expected her to flip a desk or fling a chair at him. To shout and scream at the very least, to rage at him for being a foolish soul and jeopardizing the lot of him with his naive behavior and the like. Sarah did none of those things. On the contrary, she was asleep in her cot, back turned to him, winged tucked into her shoulders as she slumbered fitfully. Did angels need sleep? Let alone a seraphim. Supposedly he outranked her, but still. It was odd to think that she'd actually sleep like a normal person. Glass crunched under his feet when he moved. Through the gloom, he glimpsed a broken mirror nearby. Who would do such a thing? If so, why? Unease kicked at his heart, bringing with it a nagging sense of dread. Something had happened here. Something bad, and he could still barely see anything. For a single irrational moment, he honestly considered turning tail and just getting the hell out of here. Staying was going to make things complicated. He just knew it. Better to turn tail and not bother with this. Better not to care. Better to leave. And yet, he couldn't help himself. He inched closer, careful to avoid the shattered shards underfoot. Soft steps brought him to her side, and still she didn't stir. What to do? Did he wake her? He was tempted to... At length, he took a hold of her shoulder and reluctantly rolled her over, forcing her to face him. Come on, sleepyhead. This ain't the time for a catnap. What he saw there made him hiss. Her halo was cracked, her wings stained black and makeup ruined, tear tracks on her cheeks. They were fresh. She'd been crying in her sleep. Fallen. The word burned in his mind. She was falling, or very close to it. Just what had happened while he was away. What could have done this to her? Naruto reached out. Hey! Sarah sensed the movement and latched onto his hand with ferocious force, startling him. He froze at once, fearing she was awake, but no. Although her face twisted in agony and she curled herself around his arm with a mewl of pain, her gaze remained screwed shut. Tears pushed itself through the long lashes of her eyes as she mumbled in her sleep. Don't go, please. I can't hold on. Damn it! Pity kicked hard at his heart like an angry mule, trampling all thoughts of escape. He didn't have it in him to wake her, not when she was like this. Someone had done this to her. He refused to believe she could have allowed this to happen to herself. And he needed answers. Answers he wouldn't get when she was in such a sorry state. Waking her up wasn't an option either. So much for a quick exit. With a long-suffering sigh, careful not to release her hand, he sat by her bed, plonked down, laid his head in his arms, and waited for her to wake. A wry, exasperated smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. And so my watch begins. Chapter 22. Storm's coming. I can see the clouds. No running's gonna save you now. Oh, Lute. Whoever said I was running Tilda? Tilda? Like gravity? Part 1. What do you mean Uzumaki went back to heaven? Velvet winced, leaned back in her chair, and held her phone well away from her left ear as a chorus of damn static assaulted her senses. Even then her ears were left ringing from her comrade's shriek. Gods, but Vox was such a drama queen. Always shouting and squalling about something or someone. And today, he was having a proper fit, among bitch fits. She wasn't selling whiskers out to him, really. Nope, wasn't like that at all. Vox had come calling only a few minutes ago, trying to set up an interview with Heaven's latest, if not greatest, Angel, and she'd accidentally let slip the fact that said Angel wasn't exactly down here at the moment. The tantrum that had followed was legendary. Case in point, Velvet. Ugh, needy bastard was getting on her last nerve. You going deaf over there? She dug a finger in her ear with a grimace, trying to rid herself of the ringing in her ears, to no avail. I said he went up to the pearly gates. Something about business. No clue when he'll be back. I heard that, but why? Vox all but whined the last word. She could practically hear him gnashing his electric teeth. He was right where we wanted him. If you'd just stalled him for a few more minutes. Her brow furrowed in thinly veiled concern. Was he now? I wasn't aware that we were doing anything besides observing him. Vox faltered on the other end of the line and laughed nervously. Well, you know how it is. Plans change? Vox, darling, her grin gained an edge. Is there something you and Valentino aren't telling me about? Val, come on! Would I keep a secret from you? If it benefited him? Undoubtedly. Sleazy prick. Of course, she couldn't say that aloud without stirring shit up. Vox was more or less the de facto leader of the V's, and while he might occasionally act like the three of them were in a partnership, to an extent, she also knew he looked after his own needs first and foremost. Bastard had practically led a cult when he was alive. You could never truly trust someone like that, not completely. Nor did she, for that matter. Look, her so-called comrade feigned an awkward laugh, which meant shit had well and truly hit the fan. I've got one of the sins knocking on my door, asking where the hell that angel boy of yours is, and... Velvet sputtered, ashen cheeks burning pink. He's not my boy. Then you're what? His woman, or something? Vox. Semantics. It doesn't matter. Oi. She glowered into her phone, purple sparks shooting from her eyes. It does to me, you cheeky prat. Velvet! He's already picked a fight with the damn hellhounds and pissed off their boss. Not exactly a guy you say no to. Her eyes bulged. Well, don't send any of them here. Morningstar's gonna blow a gasket. Vox guffawed, and this time he sounded thrilled. Shit, he's there too. And here I thought he was too busy fucking around with his ducks. Damn it. Hadn't meant to tell him that. Listen. She all but ground the word out through clenched teeth, hating how it sounded like she was begging. Just stall them, all right? I need more time. Fiend. I'll see what I can do you. But you owe me, babe. Velvet closed down her phone with a sigh and looked back to the hotel with a sigh. Don't I always? Already she could hear the racket within. Verosica was shouting at Kurama over something or other, but her words lacked rancor, and there unmistakably an undercurrent of laughter to it. Controlled chaos, some might say, but without Naruto, it just wasn't the same. There was an emptiness to it for her, an entertainment most sorely lacking. The underworld was changing, and that was good, but without him here to push her buttons, she found herself drifting away from it all. Oh gods, she missed him already. Her! Actually missing someone. Stop the presses! Was she going soft? Couldn't be. She didn't love the blonde bastard. She just found him entertaining, that was all. Yeah, he was good for her label and helping her get views on VoxTube. No feelings involved here, no siree. Nothing of the sort. She didn't give a flying fig for what he thought of her or any of that shite. Bugger. Maybe that hag, Carmine, had the right of it, stalking off when she did. At least her fellow overlord could sulk in the privacy of her own home. With a huff, Velvet palmed her face and stared wistfully up at heaven above. Whatever he's doing up there, better be important. Tilda. Carmine kicked out at her punching bag with a furious cry, obliterating it in a shower of dust. The poor thing yielded far, far, far too easily. Alas, her anger did not. She would be having words with Uzumaki when he returned. Tilda, so, no sex? Verosica flopped onto the couch and buried her head in a pillow with a forlorn sigh. No sex? Angel Dust patted her head. There, he'll be back. He better be. Bastard owes me an orgasm. Tilda. Kurama eyed the absolute mountain of paperwork before her with a baleful eye. I fail to understand why you need my help with this mess. Wouldn't Charlie be a better choice? Oh, come on. Emily poked her head over his shoulder with a happy chirrup. You're the one who knows Naruto best. The kitsune blanched. Is that what all these forms are for? That stupid declaration of his? Yup, Tilda. We've got to start somewhere. I'm not helping you with these. Please. Kurama stood strong. Emily clasped both hands together and made sad Emmy noises. Kurama folded like a house of cards. Tilda, Sira awoke slowly. Wakefulness wasn't a sudden thing on her part. It came slowly, painfully, reluctantly returning her to reality. She dug her heels in and fought it with every fibre of her corrupted being, not wanting to waken from the dream and the sweet solace it provided. She'd slept restlessly throughout much of the night, tossing and turning, tormented from every side. Haunted by doubt, guilt, and the nightmares. By the Creator, the endless nightmares. They had clung to her like a shroud of shadow, dampening her with darkness, further corroding her thoughts as she fell further and further. She had ranted and raged against the inevitable, shouted and screamed, all for naught. The dead had no mercy for her. The damned dragged her down with countless cold hands, making her pay for the last 7 years, for every extermination. And then, suddenly, peace. Light in the dark. Salvation. Someone or something had plunged into her nascent nightmare like a fallen star amidst the darkness. Gently it took a hold of her, wrapped an arm her waist and promptly pulled her out of the depths. Then came another arm, enfolding her in a warm embrace, holding her tight. One palm had stroked the small of her back, that sweet spot directly between her 6 wings, while the other came to rest upon her hip and rocked her from side to side. Whomever, whatever the entity was, it had cuddled her close, whispering reassurances in her ear. She could barely remember the last time someone had hugged her, truly embraced her, not since she was very young. She possessed only a distant memory of such an event, of the speaker's arms enfolding her tiny body and a hand tucking her head into a warm bosom as they dried her tears. This had been like that, but better, for lack of a better word. Enfolded within those arms, she felt safe and warm, as though she were on the very verge of a song. Her! Singing! The very thought made her flush. Even now their voice resounded in her ears, a harmonic note ringing through every fibre of her being. And so my watch begins. They had sounded so familiar, almost painfully so. Why? In the end, it was just a dream. She tried to cling on to that moment forever, but her body simply wouldn't allow it any longer. Once she was awake, and it was impossible to stay asleep. Her wings twitched as she sighed, lips pursing in an annoyed frown. Now that she was awake, she was aware. Being aware meant she remembered everything, with all the baggage that came with it. Her eyes reluctantly drifted open, accepting defeat. Time to face the day, she supposed. No point in putting it off any longer. She could hardly afford to hide away in her room the entire day and... Wait just a moment. Why was she so warm? Sarah sought to roll over. Unfortunately, something tugged at her arm, and rather than rising, she only wound up flopping from her side and onto her back. Baffled, she glared up at the ceiling in quiet confusion and tried to move again. This time, she felt a wayward tug on her arm. Something had a hold of her hand. She could feel it. Irritated, she then turned the other way, seeking the source. Her eyes bulged. Naruto! Because that was undoubtedly the exasperating angel kneeling at the foot of her bed, winged tucked over his body like a blanket, sound asleep as he clutched her fingers within his. The very sight of their interlocked hands turned her face beet red and sent a rush of complicated emotions coursing through her bosom. How improper, how indecent, how shameless. You're not letting go, though. Not the voices again! Reluctantly, Sarah tugged her hand free, only to find that he'd somehow folded a note between their clasped palms. Upon freeing herself, it tumbled free and landed neatly in her lap. She snatched it up thoughtlessly, only to scowl at the rough scrawl written therein. For an angel most high, his handwriting was just awful. She didn't know how to feel about that, despite the message therein. Hey, so I'm back. Writing this with one hand is pretty hard. You looked pretty messed up, so I figured I'd let you sleep. Pretty tired myself, come to think of it. Can't remember the last time I slept. P.S. If I fall asleep, please don't draw on my face. Warm regards, Tilda N. The note fell from Sira's fingers as a blackened orb bloomed upon her chest, followed by countless others in her halo and hair besides. She gasped and hastily dispelled them with flailing fingers. Still, the damage was done. Worse, he'd come back and seen her dishevelled state. He was a witness, a loose end. The cause of all this. Despite that thought, her body betrayed her and her right hand twitched off its own accord, absently reaching down to cup his cheek. He looked so young in that instant, helpless. It almost made her want to, or rather want him to. Oh, naughty girl. Such impure thoughts. Whatever would your speaker say? Sarah scowled. He had seen her while she slept, which meant he knew. There could be only one course of action, one solution. Forgive me, she whispered under her breath. Tilting his head back, Sarah conjured a weapon into her open hand, a lance of light, one she even now awkwardly aimed at his throat at an angle. But even that aspect of her power was warped, flickering with shadows. She loathed the sight of it, not just the weapon, but the image of herself gazing back at her within its depths. Once more, a darkened version of herself leered at her horns and all, flames crackling in her bright eyes, grinning from ear to ear. She seemed more real now than ever. Sarah flinched at the sight of herself and hastily averted her regards. No, that wasn't her. It could never be her. She was an angel most high, not a demon. Lies? In your house of God? No wonder he's abandoned you. Be silent. Sarah brought her arm back to deliver damnation. Despite her shout, Naruto didn't stir. Preposterous! Here at last she dithered, hesitated, faltering out of fear. Why wasn't he reacting? He had to be aware of her, he must be. There was no way he wasn't. She'd seen him react to threats well beyond the speed of light before, both against Adam and others since. For him to remain dormant now of all times, idly dozing into her palm without a care in the world. It seemed too good to be true. Was this a test? A trick? He couldn't possibly trust her. Not after their last argument. Yet he'd come back, hadn't he? He'd been holding her hand, banished her nightmares, she realized that now. He could have stayed down there in the underworld, Morningstar's kingdom, rubbing elbows with demons and sinners alike, yet he hadn't. Instead, he'd returned for her. He hadn't brought Emily with him. He'd hastened to her side alone, as though he'd somehow sensed her suffering. Why? Why come back? Why did he fill her with such conflicting feelings? Why? Why? She snarled at him, baring her teeth. This is all your fault. If only you didn't exist. Naruto snorted in his sleep just then, perhaps subconsciously responding to her. The sound soured Sarah, cursing her with equal parts wrath and grief alike. The gall! Do you think you're being cute? She could just imagine his retort, Bitch, I'm adorable Tild. Was she hearing even his voice now? Was there no end to this torment? Would she never be free? Her arm trembled, a bead of sweat ran down her brow. She hated him. She loved him. She wanted to kill him. She wanted him to look at her. A hysteric laugh leapt from her lips. Damn you! Do it, the voice whispered in her ear, crooning softly. Strike him down, and your journey will be complete. You'll finally be free. Sarah's heart hitched. Freedom. Wasn't that what she wanted? She could almost feel the unseen claws on her face now, cupping her cheek just as she did Naruto's. Still no reaction. She looked back to him, wondering when, if he would make his move. Soon, surely. He was completely exposed. Utterly vulnerable. Unless, maybe he really was asleep. In that case, a single strike. That was all it would take. One quick thrust of her lance and he would die. Even he couldn't survive a wound like that. She had no idea where an angel went after they died, but wherever it was, it wouldn't be here. He would be out her hair once and for all. Emily would understand. This was for the good of heaven. Naruto was dangerous, just like the Morningstar, a freethinker whose good intentions would ultimately damn them all. She had to do this. She must do this. She would protect everyone. Even if Emily didn't understand. Even if she hated her. Even if... A whisper caressed her ear. Don't worry, Sarah. I love you. After all, I couldn't exist without you. Sarah stabbed down. Tilda. Achoo, Tilda. Charlie sneezed harshly, startling Vaggie out of bed. Baffled, she glared daggers at her. Babe, what the actual fuck? Tilda. A lone black feather fluttered down to alight upon Alastor's head. Grinning, he plucked the plumage from his hair. My, now what do we have here? Tilda. Morningstar chuckled ruefully, shook his head, and promptly polished off the last of his drink. He had definitely felt something just now, a shift in the proverbial balance, if you will. Setting his mug down, he looked heavenward, face splitting in a smug smirk. He'd hate to tell Naruto I told you so, but... He'd definitely say I told you so. This is gonna be fun, Tilda. Kurama felt a stab of agony as though it were her own and bristled from head to toe. A fist swung outward, obliterating a nearby wall. "I'll kill her." Tilda. Emily looked up from her paperwork with a soft sigh. She'd felt it too just now. How could she not? "Oh, Sarah, what did you do?" Tilda. Sarah stared at the blood upon her spear. Oh, gods. She'd gone and done it now, hadn't she? She'd never be able to come back from this. Not now. Not ever. It couldn't be denied her lance had undoubtedly drawn angelic blood. That much was surely true. And yet it was far from a fatal wound. A few stray beads of golden ichor sizzled away at the edge of her weapon, leaving behind a shallow slice across her fellow angel's cheek. Yet despite that, or perhaps in spite of it, Naruto's head remained where it was, firmly affixed to his shoulders. He really hadn't reacted at the end there, even with her intent to kill looming over him. He'd not even twitched, which meant he trusted her enough to let his guard down. Which meant he might actually feel something for her in return. Which meant it was a slim chance, and may well be self-delusion on her part, the thoughts of a mind gone mad. Perhaps it was. Regardless, the results spoke for themselves. Sarah's body betrayed her without warning. There was no other word for it. The reaction proved as deep as it was visceral. Something deep inside her said no, rejecting the concept of violence completely and utterly, leaving her to recoil in horror from what she had done, or rather nearly done. She began to hyperventilate, lungs heaving, sweat beading her brow. Monster. I'm a monster. I nearly... Her weapon fell from her furled fingers, struck the floor and shattered soundlessly. She ripped her hand from Naruto's face and let his head flop bonelessly back to the bed. In truth, she barely noticed. She was too busy staring at her trembling hands. Her vision flickered madly. One moment her palms were spattered with golden blood, in the next they were clean again. Bloody! Clean now. Bloody once more. A lone tear fled from her eyes, tumbled down her cheek, tickled her chin, and dripped down to strike Naruto's cheek, followed by a second, then a third, yet a fourth and a fifth besides. The minuscule wound on his cheek healed and sizzled away into nothingness with a bit of steam. Not that she noticed in that instant. She was too busy looking herself, her cracked halo and stained wings. In that instant she experienced an awful moment of clarity, a fleeting sliver of sanity amidst the tattered tapestry of her thoughts. She couldn't do it. She just couldn't. By the speaker, what have I done? What have I become? For once the voice remained curiously silent, almost worryingly so. She had wanted her to lash out, and she had. So why was it quiet now? In the end, Sarah never had a chance to wonder why, because Naruto stirred and the moment passed, shaking his head to and fro. The blonde angel scrubbed the last dregs of sleep from his eyes before raising both arms over his head. From there he stretched like a lazy fox with a mighty yawn, utterly unaware of just how close he'd come to death, seemingly ignorant of it all. Or was he? His eyes met hers and she wondered. There was no way of telling, and that frightened her. Sarah flinched beneath his stoic stare and hastily averted her gaze, to no avail. What would he think? What would he say? What would he do? There could be no hiding her sorry state from him now. Even as she thought to tuck her warped wings behind her back, he was already frowning at her, peering at her thoughtfully. They hadn't spoken for quite some time now. Even before he departed, she'd lacked the ability to read him, much less predict his movements. His lips parted. Sarah tensed, bracing herself for the fight of her life. This was one battle she might not survive. "Why are you crying?" Of all the questions to ask. Yet she still was, wasn't she? She hadn't even realized it. But she couldn't stop. She was overwhelmed. Something had cracked deep inside her, and she didn't think she'd ever be whole again. She wasn't even sure she wanted to be anymore. A strangled sound lodged itself in her throat. It took her a moment to realize it was a sob. "I hate you." Whiskered cheeks, dimpled in a wry smile, pure as a sunbeam. "I don't think you do." No! She wasn't playing this game. Not with him! Why didn't you dodge? She could almost imagine his response. "Because I trusted you. Because I knew you wouldn't hurt me. Because I love you too." But he didn't say any of those things. Instead, he tilted his head and squinted at her. Dodge what? And so she had no way of knowing. Playing dumb, was he? Damn him. Or why are you here, Uzumaki? His eyes opened ever so slightly to regard her with renewed scrutiny. Let's answer your question with another question. Why do you look like that? Insufferable blonde bastard. As though he didn't know. Fine. two could play this game. She, stubborn, tucked her wings in tight behind her back and turned away from him, refusing to let him get a good look at her halo in the gloom of her room. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean. Sarah, she stubbornly struck the tears from her eyes with the back of her left hand, refusing to acknowledge him in any way. Naruto rose, walked around the bed, and placed himself firmly in her field of view. Sarah jerked her gaze away. He could have grabbed her, made her look at him, compelled her to action with his silver tongue, even leaped onto the bed and gotten into her face. But he did none of those things. Instead, he calmly circled around her once more until she'd no choice but to look at him. Thud, thud, thud went her traitorous heart, pounding a mile a minute. She panicked and looked away again. Sighing, he walked back round the other end to face her. I can do this all day, you know. She pushed out at his chest with both palms, seeking to shove him. Leave me be! Naruto casually caught her by the wrists, one to each hand, and stared her down. When faced with that golden gaze, Sarah felt heat creep up the back of her neck and seep into her cheeks. She managed to meet his gaze for a solid 9 seconds before her nerve faltered. All too soon, she found herself looking away. Cease, she muttered under her breath. Don't stare at me like that. Something softened in those blazing eyes of his. Fine. He pulled her forwards into his arms. Sarah tensed, expecting an attack or worse, retribution for the soul death she'd nearly inflicted upon him in her madness, but it never came. Instead, he lifted her up. Belatedly, her chin came down over his shoulder, his arms curled around her wings, and she found herself brought close to him, closer than she'd ever dared dream. It was only when he began patting her back that she realized what he was doing. Naruto's first action had been one of retaliation, but rather to embrace her. There we go. He chuckled. Emmy says hugs always help. Sarah froze. As she'd said before, it had been a long while since she received a proper hug herself. She was the eldest, the high seraphim, second only to the ones above and the speaker. Yet here she was, sat in his lap. When had he put her there? Clinging on to him for dear life like some helpless waif. It would have been galling if she weren't so weary. Still, she felt she should offer some modicum of protest. This is most improper. He scoffed into her shoulder. Then let go. She most assuredly did not. Thought so. Idly, she felt a hand reach over her shoulder to touch one of her wings. She bristled and tried to wriggle free from him, but it was too late. He was already pulling the prehensile limb back with dexterous ease, inspecting the stained feathers with a keen eye in the low candlelight. Humming to himself, he moved on to another, then the next, observing each of her wings one by one with a keen eye. At length he finally spoke, yet when he did, he said the words she least wanted to hear. You look awful. How'd this happen? Sarah growled and tried to escape him, but it wasn't that easy. He had a good grip on her waist. All she managed to do was flail her legs and accidentally hike up her gown, exposing a goodly portion of her long legs to his startled eyes. Blast him. Did he even realize the compromising position he'd placed her in? Probably not. The fool was thick as a brick when it came to some things. Why have you returned? Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a wry smile. Because of you. Her dark face burned darker still. No! Don't let him set the pace. When did you get back? He tutted at her reprovingly. Oh, did you miss me that much? Sarah snarled at him. Do you think yourself funny? Hilarious, actually. He touched a finger to her halo, only to frown as a portion of it crumbled at his touch. So? Out with it. What happened to you? She finally managed to wrest herself out of his lap, but that only left her sitting beside him with no escape, feeling more vulnerable than ever before. It's none of your concern. He reached up and flicked her forehead, drawing a yelp from her. Yeah, no, I'm thinking it is since I sensed your distress all the way down in the underworld. Sarah bit her lip to stifle an instinctive retort. How was he aware of that? Did his abilities truly extend so far between realms? Pride reared its ugly head in her heart. Deny, deny, deny! Laugh as though her life depended on it. I assure you, regardless of what you sensed, I'll be just fine. Bullshit. Language! She rounded on him with a hiss, wings bristling. Comport yourself properly. You are an angel, for heaven's sake. And you're falling. The counter stung, but he wasn't finished with her yet. She flinched. What proof do you have? He tapped her cracked halo. I may not understand some stuff, Sarah, but I'm not stupid. Yes, he was. For all his vaunted claims at being able to sense emotions, He didn't realize that he was the source of her woe. Perhaps if he did, this would be simpler. But no, just like that, all his walls were up around her again. It wasn't fair. Why wouldn't he let his guard down around her as he had Emily? He had for a time there, while he slept. Now he was infuriating her all over again. Screw it. If he was going to hurt her, then she'd just have to hurt him first, wouldn't she? You want the reason? She flared her wings anew with an exasperated noise. This is your fault. You're responsible for this. Am I? That same insouciant smile flashed forth, wild and rebellious, just like Morningstar. No, worse than him. He was being soulfully stubborn, eternally erratic, and deliberately difficult. How would my actions have anything to do with you falling unless... His eyes widened as his entire body tensed. She saw the precise moment he put 2 and 2 together, then found 4. When his lips parted, a little miserable deep inside her wailed out of sheer shame. No, no, no! Don't say it! Be silent. Remarkably, he didn't. Instead, he dodged that proverbial arrow and changed the subject. You've been spying on me. It wasn't a question, but neither was it an accusation either. More statement of facts than anything else. Why? She flushed, grateful for the reprieve, though she'd never dare admit it aloud. I was merely observing your movements. Uh-huh. He crossed both arms before his chest and stared her down. You sent Lucy after me. Sarah blinked. Lucy? You mean the Morningstar? I admit I had words with him. Naruto made a triumphant noise. Blast! She'd said it aloud. Aha, Tilda. He thrust a finger into her face, poking her cheek. So it was you after all. He was right. Sarah batted his hand down with a flush, eyes glowing. You were a danger. You still are. His eyes glowed an ominous white. In what world? This one. In response to his subtle flex of power, her own gaze bled black on red with infernal fire for a moment before she mastered herself. You question, you poke, you prod, you threaten the natural order of things. And in your blind focus, your naivete, you threaten to destabilize the very realms themselves. You're just as bad as Morningstar's daughter, Naruto laughed suddenly, a sharp, savage bark of sound that had no business coming from a human's throat, angel or otherwise. I'll be the first to admit Charlie has some flaws. She doesn't always think things through, for one. He palmed his face with a sigh. I can't count the number of times I've seen her charge ahead and make mistakes, some bigger than others, all in the hope that every soul can be saved. Her heart's in the right place, but she's not always right. His face closed down for a moment, likely recalling some mangled memory she wasn't privy to, and in that instant, something dark flashed across his saintly visage. Sometimes she's wrong. Terribly, horribly wrong. The sight of his whiskered visage just then frightened Sarah more than she dared admit. What would happen if Naruto was the one to fall? If he gave into darkness? She already knew the answer. Everything would be destroyed. I'm not one to tell a lie, you know. He shook his head and the moment passed. Redemption is a nice dream, but as much as she might wish otherwise, it's not for everyone. For some, extermination might be necessary. I can think of at least 7 souls that deserve to be destroyed. Clutching his shoulders, he shivered for a moment. I had to shut off my senses for the longest time because I could stand the stench, the negativity, the darkness. Sarah blinked, startled by his declaration. It was surprisingly martial of him, outright blunt even. At last, some common ground! Without thinking, she reached out to take his hands in hers. You understand, then. Hell is dangerous. A threat. His head bobbed in a slow nod of agreement. It is. Relief unfurled in her broken heart. Then, Naruto pulled his fingers from hers. However, that single word dashed her hopes against the rocky shores of reality. I've met so many souls who can and should be redeemed. His smile returned suddenly, and it was so earnest, so pure, that Sarah almost found herself nodding along before she caught herself slipping. They're remarkable. They deserve a chance to be better. Now it was he who reached out to take her hands in his. Despite having done so herself only a moment before, this was different. The sheer intimacy of the gesture had her flushing. He threaded his fingers within her own and gave them a gentle squeeze. It was enough to make her swoon, and the words that followed were the coup de grâce. Don't you want to help them? She wanted to help herself to him. Gah! No! Sinful thoughts! Heresy! Out of my head! She averted her gaze, but found herself glancing at him out the corner of her right eye. And if they fail? He shrugged a shoulder. Then they can keep trying. Sage knows I did. Think of it like training. I failed a ton of times before I became this strong. Practice makes perfect, you know. What you're suggesting is heretical. His smile didn't waver. If you'd just come down with me and Emily, you'd see… Come down? A hysteric laugh had her wings blooming in all their black glory. Like this? The waning light from the candles cast her face in baleful relief, leaving her eyes flickering with flames. I can't even leave this room. If I'm seen, I'll be cast out. Naruto hummed. Maybe I can help with that. Hold still. What? He held up their still intertwined hands before she could think to protest further. Light flowed out of him and into her, suffusing her with warmth such as she'd never known. The searing radiance sank deep into her body, burning the darkness within her away. Sarah recoiled with a yelp, but despite her fear, there was no pain. Not a jot. There we go. Naruto sagged where he sat, slightly out of breath as the light faded. That should help. Help it had. Sarah released his hands and peered over her shoulder, preening at her radiant white wings. A trembling hand rose to touch her halo and found it intact once more. She released a shuddering breath she hadn't realized she was holding in and allowed herself to breathe. For a single wonderful moment, she was whole, radiant, and pure once more. But only for a moment. Not a heartbeat later, the shadow stains returned in force, the illusion cracked, and that which lay within was revealed, exposing her corruption once more. An ugly feeling arose in the pit of her stomach, as she scowled down at herself in dismay. Naruto had treated the symptoms perhaps, but not cured the cause, merely concealed it. Unless the source was alleviated, she would remain as she was. Because of him. Because of her feelings. Naruto clicked his tongue. Persistent? He took up her hands again, flared all 10 of his wings and focused anew. More light surged into Sarah and she doubled over with a cry. It felt good, feeling as though she'd been dipped in the sun itself. Again, the effect was fleeting. The moment she released his hands, the corruption returned. Worse than before. Naruto dragged a hand down his face, grumbling under her breath. All right, a bit more complicated than I thought. Full power it is. Her eyes widened. No, wait. My body isn't ready. Naruto didn't wait. Even as she protested, his body burst into blinding incandescent brilliance, leaving Sarah to gasp as a fresh wave of heat roared across their interlocked hands. It raced up her arms, then promptly coursed through her from head to toe. This time it didn't fade so quickly, it fought the darkness within her, burning brighter and bolder than ever before. It tore through her in a torrent of pleasure, spread to her every pore, burgeoning and building until she saw stars, and those stars shattered behind her eyes in a tide of white as she moaned. Stop! She gasped out, breaths escaping her in needy little pants. Stop! I can't take it anymore. A fresh paroxysm of delight rocked her body, and she found herself sagging against him. Did he just… No, had she just… Dear Creator, she'd actually orgasmed, hadn't she? Through ringing ears, she heard Naruto chuckle nervously. Oops! Didn't mean to do that. Oops, he said. Blonde bastard! Her legs trembled beneath her gown and she instinctively pushed her thighs together to hide her pleasure for what little good it did her. As she squirmed helplessly, a black feather fell past her frowning face, startling her terribly. Could it be… Stars. A cursory glance confirmed it. Her wings were white again, her halo mended, the corruption within held at bay. For now. As she took a breath, she found herself able to heal, if only superficially. The rot had sunk its roots deep within her, and she had no doubt the corruption would return the moment he let go. Because you see, this time Naruto hadn't yet let go of her hands. Or hand, rather. As she looked on, he briefly released one of them to wipe some sweat from his brow, then immediately went back to maintaining a proper firm grip on her fingers. His face was a mask of rigid concentration, eyes narrow and intent as he grappled with something only he could see. Finally, he leaned back with a frown. I can't get rid of this thing. He sounded almost appalled with his failure. I can hold it back, maybe give you a boost, but I can't make it go away. I'm sorry, I don't know what else to say. She knew perfectly well why. Because she hadn't faced these feelings clamoring in her chest. It was her fault. In her heart of hearts, she was a coward. To speak the words to him was to give them form, and in form, risk failure. Denial. Rejection. And maybe Naruto was a bit of coward too, because while he definitely noticed it earlier, he wasn't talking about it now. They were quite the cowards, weren't they? Sure enough, the moment he released her hand, Sarah felt the corruption creep back in. In a panicked fit, she tried to latch onto him, missed his hands entirely, and somehow wound up in his lap instead. Something stirred in her, and the darkness receded, beaten back, but not defeated. She could still feel it in her heart, a wolf lurking at the edges of the light, a beast ready to pounce if she should falter, even for a moment. Physical contact, then. Whatever Naruto done to her had proven a remedy, however temporary. It wasn't limited to his hands, apparently, so long as she was touching him. This could work. She would make it work. An awkward solution was better than no solution at all, surely. Or you could just confess to him, kiss him, pin him down to the bed and make sweet, sweet love to him. Blast! And she'd thought herself rid of the voice. I thought you were gone. What do you want? I want what you want, naturally. And right now, that's him. Naruto favored her with an exasperated look, blind to her inner turmoil. This ain't gonna work. I can't stay by you every second of the day. Can't you? She pleaded. He sighed. Sarah, we need to deal with the cause of this. What cause? She babbled hysterically, talking over him. There is no cause. I know not this cause of which you speak. Enough. The room trembled for a moment as every candle in her quarters dimmed. You said I was the cause of this. So what exactly did I do besides defy you? Everything. She'd watched him essentially start a new life down in the underworld from afar. Witnessed him take charge and make proclamations he had no right to make, face obstacle after obstacle, and win over adversary and ally alike with more than just his fists, but his words as well. He confounded her. Sometimes he gave in to others, and at others he was a brick wall of resolve, an unmovable rock. It wasn't his charisma that first spawned this seemingly one-sided attraction, though that certainly helped. No, in truth, those emotions were of the baser variety. Envy for his deeds, pride in his accomplishments, lust to have him trapped beneath her, greed so that she might have him all to herself, wrath that he seemed so willfully blind to her burgeoning feelings. Gluttony and sloth alone didn't factor into the equation, if only because she didn't feel the like when she looked at Naruto. But she felt everything else, and therein lie the problem. A seraphim most high mustn't feel such things. She was meant to embody justice and order, not be some wanton harlot with a crush. Her lips formed a thin line of defiance as she fought to ignore these seething feelings. She must master these emotions, move beyond them. She must. Besides, rejection would shatter her. And if she shattered, she'd surely fall. Her other self laughed at her. Coward, coward, coward. Just listen to yourself, unwilling to kill him, but too afraid to take a leap of faith. You're a hypocrite. Amongst hypocrites, faith was all she had left. If she lost that, she'd break. A tissue brushed her cheek. You're crying again? Sarah sniffled and looked away. I am not. Now, Naruto took her by the cheeks and dragged her face back to his. So speaking, he began the laborious process of drying her tears, ruined makeup, and all. And here I thought Seraphim didn't lie. Her shoulders seized up in a fit. Damn you, Uzumaki. Perhaps she was damned already. In that case, screw it. She was tired of hurting, and he was too damn close. With a breathy sigh, Sarah pivoted in Uzumaki's lap, leaned forward, and pressed her forehead to his. Their noses brushed. It wasn't a kiss. Far from it. Nowhere close. Their lips didn't touch in the least. She wasn't ready for something like that. Didn't even know how to deliver one properly. But the speaker used to do this for her when she was little, and the habit brought her some small comfort. Naruto paused in cleaning her face, momentarily confused. Sarah? She closed her eyes and refused to look at him. I'm tired. Oi, don't go taking a nap on me now. She pressed a finger to his lips. Shush, he guffawed. You can't just shush me. 4 other fingers joined the first as she clamped a palm over his mouth, muffling his words. Can. Have. Did. He frowned thunderously at her, but didn't protest, nor did he attempt to break free, though he could have. Such was well within his power. Instead, he simply stared. I need you. There! She'd said it aloud. The hardest part was over. In all fairness, I'm not sure when I started to, but I do. I want you by my side. Frankly, she also wanted him to bend her over a barrel, and maybe little seraphims besides, but she didn't dare say that for fear of spooking him. You've changed things. There's no going back. And perhaps, she glanced to her wings, still pure for now so long as she relied upon him, perhaps that's a good thing. You say some of the souls below deserve redemption. Do you believe that? He rolled his eyes and nodded vigorously against her palm. Sarah took a deep breath and stared him down. Do you believe I deserve redemption? Naruto ceased nodding, bright eyes squinting at her with renewed intensity as his brow furrowed. Neither a rejection nor an affirmation, then. Is that all you have to say, Ao? She yelped as he bit her hand, causing her to jerk backwards. What do you want me to say? He raised both shoulders, palms pointed upward in a shrug as she glared at him. We've butted heads more times than I can count, but sometimes it feels like I barely know you, even if you are fun to tease. Straightening up, he patted her head, tousling the long pale locks. And you're not damned despite what you think. It's normal to feel emotions. Here at last he looked away, idly scratching the back of his head in almost boyish chagrin. Even angels, you know. It's what you do with them that counts, Sarah dared to hope. Then he held up a finger to ward off any advances on her part. Friends first. I'm not going to just jump into the sack with you out of the blue. That wouldn't be fair to Emily or Verhosika. Emily she could understand, but to rank a hellspawn above her? That stung a little, but she could accept it. They'd only just begun mending bridges, after all. Still, she was a greedy angel and she had to ask. Afterwards, then? Naruto coughed into a fist. She didn't miss the flush in his face. We can test the waters and see where it goes. If it goes, I mean. Another cough and he was full on blushing now. I'm not really used to all these people being interested in me, you know? I'm going to get dogpiled at this rate. Sarah didn't budge. Naruto sighed. You're not going to move, are you? Is that a problem? Naruto opened his mouth. Sarah did not pout, but she did stare. He chuckled. You're kind of used to getting your way, ain't you? She couldn't quite hide the ghost of a smile from her face. I thought we were testing the waters. Looks like it. At length, he gave up trying to make her move and let her stay in his lap. She latched onto his hand as recompense, which he accepted with a sigh and changed the subject. She could still feel hints of darkness churning within her, and she wasn't eager to see them, even less so as Naruto spoke. So how long have you been holed up in here, anyway? Is anything even getting done? Thank goodness she happily pounced on the offered olive branch, desperate to change the subject. I've delegated most of my paperwork to Abel and Adam, actually. Naruto's brow shot straight into his hair. Adam's awake? Sarah grimaced in mild annoyance. Yes, about that. The door to her room slammed open with a devastating crunch, nearly ripping itself free from its hinges. Speak of the nuisance, and they shall appear. Hey, bitch! Naruto balked at the sight of her. Adam! Yeah, should have seen Abel S. reaction. It was one for the ages. Kid almost thought I was Eve. She smacked her lips and looked to Naruto. Right, so you and me need to have words about a certain someone, Sarah growled. Get out. Now hold on, boss lady, this is important. Adam looked down. Idly noted Sarah's rather compromising position in Naruto's lap. Well, well, well. A shit-eating grin spread across the former Archangel's visage. What do we have here, Tilda? Sarah conjured a lance of light to her hand and brandished it with intent. Out! Credit where it was due, the redhead promptly performed an about face. All right, I can see you're busy. Don't make too many little seraphims, Sarah launched the lance. Adam fled with a yelp, and the door slammed shut, leaving them alone. Naruto gave her an arch look. What exactly happened while I was away? Sarah sighed into her palm. It's a long story. Chapter 23. Welcome home. I'm gonna make you wish you stayed gone. Hold up, bitch. That's my song. I'm not even in this chapter. Neither am I. Copyright, my dear. Calm yourself. Tilda Lute, Vox, and Alastor. Like Gravity, Part 2, Sarah didn't release him for an entire hour. In all honesty, Naruto found it, well, kinda adorable, frankly, seeing someone so terribly towering be so crushingly clingy. During his tenure in the Heaven, he'd grown somewhat accustomed to seeing Sarah as some primly proper princess, maybe a queen at a stretch, a beacon of leadership. Stern and stoic, utterly unflappable, unfazed by the world at large. Or so she seemed. Until you roused her temper. Then all bets were off. And what a temper it was. He couldn't remember the last time he had an argument with someone like her. A full-throated screaming match to end all screaming matches. It felt good to air all his grievances at her. Much to his surprise, she'd given as good as she got in return. Thus had they lanced the proverbial pus from the wound, as it were, and now things could finally start to heal. Definitely. All right, hopefully. Possibly a maybe. Now here Sarah was, practically glued to his side as they gilded down the halls together, hand in hand, hip brushing his with nearly every other step. Every so often, when she thought he wasn't looking, her gaze would stray down to him just to make certain he was still there, as though she feared he might run off again the moment she let him out her sight. Then she'd nod to herself, mumble something under her breath, and grip his hand all the tighter. It was like an older version of Emily. How could he not find that cute? Granted, he was sure Sarah would be fine without him for a little bit, but since she clearly didn't want to test that and risk exposing her corruption, he'd elected to humour her for now. After all, he couldn't blame her for being afraid. He'd treated the symptoms of her would-be falling, not the cause. That was his doing, apparently. And that, well, that was an entirely different can of worms to deal with. Thankfully, so long as Sarah remained in close proximity with him, she was fine. In other words, staying near him. Mostly via close contact. Ergo touching. So much touching. Touch, touch, touch! Neither of those were an option. He'd never hear the end of it. And he was hardly about to carry her or, sage forbid, be carried himself. Neither of those were an option. He'd never hear the end of it. His ego, what little remained, would surely wither and die if that happened. He supposed he should count his blessings where he could. At least she was behaving. Sarah, as he'd soon learnt, was fussy. Fussy, feisty, fiery, a whole bunch of other words that began with the letter F, not all of them good. Still, the fact that she was acting this way at all was a sure sign that she trusted him enough to lower her guard around him in the first place, even if it led to them butting heads more often. Honesty was the best policy, you know? If their frank conversations led to them squawking at one another every now and again, so be it. Naruto risked a glance at her himself, considering. Did he find her attractive? Maybe. Sarah was tall and willowy in a way he'd seldom seen before. She moved with peerless poise and a grace that would leave even Carmine green with envy. Ironic, given he was fairly certain that one was a fallen angel herself, given her eyes, demeanour, just how fiercely protective she was of her daughters, to say nothing of her ability to mass-produce angelic steel in the first place. Nothing he could prove at present, however, so that thought went into the back of his mind for later. That said, he enjoyed teasing Sarah, felt bad when she got upset, and found himself oddly protective of her in her vulnerable state. He enjoyed her company when they weren't hollering at one another. He found her more than tolerable now. That counted as then. Enough to pity and empathise with her. Loving her, though? Nope. Frankly, he hadn't spent nearly enough time with her to quantify this feeling. Emily had been something of an epiphany on his part. She'd won him over the moment they met with her enthusiasm and purity alike, to say nothing of how infinitely nice she was. They'd synced up almost immediately to become the best of friends, and now they were teetering towards, well, more. If there was such a thing as love at first sight, Emily was the personification of it. He hadn't realised it immediately, but he'd fallen for her and fallen hard. Sarah was a different beast, to say the least. They disagreed on many things. His first instinct was to butt heads with her, due in no small part to her sheer stubbornness. He wouldn't say that made the elder Seraphim a bad person per se, because she wasn't. She genuinely wanted the best for everyone in her own flawed way. But because she was so much older than Emily, she'd also become more jaded, weighed down by duty and silent despair. A challenge, some might say. He'd always enjoyed a challenge. Uzumaki. He blinked as they took a corner together, idly realising the latter had been speaking to him. Sarah gestured ahead of them, wearing a tiny, tentative smile, so small he almost missed it. I asked if you were hungry. He followed her finger and belatedly realised they'd stopped just shy of the main promenade he'd first arrived in, now clustered with people. Idly he spotted several souls winging about in the skies, while others dined without a care in the world. It was such a stark contrast from the underworld that it actually angered him. They had nothing to fear up here, while down there folks cowered in terror of being annihilated or enslaved at any given moment. A camera clicked somewhere behind them, though he never knew who. Probably a paparazzi or something. Did heaven even have those? His head whipped around and caught the barest hint of an exorcist's wings darting around the corner. That better not be loot. No, wait, her wings were bigger. Those had been small, almost like a Syrah squeezed his hand, distracting him. Yeah, he mumbled under his breath at length, if only to distract himself from his mounting anger. Food sounds good. He might not need to eat anymore, but that didn't mean he couldn't appreciate a good meal. Maybe they had ramen up here now. Or pasta at the very least. Syrah led him to a cozy little corner cafe, apparently Heaven had those too, and claimed a seat opposite him, bidding him to do the same. Even then she didn't stop touching him. Although she momentarily released his right hand, one of her legs brushed his beneath the table and remained there idly touching his outer thigh through the fabric of his robes. It was such a casually intimate gesture that he almost found himself flushing in surprise. Was she really this starved for touch? Or just afraid of falling? He wasn't sure which. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something wasn't right here. His gaze flicked back to Syrah, noting just how intently she was focusing upon the menu in her hand, as though her very life depended it. He also noted her posture, how she was leaned toward him every so slightly, the way in which her leg kept brushing his. His mind caught up with a moment later. Did this count as a date? Surely not. They'd promised to test the waters, as it were, nothing more. But couldn't a date be considered the very definition of testing the waters? Emily would probably be delighted, or sad. He wasn't sure which. Possibly both. Heat crept into his whiskered cheeks, and he hastily banished it by coughing into a fist, snatching up a menu of his own and hiding his face behind the pale golden plastic. He didn't understand half of the items within, but that matter right now. He was too busy wielding the darn thing as a shield to cover his whiskered visage from view. I'm sorry, Emmy. I'm weak. I want to help Syrah too. Blast his bleeding heart. I hope you like croissants. His brow furrowed and he looked up at Syrah anew. Crow what? Her visage dimpled into a rare smile. You're not familiar with the word? Or the food, he muttered under his breath, planting a cheek against his palm in quiet consternation. What's a croissant? Croissant. He manged the world again. Croissant. Close. It's pronounced croy-tilde-sant. Syrah all but purred the word, accidentally rolling the word on her tongue as she laughed. It was a light, airy sound, utterly bereft of the anger and anxiety she'd displayed only an hour ago. Of all the things I thought you might struggle with, I didn't think this would be one of them. Hey, nobody's perfect, you know, Tilda. Her face closed down. Some of us have to be. Naruto flinched. Way to step on a landmine, dumbass. Thankfully, their order arrived before another argument could break out between them. As luck would have it, a croissant was a buttery, flaky, sugary thing, rather akin to a biscuit. His had been stuffed with berries and chocolate filling. The former instantly took the edge off his hunger. He ate 3 of them handily, while Syrah nibbled at one, languidly sipped at a glass of wine. When did she order that? Between delicate bites. And then, quite suddenly, You're certain hell won't revolt? Clever girl. She'd timed her question well just as he was swallowing, the better to trip him up. Still playing games with him, was she? Very well. En garde, Tilda. Naruto thumped his chest, shrugged a shoulder, then reached out to pluck the wineglass from her fingers, idly noting the startled noise she made as he tipped it back to drink. The wine itself was surprisingly sweet and fruity on his tongue, not at all the bitter taste he'd expected. It lent his face a small smile as he spoke. So long as we don't provoke them further, things should calm down. I figured it was better to offer an olive branch first before a public apology. Why was she staring at him like that? Syrah? Yes. She blinked quickly, wings twitching behind her. Did you say something? Oh, come on. Will you even pay an attention? Fine. I'll repeat myself just this once. So listen. He repeated himself slowly, uncaring as Syrah delicately took the glass back from him, idly mumbling something about an indirect kiss as she went. The heck was that? They'd shared a drink. Wasn't anything fancy. Nothing to get worked up about. Right? Right. Her head bobbed in a reluctant nod as he finished his explanation. Is that why you offered a pause in the exterminations? Ordered, not offered. He flicked her nose, drawing a rare girlish gasp from her. There's a difference. Emily and I gave our word. We're not going back on it. Please don't make me go back on it. Syrah dragged a hand down her face. I wasn't suggesting you would. You command the exorcists at present, remember? Oh, right, he kinda did. Forgot about that. Adam hasn't tried to take command since I flew the coop? Not at all. Syrah shook her head, surprising him as she snatched up one of his half-eaten croissants and promptly polished that off herself, devouring it quickly. He or she now, I suppose, she murmured upon finishing her snack, seems to have turned over a new leaf. Naruto found himself wary all the same. He'd seen redemption others before, back in the elemental nations, but that wingy bastard, it hard to believe. We'll see. Looks can be deceiving. Sarah granted him a side glance. Weren't you the one who said we mustn't judge a book by its cover? He winced as he skirted past a cherubim. All right, you got me. I'll have a word with the prick. She reached out to pinch his cheek. Language, dear. She realized the slip a moment later and they both flushed. Naruto wisely stepped over that landmine and kept talking. Hey, at least I'm not calling you names, am I? For which I am eternally grateful. She rolled her eyes. I still doubt this plan of yours, however. Giving them a year off from exterminations? And a chance to redeem themselves. Naruto pointed out quickly before she could further call his morals into question. It's a fair shake for everyone. I asked around. His hands tensed atop the table, fingers gripping at the tablecloth. Heaven slaughtered them for 7 years, Sira. Thousands died. How could you allow that? She set her jaw. I was protecting our people. Not my... He'd call that an improvement if she weren't so stubborn. By allowing Adam and Lute to kill whomever they pleased once a year. Her expression wavered. Hell was in revolt. And they've been revolting for the last 7 years, have they? He knocked another brick out, the flimsy argument she'd thrust between them. I was down there, and so was Emily. Neither of us saw any signs of revolt, on the contrary. They're terrified of us. Sarah averted her gaze, unable to meet his stare. I stand by my decision. That's great. He smiled, baring his teeth at her. So do I. There ain't gonna be an extermination this year. Maybe not the next either, provided things go well down there. Her eyes narrowed in consternation. You'd give the underworld free rein. What? He scoffed. No, not at all. What makes you think that? That's what it sounds like. For crying out loud! Naruto saw red. He wanted to shout at Sarah, or barring that, seize the seraphim by the shoulders and give her a good hard shake. Maybe a headbutt for good measure, but that wouldn't get them anywhere now, would it? If anything, it would make things worse, thereby undoing all the hard-fought progress they'd achieved up until now. Unacceptable. So he took a breath, exhaled through his nose, then pinched said nose for good measure to stifle an oncoming migraine and uttered a single word. Listen to yourself. Sarah flinched aside. She was the one to capitulate, not him. I apologize. Anger got the better of me. You truly believe some of them can be redeemed? Well, well, well. Colour him surprise. She really was trying, wasn't she? Under the right conditions. Yeah, we won't know until we try. Her hand sought his over the table, and he allowed her fingers to flutter over his own. And if I fall by allowing this, then I'll drag you back. She laughed, a short, bittersweet bark of laughter. There are some laws even you cannot break. What will you do if we're attacked? Attack them? That meant they could get up here. Something hardened deep within his chest at the prospect. I'll handle it. His remark seemed to soothe her, albeit only momentarily. That is good to hear. Hey, he waved a hand at her. I'm optimistic, not blind. Speaking of which, the rest of heaven still doesn't know about these exterminations, do they? Sarah's hand tightened around his. They do not. And I would have it remain that way. They needn't be burdened by this knowledge. Naruto's head hit the table. Sarah, no. Sarah, yes, she countered, standing firm despite his stern stare. I won't budge on this, Naruto. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance also led to death. He'd seen it countless times before. Stubborn seraphim. And if they find out, they won't. He lowered his voice. But if they do, she huffed, realizing he wouldn't let the mater drop. Then I will apologize personally. Now it was his turn to scoff. You'll apologize? Sarah, it's been 7 years. An apology and a bunch of gift baskets ain't gonna cut it. We need something concrete if this all goes south. The heavens are not unprepared. We have means of defending ourselves and the souls under our care. Not what he meant. I don't doubt that, but you shouldn't unleash them prematurely. Lute would disagree. Too bad, he stuck out his tongue. She's not in charge. And even if by some miracle she were, I wouldn't let her go through with a harebrained scheme like this. With his free hand, he reached out, firmly setting both palms atop hers. We have a real chance to make peace between the two realms, and I won't let someone like her or those goddamned V's get in the way of that. Her eyes flashed. You'd exterminate them? Velvet? Probably not. He felt she could be redeemed, but her so-called partners, if they get uppity? Naruto snapped his fingers. In an instant. Velvet hasn't exactly painted a flattering picture about Vox, and from what Angel's told me about this Valentino guy, a muscle jumped in his jaw. Let's just say that moth's flying too close to the flame for my liking. Sarah scowled. What you're suggesting sounds little different from an extermination. No, he countered, holding up a finger to silence her. Under Adam, the exorcists targeted everyone in a wholesale slaughter. I'm talking about coordinated strikes against the worst of the worst, those who refuse to be redeemed, the so-called souls that delight in darkness, death, and depravity. We give them a chance to improve, several even, but if they waste them, or turn on us. He brought his hands together in a thunderous clap. Besides, he admitted in a softer aside, I've got a bad feeling about this Vox guy. It might be better to pull the plug on him and the V's early before he builds up steam. Anyone who annoys Alastor of all people is someone to be watched. Her brow furrowed. Alastor? Right, the two of you haven't met, have you? Frankly, you probably shouldn't. Haven't quite decided what to do with him. Sarah sagged in her seat, but he didn't miss the way she ran her thumbs over his knuckles. Honestly, I've half a mind to put heaven into lockdown myself until this year of yours is up. For the first time since he'd returned to heaven, a bloody beat of panic kicked at Naruto's heart. Don't you dare! Emily's still down there. I hadn't forgotten. Her face softened in a smile. I wouldn't trap her with those ruffians. This again. And now they return to the root of the matter. Syrah, they're not all bad, you know what? Fine. When her face adopted a mulish expression, he wisely changed tact on her with a sigh. So, theoretically, if you did put the heavens into lockdown, no angel would be able to fly up here or portal to this plane of existence, she clarified. This angel could. He puffed out his chest, wings bristling behind him. Please don't. Her hands seized his in a death grip over the table. Your battle with the Morning Star already damaged heaven's barriers, or have you forgotten? Really? She was pulling that card on him? Now? You sicked him on me, remember? Sarah opened her mouth to retort and closed it in shame. I am sorry for that. Can we discuss something else? Gladly. He accepted the olive branch for what it was and burst to his feet, releasing her hands as he went. Let's take a day off. Syrah's brow shot into her hair and she laughed, incredulous. I beg your pardon? Nothing to beg for. He waved her words away with a waltz as he walked past her, idly tapping his feet against the floor as he went. It's in the past. We'll let bygones be bygones and move on. For now, it's important that we take some time to focus on what's important in life. The high seraphim faltered, averting her gaze, even as her wings bridled behind her. I don't think that's wise. I've already wasted enough time wallowing. He pressed a finger to her lips. Shut up, you know that I'm with you. That's enough of your spiral, Syrah squawked. Excuse you. You heard me. A vulnerable flicker of something flashed across her dusky visage, there and gone before he could hope to comment on it. She batted his finger aside. I appreciate all that, but we're getting off track. He quirked a brow at her, bemused by just how flustered she looked. Are we? Yes. Sarah slammed both hands down on the table, rattling their meal. You may be my pillar, and my heart feels fuller, but we're facing a war, and I don't know what to... Her voice broke off at the last, but he could surmise what she meant to say. To do any more. Lucky for her, he did. Keep moving forward. That was all anyone could do. He'd wing it while he could, anything to cheer her up in this moment. Shut up, he repeated himself, taking her fears and sweeping them aside like so much dust in the wind. You know that I'm with you. Her gaze tracked him like a deer in the headlights, eyes gone terribly wide, dare he say excited even, as she watched him circle the rest of the way around the table and saunter to her side. But you're forgetting who you are. Sarah went still, looking like she might bite if he said the wrong word. And who am I? He swept an arm outward, cupping her chin, urging her to look him in the eyes. You're a star. Success. Mission accomplished. 100 points. Sure enough, a small, tremulous smile bloomed upon the high seraphim's angular face as he stepped away. The moment he did, she instantly ceased slumping and sat up straighter in her seat, practically squirming in place as she clasped her hands in her lap. Are you actually going to serenade me? Was it wrong to say that she looked absolutely thrilled in that instant? Because she did. Like some lovelorn maiden trapped in an ancient tower, about to be serenaded by a bard. He almost hated to disappoint her, but... Sorry, he winked. Singing's not my shtick. Instead, he took her by the hands and hauled her upright with a laugh, prompting a yelp from her. But this is pity. She laughed against him, matching his steps lest she be bowled over. You have a lovely voice. You'd be a fine singer. Someone kicked on a stereo nearby them playing energetic music. Adam. Sneaky bastard. Good timing, though. Naruto scoffed. Not happening. I've become a decent dancer these days, though. Sarah frowned anew, momentarily at loss. What do you mean by goodness? Naruto absolutely cackled as he swept Sarah up into a tango. Ah! Let me show you what I learned from Carmine Tilda. Tilda, what was this farce? The absolute gall of it all. From her rooftop vantage high above, Lute looked down on the tango below her. She grit her teeth, wings tucked in tight at her back. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. And yet, her eyes didn't lie. Unacceptable. How dare he show his face back here? Her fists clenched at her sides, golden blood welling up between her fingers as she glared bloody daggers at the duo below her. Does no one know who they're dealing with? Chapter 24. You mouthy little mortal. Who are you to say what's wrong and what's right? Who put you in charge? Mortal, am I? Then by all means, strike me down. Test your theory. See what happens. Do it. You think I want? I'll show you. Yes, you certainly will. You silly girl. Tilda? Like gravity, part 3, Velvet hated asking for help. Call it personal, call it pride, call it whatever you want. She hated it all the more. It made her feel weak, reminded her of the old days when she first set foot in the underworld. But she needed this, or rather couldn't do this alone. Fuck. She all but ground the word out under her breath. Whiskers owes me big time for this. Her phone vibrated in her pocket again, either Vox or Valentino demanding attention, but this time she ruthlessly silenced it. She didn't have time for those boys and their pissy drama show now. Whatever they wanted could wait. Taking a deep breath, she reluctantly raised her fist and brought it down. Tap, tap, tap. She knocked on the door 3 times for good measure, cursing herself with each attempt, gnashing her teeth in preparation of what she was about to endure. Odd, they usually answered on the first knock. Maybe they weren't home, in which case she could probably just piss off with her dignity intact, at the price of her plans. Another moment passed, but only a moment. Then she heard a noise behind the door as some swung it open wide, almost like the one behind it had been eagerly waiting for this, for her, for this very moment. They must have waited, wanting to see her squirm. Now their shadow fell over her. Hello, my dear Tilda. It's been so long since you paid me a visit. Velvet gulped. Tilda, at long last, the beast had him cornered. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, nowhere to escape. This, then, as they say, was the end. He'd done his best to flee, really, he had. Alas, he'd simply run out of places to escape to. Goodbye, cruel world. This was the end. He never got to say goodbye to his precious egg boys. Hello, Tilda. Ah! She was here. Someone save me! A petite flicker of white and grey crossed his vision. Sir Pentious leaned back, then back again, serpentine spine pressed into the backside of Husk's bar as he found himself face to face, or rather with a face full of all 5.5 feet of one very excited seraphim. 2 tiny hands took a hold of his, and he promptly slammed all of his eyes shut, bracing himself for a painful demise. It never came. Pentious creaked one such eye open. I'm alive? Of course you are, silly. A voice of sweetest sugar crooned happily. I just wanted to say hello. So, hi Tilda. Daring to open the rest of his many eyes, he realized she hadn't attacked him. Hello? Husk chuckled ruefully and went back to cleaning his glass. I'd say you get used to her, but you really don't. Right, brave face? She seemed sincere. So to what do I owe the pleasure? Charlie says you and Angel Dust are the closest ones here to redemption, but I've barely said 2 words to you. So I'm fixing that. She performed a little hop in place, held aloft by her 6 wings and did a little spin for good measure, accidentally yanking him up with her for a moment before she landed again. It's so nice to finally speak with you face to face. The pleasure is mine. Emily squealed happily as she pumped her hands up and down, waving his arms like boneless jello. That settled it. This angel was entirely too friendly. Frankly, he would have preferred death. At least death made sense. Not whatever this was. What was he to do with her? So, the little seraphim inquired with a tilted of her head, just how close are you to being redeemed? Ugh, not close at all. But then again, he couldn't exactly lie to an angel now, could he? Ahem. Pensius gulped as he tugged his hands from hers and coughed. About that, I'm afraid I really haven't made all that much progress. The hotel doors slammed open behind them as someone kicked them down in a shower of sparks and smoke, sparing him from further embarrassment, but at a cost. An eerily familiar figure strode in, hands clasped behind their back, face crackling with angry static, wires writhing behind his back. "Velvet, you bitch!" Vox stormed through, eyes blazing. "Why the hell aren't you answering my calls? You." He paused at the sight of Emily. Well, 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 another angel. Static crackled across his visage as he grinned. Didn't know we still had such exalted company. Now this is newsworthy. Emily tilted her head. Who are you? Vox grinned. Someone who's about to make you a star. Everybody panic! Pensius flailed his arms and thrust himself between the two of them before Emily could open her mouth. Just a moment. You can't be here. Vox craned his neck, wearing a shit-eating grin. Can't I, Tilda? Where was Alistair when you needed him? He could already see the storm clouds brewing as Vox leered at him. Emily, naive little seraphim, dealing with a monster like that. A master manipulator. A rage baiter, if you will. Alistair was bad, yes, but at least he had a vested interest in protecting Miss Charlie's establishment. This overlord was 10 times worse, if only because of his influence. Never mind Charlie, he couldn't let Emily anywhere near this person. It would end most poorly. He'd try to ruin her, or worst, corrupt her. Naruto would slaughter him if anything happened to his favourite seraphim. But what to do? Alistair was out. Carmine had retreated to her own abode. Velvet gone to get groceries. Charlie and her angelic, associate, were likewise occupied with postcoital matters. Husk was of no help at all, and Angel Dust had already ducked down around the sofa, not wanting any part of the chaos to come lest Vox summon Valentino on the spot. He was alone. He couldn't breathe. His vision was getting blurry. What had Naruto told him to do if another one of the V's arrived on their doorstep? He had left specific instructions, hadn't he? Blast it all! What were they? Aha! He remembered now. How could he have forgotten? Inhaling deeply with all his might, he threw his head back and hollered out at the top of his lungs. Kurama! Code red. I repeat, code red. He was still speaking that last one when a crimson comet smashed down from the roof through the roof to landed squarely between him and Vox, cratering the floor in a shower of smoke. Hey, Tilda! Pensius slithered backwards, and well that he did too, because 9 crimson tails unfurled from the haze to curl around a towering, red-eyed, raving redhead who looked like she'd come straight from a bloodbath. Though that might have something to do with the shoulder-bearing, sinfully scarlet dress. A number like that would have made Verosica green with envy. Pity she still hadn't left her room. Hold a moment, was it just his imagination? Or was Kurama taller than he remembered? Her eyes almost seemed to be glowing with glee. Oh dear. Oh, very dear. Just what manner of beast had he unleashed? Vox leaned back as well, suddenly looking far less certain of himself. Kurama had that effect on people. Ho, boy, you're a big girl. Forcing a laugh, the television overlord tugged at his collar with a clawed finger. Don't suppose you're, looking for work? Kurama leaned down to regard him, fists planted on her hips. When she finally spoke, her voice a low purr, silken with menace. You must be Vox. Said Overlord regained some of his luster and bluster, much to Pensius' annoyance. The one and only. You wouldn't happen to know a Mothman by the name of Valentino, would you? Pensius blinked all his many eyes at once. He blinked hard. Oh, that was her angle. Clever girl. Who, Val? Vox scoffed, propping himself up on his wires to appear taller. Yeah, but I'm the brains of the operation. Kurama smiled in return, full lips parting to bare, sharp teeth. Is that so? Tell me more, television man. Where is this operation of yours located? Vox met her gaze evenly, emboldened by her aggression. I'd be happy to give you the grand tour. By all means. Pensius bit down on a gasp. Those scarlet slits promised murder. Surely she wasn't going to try and topple their tower. No, surely not. Even she wouldn't do that, right? Except she would if she felt herself or her loved ones to be threatened. And she had been so very angry when Angel let that tidbit about his contract slip. Gulp. Emily tried to speak up and ask what in blazes was going on, but the kitsune wasn't having it. One of her many tails whipped out at speed, snagged the petite seraphim around the waist, then whipped her at Pentious. He caught her quickly, subsequently shushing her when she tried to protest. An angel. Most high she might be, but Kurama was practically crackling with malice right now, and he didn't want her anywhere that, in his haste to deal with an overlord he knew to be dangerous, he might well have unleashed something far worse. Who blew a hole in the roof? And then things truly went pear-shaped, because Lord Morningstar himself fluttered down through the ruined roof on all 6 wings, bathed in hellish light. As he looked on aghast, the cheery fellow alighted almost directly at Kurama's flank, planted his apple-clad cane in the floor, and leaned upon it with a leer. Kurama glowered down at him. "This isn't your concern, Angel. It is when you wreck my daughter's hotel. Buzz off." Pentious gulped. If Vox had been stiff before, he was outright petrified now. Seeing a single seraphim was one thing. A towering soul flanked by the Lord of the Underworld himself, however, who could, insofar as Pentious knew, likely smite him out of existence with a flick of his wrist. Alastor might have the backbone and the sass to immediately snap back at Morningstar, but his colourful counterpart hesitated, if only for a moment. It cost him, because Lucy pointed at him and unwittingly went for the throat. "Who's this schmuck supposed to be?" Vox absolutely twitched. "Excuse me." Pentious snickered into a fist. Emily squeaked and squirmed in his arms, still wanting to be a part of the conversation, bless her simple soul. "I don't know who he is either, Tilt." Kurama cackled. "So you're the big cheese, huh?" Seizing the initiative, Vox lunged forward, latched Morningstar's hand and shook it, throttled it, really. Nice to finally put a face to the name. Of course, he couldn't resist just one jab at him after all that. "Shorter than I thought you'd be." Charlie's father ripped his hand away and looked him up and down with open scorn. "And you are? Who exactly?" He glanced to Kurama. "Did we get another bellhop when I wasn't looking?" Ouch! Right in the pride ring. Had to be feeling that one. Kurama's smile had entirely too many teeth for the liking of Pentious, and her reply even more so. "He was just about to show me his tower." Lucy rounded on him with a grin of his own. Was he now? Not bad for a bellhop. Pentious quietly pulled out a camera from his coat and began filming. Emily poked her head over his shoulder. The media overlord bristled, blissfully unaware of them both now that he found himself faced with 2 very real threats to his reputation. "I'm not a fucking bellhop." "Oh, I get it." He recomposed himself with a forced laugh and a crackle of electricity. "Besides, you're pulling my leg, aren't you?" "Ha! Such a kidder. Of course you know who I am." "I'm Vox, CEO of Vox Tech. Most powerful sinner in hell?" He sketched a bow now for good measure, left eye glowing. "Ring any bells? You might have seen me on TV." Nope." Lucy tapped his cane down. "Don't really watch TV these days." Vox leaned forward with a growl. "Ha! Well, you should." Morningstar reciprocated. "Ahahaha, I want." They butted heads, snarling at each other. "Arrogant," Morningstar scoffed. "Mouthy little mortal, aren't you?" Vox's smile died an ugly death. "Excuse me? Does that screen of yours not have ears?" Morningstar dug a finger in his own and made a show of inspecting the earwax he found there. "You were a failure in life, and now you're a failure in hell." He flicked it Vox's way where it stuck to his screen. "That's why you're here. Whatever you're selling, bellhop, I'm not buying." Vox all but howled with rage. "I am not a bellhop." Kurama covered her smile with one hand. "Ooh, temper. You know what? Fine, just in case you change your mind." He flicked a scrap of cardboard their way. "Here's my card." Morningstar caught the thing and subsequently charred it to ash. "Cute." "Here's mine." "Kurama?" The kitsune grinned and several things happened at once. First, Vox took a step back. Second, Kurama lunged forward. Third, Pentious raised his camera higher. Fourth, her flaming fist struck Vox in the face, cracked his screen, and launched him out the door at Mach 1 with a wail. "I'll be back!" Tilda. Valentino looked up from his drugs as heard a stray shout echo harshly in the distance. Weird, if he didn't know better, he would have sworn it sounded like... Nah, no way. Would be stupid enough to hit a humanoid shape filled his vision. "Vox!" As though summoned by that very thought, the media demon smashed through his window, struck him head-on, and bowled him off the couch. The moth demon flailed upright, sputtering savagely in Spanish. Fox, what the actual hell? Who did this to you? His fellow overlord groaned, eyes spinning in his screen. Did anybody get the number of that bitch? Valentian's pipe cracked in his hands. His wings flared. He saw red. Oh, he was so going down there tomorrow. Tilda. Sarah couldn't remember the last time she'd thrown herself into a dance like this. Not some polite step 1, 2, 3, 4, but an actual dance. It felt good. Almost sinfully so, some might say, to simply stop caring for a few minutes. From the moment of her birth, as it were, she had worked tirelessly for the sake of sovereign souls, often neglecting her own wants for those in her care. The needs of the many so often outweighed the needs of the few, after all. What did her own happiness matter so long as the heavens were safe? She cared for none of that now. Not the witnesses, not the hurt in her heart, nor who saw them dancing. Here in this moment, she was free. Whatever this tango was, it made her heart race, sent her golden blood pumping through her veins as nothing else could. She might actually have to thank this Carmilla for teaching Uzumaki how to move like this. Naturally, the little voice in her head couldn't let that lie. I'm sure you'd rather have him move another way, perhaps atop you, behind you, or better yet, beneath you. Gah! Heresy! Blasphemy! Heat flooded her face and she nearly missed a step, stumbling into him. To his credit, Naruto course-corrected immediately with a quick step, bringing her center once more. One hand settled on her hip, her skin sang for the merest of moments before he spun her away again. Alas, every good thing must come to an end, and this dance was no exception. All too soon he brought her to a halt. She laughed breathlessly as they spun to a stop. What's gotten into you? Nothing, he hummed, just trying to keep your mood up. Is there any other way I can be of assistance? For a moment she was struck by the sheer absurdity of his words. Yes, the dance had helped, given her a reprieve, but reality wasn't so easily evaded. Be of assistance, she scoffed in anger. To a seraphim? Do you have any idea the weight of my position, what I need to do, the souls I hold in my hands? Her wings flared behind her as she shone just a bit brighter as her ire threatened to take her control. Do you even grasp what I truly am? Naruto took her irritation on the chin and granted her a Cheshire grin. Someone who could use a friend? Fire and brimstone. She didn't want just a friend. She wanted him. Sinful thoughts, Sirrah. Breathe. Be happy with what you have. Perhaps you're right. The light in her fizzled out as she took a deep breath, simultaneously averting her gaze. It's my duty to enforce the judgment of heaven, to nurture and protect those that deserve it, preserve the separation between the righteous and the wicked. Her brow furrowed as she dragged a hand down it. There was never supposed to be any doubt, and who was deserving or not, and now you're here. Hey! No, wait! She panicked for a moment at the genuine hurt in his tone and backpedaled like the young girl she no longer was. I didn't mean it like that. It's just that you're new. Adam is a mess. Lute is convinced that demons are at the gates, and everyone is looking at me to know what to do. But how can I? A hand rose toward the clouds in momentary despair. How can I know who to judge when so many that might have been saved have been slain because of me? How can you even explain humans having enough innate goodness to be redeemed while they take part in such a vile actions as... Her voice failed her only for him to shrug it off. Because they're scared. She rounded on him. Scared? How can a wicked soul possibly shed their sin if they're scared? He winked. Well, a certain snake once told me it starts with sorry. Excuse me. Sorry. He clasped her hands in his, bright eyes meeting hers, wings lifting a little behind him. That's where it starts, you know? I suppose it does. Just like that, the anger drained out of her and she laughed helplessly into a hand. I wish I could say I was done letting fear guide my decisions, but you're not Emily. I get it. He threaded his fingers through hers, giving her hands a squeeze. You don't have to be. You really should meet Charlie. Her eyes met his. I'll consider it. If you grant me one favor. They were still out of breath, the both of them. Her gaze flicked down to his lips. Sarah leaned forward. There you are. Tilda, there you are. Naruto felt a flash of sudden murder for the merest moments before Sarah schooled her face into an impassive mask once more. He craned his neck back to regard her. She wore a strained expression. I'll be fine. Yeah, he very much doubted that. Will you? Adam gods, it felt weird calling him that when he looked like this. Fluttered down on golden wings tossed her head, sending her red hair flying in every direction. Last time I took my eye off you, you were a hot mess. I'd come back, but… Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. We need to talk. Yeah, I get it. Don't pull any funny business. Her golden eyes flicked to him, narrowing ever so slightly. Sorry, you're not my type. What in the… He nearly fell on his face. Where did that even come from? Sarah coughed harshly into a fist. It almost sounded like laughter. Wait, she wasn't laughing at him, was she? No, surely not. Just setting boundaries, dude. I may look like, well, this… Adam frisked a hand over her bosom, but I'm still a guy. No offense. None taken. Great! The supposedly redeemed angel clapped her hands. Now that we've gotten that hurdle out of the way, let's get to brass tacks. Loot. Oh, that crazy bitch. He should have known this was coming. Damn it! Whiskered cheeks dimpled in a frown. What about her? Adam's new visage pinched in a wry grimace, and… she's a badass bitch, but she's not a bad person. Naruto crossed both arms over his chest. She literally started stalking me the second I got back to heaven. Hey, I stopped her from doing anything. All right. A blonde brow rose. You did? Duh. Why do you think she hasn't jumped you yet? You're welcome. Sarah made a non-committal noise. All right, point taken. Adam held up both hands before she could get a tongue lashing. But it's not her fault. She's been off lately, hearing and seeing shit that ain't there. I think you might have broke her when you laid me out a ways back. Naruto tutted, unconvinced. Is insanity an excuse now? Adam's grimace deepened. I mean, I tried screwing out of her, but that only worked until you came back. You can't just fuck your problems away. Why not? Worked for me. She jerked a thumb his way. You were going at it down there, too. Bagged yourself some buxom babes. Nice job. Sarah glared at him. Naruto coughed into a fist. Yep, definitely still, Adam. Can we move on, please? Thankfully, Adam was all too happy to do so. The point I'm making is this. Loot has an axe to grind with you. It's a big axe, bub. I figured, yeah, you do, but you don't. Adam tilted her head and clasped her palms together in a harsh clap, cutting him off. She's seriously pissed. Like slasher killer levels of pissed. I'm amazed she hasn't tried to shank you yet. A belated thought occurred to him. Why haven't you? Meh. She waffled a hand to and fro in the air like a saucer. I get why you did it. I was a whole asshole. Went through some shit. Saw the error of my ways and got punished for 'em. Hence this. She gestured down to her shapely figure. No idea how long I'm going to be stuck looking like a babe. Sarah scoffed. You repented? You of all people? Adam flinched as though she had been struck. Shh. She glanced about fervently, sweat beading upon her brow. Don't say that word. The big G might be listening. Yeah, not unpacking that mess. That's it then? He couldn't help but ask. We're gonna let bygones be bygones. Pretty much, dude. Can I punch you, though? Naruto scowled. No. Oh, come on. Just one punch. Sarah stepped up beside him. No means no. Woman, this guy literally got me turned into a chick. He owes me. You should be grateful your soul is even intact after a beating like that, let alone. And just like that, they were off, bickering again. There was no end to it. With every moment they squabbled, Sarah risked showing signs of falling again. Best do something about it. Naruto sighed and scowled at Adam. How hard? Above the belt. Adam rounded on him, hands clasped. No nutshots. Tell you what, you can punch me again too. It sounded almost too good to be true. That's it. No tricks. Scout's honor. Tell you what, I'll pull a pinky promise if you want. When Sarah scoffed, she got a finger in her face for her troubles. Hey, a pinky promise is sacred. Even I don't break those. Naruto shrugged and stepped up, cracking his knuckles. Fine, I'll allow it. Adam whooped loudly. Bitchin'! Let's do it right now. Sarah flung up her arms. You are such boys. He paid her little mind and planted his feet. On 3? Adam flashed him a thumbs up. Works for me. Tilda, does no one know who they're dealing with? Heaven had no answers for Loot, or if it did, she couldn't hear them. If only Uzumaki didn't exist. If only he wasn't here. If only… Did they honestly think she'd let this go? Forget and forgive. The rage in her was terminal. There was no remedy for it but to burn the blonde bastard beneath her. She still had a job to do. Her mission was incomplete. Only a traitor would consider making peace. That he even considered otherwise made him unworthy in her eyes. Naruto had to pay for what he did that day, for what he took away. He thought he was hell's great savior. And now he was down there, having serenaded Sarah, brawling with Adam, having the time of his life. Adam! Her Adam! The only soul that ever completed her. That fake couldn't be Adam. In a way, it would have been better if Adam died, rather than marching around with that sass and that fantastic ass gar. Focus! But what could she do? She couldn't possibly attack him out of the blue. She'd be banished, yet she hated him. So much hate. It burned in her like hellfire itself. She doubled over, clutching at her head, tears stinging her eyes. Damn it. Damn him. Damn them all! Wow, someone's menstruating. Lute jumped so high she nearly hit the clouds. Alighting upon her rooftop perch once more, she pivoted in search of the voice. Her eyes widened as she found the source. Because there, lounging lazily upon a balcony directly behind her, Adam? You're back to normal? Nah, he laughed at her. I'm in your head. Guess you missed the old me that much, you crazy bitch. Lute gnashed her teeth. There was no old you. This was always you. No one's listening to me. What? Lamb! Don't they know who I am? Was? They're not. She stomped a furious foot. I hate them. He grinned. So, what you gonna do about it? Her gaze flicked to the promenade below. An idea dawned, mad and brilliant. I'm going to... Tilda, Naruto's head snapped up. He sensed the attacking long before it landed. It was a simple matter to pivot, catch the angelic steel in his hand, and toss its owner over his shoulder. He wasn't surprised in the least when they righted themselves almost immediately and launched themselves at him with a furious shriek. He'd expected that too, and parried her blade a second time, allowing it to scrape off the back of his knuckles. From there, he whirled and drove a foot at his attacker's ribs, sending them tumbling away in a screaming heap. Behind him, Adam sighed. Told you so, she's lost it. Someone certainly had, as expected. He'd foreseen something along these lines. He did not, however, expect Sarah to place herself between him and harm's way. Lute! Cease this foolishness at once. I will not. Adam's lieutenant brandished her weapon at him, in full view of everyone else, the absolutely foolish, reckless girl, and said the words she'd never be able to take back. Uzumaki, you're soft. Weak! You don't have what it takes to lead the exorcists. I challenge you, Adam facepalmed. You idiot. Sarah looked his way and shook her head, as if he could ignore this, as though that were honestly an option with so many eyes upon him. Refusing had immediately ceased to be a solution the moment Lute opened her fool mouth. No, there was only one answer to this, one outcome that would satisfy everyone. Naruto smiled beatifically as he stepped around Sarah. Challenge accepted. Lute lunged. Chapter 25. Charlie, my dear, just because you see a smile, don't think you know what's going on underneath. A smile is a valuable tool, my dear. It inspires your friends, keeps your enemies guessing, and ensures that no matter what comes your way, you're the one in control. I'll give our 10-winged friend that much. He certainly knows how to smile. And what a smile it is. If only you knew the terrible things he was capable of, the dark deeds he hides in his soul. Ha ha ha, such a smile. A grin to make the very sins quiver with fear. He would have made a terrifying sinner. A wonderful overlord, perhaps, dare I say. A most amusing partner. Oh, but silly me. Just look at the time. We have a murder to watch, Tilda. Wait, how are we able to watch something happening all the way up in heaven? Velvet's a clever girl. Ah, indeed. Vanessa, fetch the popcorn. That's not my name, damn it. No. Sounds far better than Vaggie, if you ask me. Alastor. Asterisk happy radio demon noises, asterisk tilde Alastor being Alastor. Tears don't fall. So, when's he coming back? Carmine ignored the remark and kicked another punching bag, casually rending it so much dust with a single blow. Another was hauled up in its place by her dutiful daughters, but she refused to look at them, instead fixating her focus firmly on her next target. Or rather, the stenciled image of Uzumaki's face plastered upon it. Uppity bastard running off to heaven again with barely so much as a goodbye. Ezi Angelengredo. She swore a string of savage syllables in Spanish and kicked the image of his face in, launching the speed bag across the room. Ese hombre estúpido. Another kick, another ruined punching bag. Lo voy a estrangular! Odette and Clara exchanged a bemused glance. but it was the former who spoke. Zestial likes him. Carmilla scoffed and refused to look at her daughters. Of course Zestial liked Naruto. Zestial was a dear friend, one of the few she had left in this forsaken hellhole, and he understood the principle of caution and prudence. While he might not necessarily believe in the concept of redemption, he understood what war with heaven was a singularly bad idea, and although their meeting had been brief, the two had made a good impression upon one another, unlike some whom she refused to name. Odette and Clara, however, barely got to say a word to Uzumaki and Emily before he vanished. While she'd brought them to that overlord meeting, they hadn't exactly been the focus of it and had mostly gone forgotten in the angels' eyes. Now, naturally, they wanted to meet him. Of course they were curious. They were young. They didn't understand. "We are not having this discussion," Odette hummed. "It sounds like we are," Carmilla growled into a hand. "Zestial is a wise and prudent overlord, and a good friend," she said at length. "You would do well to follow his example." Clara chuckled ruefully. "Ever one to tease. Isn't what we're doing right now?" Odette found her voice next. "Hey, Mama, no, this angel of yours, he is not my angel." She slipped back into Spanish without thinking. "No es mío! Le rompere el craneo." Clara pinched the bridge of her nose. "Mom, English, please." Carmilla made angry Carmilla noises. Then Odette decided to do what she did best, push boundaries. "So, is he going to be our new dad?" Poor Carmilla choked. "He seems like a nice guy." "You know," Clara put in, "I wouldn't say no to little winged children running around. Maybe a brother." Odette clapped her hands together with a giddy squeal. "Or a sister." Carmilla missed her next kick and rounded on her younger daughter, utterly incredulous. Que carajo?" Clara held up a hand to temporize before she could fly off the handle. "Mom, just think about it. Heaven wouldn't dare fuck with us if you're sleeping with one of their head honchos," Odette sighed. "Speaking of which, do you think he knows about—" Carmine kicked a bit harder this time, perforating the next punching bag and 2 more behind it in a single blow. Sure, just mention the angel she'd killed while protecting them. It wasn't as though that would radically change the landscape of the underworld or anything. No, of course not. It wasn't as though she'd nearly kick-started a war by defending herself. Certainly not. Blast it all, she didn't want to think about this right now. "Out, both of you. You've deliveries to make." Clara whined, not willing to let it go. "But Moom," she rounded on them, eyes blazing. "I said out!" Her daughters scarpered. Tutting softly, Carmilla looked heavenward, glaring at the wretched white orb in the sky. The heavens remained much as they always were, out of reach ever since that day. She sighed wistfully. Little winged children running around, The idea is not unpleasant. Like it or not, Uzumaki held her corazon, that is to say, her heart, in his hands. She missed him and his antics, even if she'd never admit it. He'd been far gone too long already on this estupido errand of his. She wanted him back, even if that meant arguing with him again, butting heads, squabbling about nothing with that hombre infernalmente descarado for all of eternity. With a put-upon sigh, she dragged a hand down her face and sighed. "Come back soon, mi querida." Belatedly, she realized she was blushing. That would not do. In the same breath, she rounded on the last punching bag her daughters had left her. Her eyes flashed silver. She reared back and kicked, hard. Tilda, boom. Verosica heard the distant explosion from afar. It awoke her with a start. Worse, it sounded close. Close enough to drag her from her doldrums, make her leave her bed, poke her head outside the hotel's window. Against her better judgment, she peeled back the curtains and took a peek. Even here from the hotel's hill, she had a good view of the pentagram down below. Unfortunately, that meant she saw it. Oh yes, she saw it. A pillar of incandescent fire filling the night, burning higher than the V's tower. Wait. That was coming from Carmine's district, wasn't it? The same Carmine whose daughter she'd slept with. Nope, Tilda. She wisely ducked back inside, dove beneath the bed, and didn't come back out. Someone knocked on her door. "Oi, succubus," Angel Dust called from just outside. "Whiskers is about to beat the wings off an angel. Wanna watch?" Verosica poked her head out the covers. "Naruto? Coming, Tilda!" She heard the damn spider laugh. "Ha! That's not funny!" Tilda, Sarah stood conflicted. It was her position as head seraphim to protect her people at all costs, just as it was Emily's position to keep him happy and joyful. Together they kept the tranquil souls of heaven calm and happy. safe from all harm. Heaven needed them, and she knew they couldn't afford to doubt themselves, let alone worry when they had their own soul to protect. That had been her view once. But now the heavens quivered as she watched angel fight angel, and all the while, countless souls looked on in awe. Where was there any joy in this? Where was the protection? Where was the safety? The answer was simple. There was little to be had here, if any at all. Naruto was presently smacking Lute about like a drill sergeant would a raw recruit, and then some bulldozing her around the crowded promenade with ease, shoving her through clouds and buildings alike as though she were naught but an amateur. Credit where it was due, he'd actively gone out of his way to avoid injuring anyone, and Adam was nearby to whisk anyone out of harm's way from falling debris. Never though she'd use those words together in a sentence, so there were no casualties to be had as of yet, but the fact remained that he was hardly taking this duel seriously. Yet despite that, or perhaps in spite of it, Lute was putting up a surprisingly vicious fight. She almost seemed stronger than before, strangely enough. Had she spent that much time training? A soul in heaven could improve their martial skills in theory, but so many exorcists elected not to, choosing instead to rely upon their near invulnerability and overwhelming numbers to bring down an enemy. It also begged the question as to whom she'd trained under. Surely not one of the higher angels. Even the elders would have scoffed at the notion. The idea of her winning this sounded preposterous. Naruto would triumph, wouldn't he? Lute lunged. She thought this one was a particularly good lunge. She crossed the distance between her and Uzumaki in an instant, driving her freshly forged blade at his face with fearsome force. She was rather proud of it, truly, especially the spin she'd put on it at the end. She'd run demons and overlords down with this move, skewered countless sinners and enemies alike. She had him this time. She just knew it. She was sure this was the one. It had to be. Naruto stepped aside, let her rush past and drove a knee upward into her stomach. 3 ribs cracked. Then it came. Pain. She didn't even have time to cry out before she found herself airborne again, launched skyward in an uncontrolled tumble. Flinging out her wings, she stopped short, arresting her momentum with a violent shout lest she soar too high and lose control completely. Not that she would, mind you. No matter how far she flew, she was certain this rage would never end. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, evil for evil. He'd done more than hurt her. He'd ruined her life, interfered in her most holy mission, taken Adam away from her, filled her heart with hate. She'd never be satisfied until she hurt him back. Maybe she should take one of his eyes like Wait, where was Uzumaki? Why hadn't he attacked her again? Glaring down at the crowded promenade, her gaze flitted right, then left, right again now in search of her target. Naruto was nowhere to be found. Sira had put up a barrier of sorts, bitch, to prevent further collateral damage, while Adam, not her Adam, was busy ferrying wayward souls away from the fight. By the pit, she could even see Abel and a few other exorcists on the fringes of the crowd, trying to calm down some of the smaller, simpler souls with treats and cotton candy, but what she couldn't see was where Uzumaki had gone. Someone coughed politely. Directly behind her. She bristled. When and how had he gotten behind her? Lute whirled, but it was too late. He was upon her. Twin hands settled upon her shoulders and clamped down with tenfold force, simultaneously locking her in place while causing the armor there, what little she wore, to creak loudly and painfully pinch her skin. An ancient, unutterable unease stirred deep in the pit of her stomach, made all the worse by what happened next. Warm lips brushed the outer lobe of her left ear, bring with them a low laugh. Thank you, Lute. Unease became anxiety when he failed to elaborate. What was he up to now? Straining her neck to look over her shoulder, she glared golden daggers at him. Why are you thanking me? Uzumaki didn't answer. Then again, he didn't have to. Because, you see, he was still smiling. He'd never stopped. Not once, nor since their battle began. Like that damn radio demon she'd heard about, only worse. Much worse. Smiling was practically the default expression of that so-called strawberry pimp. An expression meant to torment and terrify his victims. Naruto's smile was worse, if only because it made someone think they could escape their fate, be a better person, overcome their destiny. It inspired hope. Lute loathed hope. Hope meant change, and change meant sinners could— No! Heresy! Don't think about it. Seething, she tried to pivot, tried to attack, tried to do something, anything, all for naught. His grip was too tight, too strong, too eternal for her to have any hope of escaping. At this angle, she couldn't slash him with her sword. Not properly. When she reversed her grip and tried to stab him, he smacked the sword clean out of her hand with one of his many wings and sent it tumbling to the promenade below. Now she could only thrash in his grasp, buffeting him with her wings, for what little good it did her. Now. Uzumaki put a stop to her struggles by striking two nerves in her back, and just like that, her wings went limp, paralyzed. Their combined weight immediately threatened to drag her down to the ground. Probably would have, too, if it weren't for his ironclad grip on her. Her body betrayed her and locked up, unable to move. The angelic body is a fascinating thing, isn't it? Uzumaki remarked suddenly, apropos of nothing. Strike at just the right place, and those lovely wings become so much dead weight. But silly me. You asked why I thanked you. Let me elaborate. He tapped her halo and rang it like a bell, considering as one might a black pearl. Lute flinched despite herself, unable to retaliate before he seized her shoulder again. "You see," he drawled, voice near silken with sunny menace, "Vaggie told me about you." He knew that traitor's name, but that would imply the bitch had met him, and... "Oh, that was bad." "All about you." Uzumaki golden gaze blazed bright as he continued, fierce flickers of fire, heavenly fire, licking at the edges of his eyes as he continued. "You cut out her eye, tore off her wings, and left her to die. And for what crime?" Showing mercy. Sparing someone. He leaned closer to regard her with those infernal eyes. Much to Lute's dismay, her own livid expression gazed back at her from within those luminescent depths as he continued to chastise her. "But she didn't die, did she?" "She lived. Though I'm sure you intended otherwise." Lute bristled against him, fury overtaking sense. "That bitch had it coming." She was weak. "Shia, I am talking." Heaven dimmed abruptly both above and around, as though somehow had cast a shadow over the very sun itself. But they hadn't, had they? Her eyes flicked upward, only to wide as the great fiery orb above actually dimmed for a moment in response to Uzumaki's ire, just as it had when he nearly beat Adam to death. Lute bit back a gulp and tried to retort something else along the lines of, Vaggie deserving worse than death, only for Uzumaki to smile her into silence. How did you even do that? Apparently he could, because something told her that if she didn't keep her pretty mouth shut in this moment, she was going to die, Sarah be damned. That poor girl crawled in the dirt and the filth until by some miracle, Charlie found her. They're quite the cute couple, adorable, really. I'll thank you for that too. Which brings me full circle. Naruto spun her around abruptly, forcing her to face him head-on. She immediately wished he hadn't, because that meant there could be no looking away from his blazing eyes and shining skin. Here in this moment he burned brighter than the sun itself. He was the only thing holding her up now, but this close to him, she could feel her skin beginning to burn. Unbidden, she found herself reminded of a myth she'd once heard. Icarus, the fool who flew too close to the sun. Naruto was thus soon, and he leaned forward, all smiles. Thank you for being an idiot. Lute bristled, but he wasn't finished with her, far from it. Adam took his licks already and paid for them. He chuckled ruefully as he pressed his forehead to hers. But I couldn't attack you outright without looking like a bad guy, you know? Then you challenged me. Laughing, he eased back and took a hand from her shoulder to pat her head. So, thank you, Lute immediately tried to punch him. Fat load of good it did her. He caught it in his palm and reeled her in like a fish. The punch that followed folded her in half around her stomach, leaving her vomiting what little she'd eaten for breakfast. Seizing her by a wrist before she could fall, Uzumaki let her dangle helplessly in his grasp, leaving her wasted and gasping for air. Ever heard of the term righteous wrath? He tutted at her when she wasn't able to respond. Yeah, that about sums up how I'm feeling right about now. So thank you, Lute, for being so supremely stupid. His right hand swept back, fingers clenching into a fist. Do you hear them? Even then his grip tightened on her arm as he held her in place, drawing a pained cry from her lips. All the screams of the demons you killed, evil and innocent alike, and those angels you ruined. Ruined? She scoffed at the concept. Everything she did was for the good of heaven. If he couldn't see that, then he didn't belong here. They were weak. She rasped out the words, spitting golden blood at him. I had to make them strong. Naruto's hum was non-committal to say the least. And are they strong now? Lute furiously grit her teeth, refusing to dignify him with a response. Thought so. The silence is your answer. When she tried to respond, he grabbed her by the face instead, fingers biting painfully into her cheeks. You're a tormentor, a murderer, a bully at best, led astray by your bloated, misguided sense of righteousness. And you say I belong in hell? No, the only one of us that belongs down there. Whirling, he cast her down. Would be you. Contrary to popular belief, the buildings of heaven weren't soft. Nor were the clouds, for that matter. She crashed through a sugar shop. Blah! She hated sweets. Struck the floor of heaven and tumbled across it, unable to do anything but roll in a desperate attempt to quell the pain. Her wings twitched as she sprang to her feet, sensation gradually returning, but the knowledge that he could take that away again horrified her. Even now, her heart was hammering in her chest, not from mindless rage, but an altogether different emotion. Fear. When was the last time she'd been afraid? No, fear was inexcusable. She was an exorcist. She was invincible. Immortal. Sorry about the shop. Naruto called out to Sira from on high, voice ringing with laughter. Don't worry about it, I'll fix the place up in a jiffy. The high seraphim planted both hands on her hips. You had better. Oh, come on. Of course I will. Lute glimpsed her sword nearby at her feet as they squabbled, its golden blade embedded into the ground. It was so close. If she could just reach it. Naruto alighted beside her in a pointed crouch before she could take a single step, eyes blazing. Pick it up. It was not a request. Lute snarled but didn't move, refusing to obey his command. Why should she? She didn't recognize his authority in the least. She'd sooner tear off her own arm than submit to him. Here. With a sigh, the many-winged angel ripped her sword from the ground and held it out to her. Pick it up. She didn't dare take the weapon from him, not when he was smiling like that. To reach out now would surely cost an arm. Exasperated, Naruto tossed it down at her feet. Oh, come on! Pick it up! Here at last she knelt to retrieve her blade. Now, yet it was finally free from his wretched hands. Even so, she never once took her eyes from him, not for a moment. He wouldn't get the best of her this time. She wouldn't allow it. Focus! If I can just land one hit. She threw herself at him with a snarl. Her blade passed through an afterimage. Cheeky bastard. Where was he? Clenched knuckles barreled into her cheek from the right at speed and sent her sprawling across the promenade. A lone tooth, a canine tooth, whistled through the air, spitting golden blood. She knew it belonged to her at once, if only for the sheer, crippling pain that followed. That one was for Vaggie. Lute righted herself as Naruto stalked forward, hating him, his words, everything he represented. I'll bring that bitch your head. Her world inverted as he kicked the back of her head. When had he gotten behind her again, forcing her face into the clouds? Fire and brimstone, but she didn't even see him move this time. She skidded forward, tearing a trench in the promenade before finally coming to rest against a building. Through ringing ears, she heard her tormentor tut loudly. That was for all the angels you've broken over the years. She blocked a punch with one of her wings. It hurt! And pivoted to stab her blade down into his shin. Her sword pierced him through. Yes! He evaporated into so much smoke. No! What in the hells was that? Where was he? For every sinner that deserved a second chance. A blistering backhand flashed across her face faster than lightning to dented her cheek again. This time he sent her spinning into a wall. Dragging herself upright to lean again the badly fractured wall for balance, she belatedly recognized the signage above and realized where she was. Or rather where she'd come to rest. She was outside Adam's studio, the place where he kept all his guitars and music records from countless conquests. They'd made sweet music together here, shared so many drinks after successful exterminations. Damaging such a place felt like sacrilege to her, driving her thoughts into a darker spiral. Kill him! I'll kill him. I will kill him. I don't care what it takes. Uzumaki could have attacked her then, finished her off while she was disoriented. That he didn't spoke of hubris, arrogance, and pride. She would not make such a mistake. A shadow fell over her. Lute looked up and found Uzumaki swooping in to strike her again. She tensed and braved her blade in both hands, ready to defend herself against his attack. Except he didn't. Attack, that is. Rather than bowl her down again, as he'd been doing for the better part of 5 minutes now, the so-called angel alighted upon a nearby lamppost to loom over her. He stood proud and tall upon it, casting her in his shadow as he flared all 10 of his wings and looked down on her. His smile still remained, but now it had adopted something of a pitying expression, as though she weren't worth his time, always looking down on her, like she was nobody. Nothing! Lute bit her lip until she tasted blood. The acrid tang only fueled the fires of her fall from grace. She hated him. Hate, hate, hate! She wanted to rip the sun out the sky and bring it crashing down on his head. Maybe that would wipe the smile off his smug prick face. We don't have to do this, you know. Lute bristled. Excuse me? Fight. He tucked his wings in with a sigh. This is going nowhere fast. Don't you see? Don't say it. Naruto held out a hand. Don't look at me like that. You can't beat me, Lute. Don't give me your damned pity. A single black feather fell to the floor. She ignored it. What was the loss of a single feather to her? And thrust her blade up at him. Stop posing and fight me. Are you sure about that? He tilted his head, but though his smile persisted, he made no move to attack. You might not like the result. What result could there be but victory? She'd trained for this, drilled herself endlessly, studied ancient texts. She wouldn't lose. To lose was anathema to her. To lose was a sin. Sin was evil. She couldn't be evil. She was justice. Justice could never be wrong. And so she sneered at him, blinded by her hubris. Afraid I might actually hurt you? He didn't rise to the bait. Provoking me won't help. Are you really that set on exterminations? Of course I am. She slashed her sword his way and topped the lamppost he'd perched upon. For what little good it did her. He simply used his wings to remain where he was, damn him. You think you're hell's great savior, that every soul down there can be saved. No, I don't. Lute choked on her words. What? Exterminations might be necessary in some extreme cases, he admitted with a shrug. Believe me, I met some nasty folks down there. She almost didn't want to listen, but she couldn't resist the urge to gloat. Whatever happened to every soul can be saved. Hey, he scoffed, that was Charlie, not me. And maybe they can be saved. But some don't want to be saved. She brandished her blade. None of them deserve to be. Tell you what, Naruto dragged a hand down his face. If I gave you the names of 2 annoying overlords and a small army, would you wipe them out? Or barring that, scare them a little? He turned a wistful look toward the sky, chuckling a little under his breath. We'll call it a test run. Lute lowered her weapon, momentarily mad, incredulous by his request. You're mocking me, aren't you? Not at all. His smile gleamed at her in the sun. Fox and Valentino could do with a nasty surprise. She didn't know those names, but then again, it didn't matter now, did it? Bloodlust bayed within her, howling like a hound, and with it, wrath. Was this her chance? She'd still be allowed her exterminations. A chance to punish the wicked, as she saw she could use that to wipe out others. It wasn't as though Uzumaki could prove anything. She'd have plausible deniability. Lute inched forward. Naruto offered her his hand. What do you say? Wasn't this what she wanted? Lute inched forward. He's lying, Adam hissed in her ear, her own paranoia made manifest. Don't trust him, Dot. The second you leave, he'll close the gates and lock you out of heaven. Panic reared its head in her blackened heart. He wouldn't dare, or would he? Maybe this was his chance, his excuse to be rid of her once and for all. She stomped a foot. No, they're all scum. They all have to die. Ever sinner and hellborn alike. I won't rest until they do. Naruto frowned. Who are you talking to? None of your business. He stared at her, looked past her now and sighed. Poor girl. You've gone mad. Not pity. Not from him. She couldn't bear the sight. You're afraid. The sudden remark startled her. Of you. Of everything. He swept an arm out, forcing a flinch from her. Of change. Of hope. Of anything that would alter the small pond you swim in. Because that's what you are at the end of the day, just a guppy swimming in a tiny little puddle, terrified of what might be beyond it. You were meant to be more than this. And you were supposed to be on our side. I suppose we're both disappointments then. She spat at him. The only disappointment I see here is you, if you say so. He chuckled ruefully. Look, I'll be the first to admit that humans are odd. We think that order and chaos are somehow opposites and try to control them. But there's grace in their failure. I think you've missed that. She slumped with a sigh. They're doomed. They are. His nod surprised her. But a thing isn't beautiful because it lasts. It was a privilege to be among them. Now I'll do my best to look after them. As though he could. As though she'd let him. As if? Lute sneered at him. You're unbearably naive. Well, I did get my wings recently. You're just a coward. Fine. His smile didn't fade. Not once. Yet now there was an undeniable edge to it. Have it your own way. His wings snapped forward as one, and the subsequent gale that followed blasted her backward. She couldn't help but stagger in the face of it. When the gust cleared, finally allowing her to stand again, she beheld a dark shadow in his eyes, a grim determination that promised only one thing: violence. Or rather extreme violence. I'm gonna trample you now, he informed her primly. Remember, you asked for this. To the naked eye, Naruto didn't move. His body flickered, and then he was before her, his face mere inches from her. Lute snarled and slashed at him, only for him to sweep her legs out from under her with one wing, spin her in the air with another, then drive a heel palm into her collarbone for good measure. Momentum tossed her around and into the very wall she'd been leaning against, shattering it. She barely heard the noise, just as she scarcely felt the pain. She was so angry she couldn't even see straight, left heaving angry breaths as she leaned upon her sword for balance. I hate you. You hate losing. Naruto circled around her, once again making no move to finish her off. You're not used to fighting someone stronger than you. But I suppose that's what you exorcists do, isn't it? Attack, attack, and attack again. She needn't see his face to know his voice was all but dripping with scorn. How has that worked out for you? She whirled and slashed at him, only to meet smoke. Another false copy! He reappeared behind her, clicking his tongue in admonishment. You stormed in here thinking you could take me on and win back what you'd lost. But you can't. Now you're losing, with all of heaven watching. Do you even have an endgame here? Or are you lashing out like the child you are? Lute swung her blade back, only to find her wrist ensnared by his hand and yanked backward. Uzumaki planted his foot against her back. Then he yanked. Pop went her shoulder. She doubled over with a yowl, clutching her dislocated limb. And let's not forget what happened with Adam. Uzumaki loomed over her as she scrabbled for her blade with her good hand. You didn't even think to ask your boss what happened. No, you were so determined to have a shot at revenge. Angry tears coursed down her cheeks. Shut up. If only someone could have warned you against such a miserable idea. Quick as a flash, he ensnared her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye. Oh, wait. Lute saw her death in his gaze. I did! Uzumaki released her, stabbed a finger against his chest, hooked it around and jabbed at her fractured collarbone to shove her backward, all but spitting every word. I asked you and the exorcist to hear me out, but you pushed ahead and you lost your mind when all you had to do was calm your tits and listen for once in your life. Lute snarled and reset her shoulder, snarling in pain. You think you're entitled to everything because you're angry, but anger isn't enough. You can't just be strong, you have to be smart. He poked her forehead, forcing a flinch from her. You can't just be deserving, you have to be worthy. His hands seized either side of her face and squeezed, fingernails biting painfully into her cheeks. But all you have ever been is an absolute bitch. Lute whirled and tackled him into Adam's studio. Uzumaki rolled his eyes and allowed it with a sigh, even let her throw him against a wall. The moment she had him pinned, she slashed at the roof above, bringing the entire thing and the records above tumbling down on his head, burying him in rubble and glass besides. Or had she? Maybe he'd run away? Storm's coming! She stomped forward, snarling out every word, ready to skewer him the second he dragged himself. I can see the clouds. No running's gonna save you now. The glass ceiling broke high above them, showering her with shattered shards. Oh, Lute. Whoever said I was running? Oh, A hand closed around the back of her head, swung her around and tossed her back outside. She struck the clouds, bounced once, caromed off a lamppost and landed hard on her back. Her wings protested immediately, but she had other concerns, because a snarling sphere of light came whistling through the air and smashed down into her gut. Lute saw stars, also blood. Lots of it, all hers. It feels good to be angry, doesn't it? Naruto's voice rang eerily in her ears as he advanced. She could just make out his shoes through her swimming vision. You don't have to take responsibilities for your own failures when you're too pissed to see straight. Lute spun and slashed him across the face. He caught the blade with one finger. One freaking finger. As she looked on aghast, He folded that finger over the length of her blade. In that horrific moment, several things happened at once. First, a terrible trench opened across her torso as he cut her down with his free hand. Second, her weapon violently exploded into countless shards of holy steel, leaving her clutching a dull hilt. And third, well, one of those stray shards flashed across Lute's vision, and wounded as she was, she couldn't move in time. That shrapnel struck her in the right eye. It burst like an overripe grape, leaving her to crumple to the ground with a scream, blood pooling from her face. Oh, God's the pain. She couldn't think, could barely breathe. Are you frustrated? Enraged? Humiliated? His voice never wavered, not once reflecting the glee he was surely feeling as he tormented her. Do you hate me? Despise me? Clutching her ruined face, she screamed at him. Shut up! He tutted, serious once more. I will not, dear girl. You did this to yourself. She flinched beneath his glowing gaze, wounded and beaten. You have no idea what I've been through, what I've suffered. Lute. No! She clambered to her feet, warding him off with her free hand as she howled in agony. Don't talk to me. You won't seduce me with your silver tongue. Here at last, Uzumaki's smile dimmed a little in confusion. Who said anything about seducing you? Get your head out of the gutter. It was too much. She went wild, slashing at him with what remained of her shattered sword. You mouthy little mortal! Who are you to say what's wrong and what's right? Who put you in charge? Mortal, am I? Dodging a clumsy swipe, he pivoted and spread his arms wide. Then by all means strike me down. Silence me! Test your theory! See what happens. Do it! Sarah shouted a warning somewhere behind her. Lute, don't! Yeah, what she said. Adam hollered her agreement wholeheartedly. Calm your tits. She ignored them both. You think I want? I'll show you. Naruto sighed. Yes, you certainly will. You silly girl, so full of anger. Such hate. I pity you. Lute lashed out. Pity this. Rather than retreat, Naruto stepped into her attack. You don't even realize what's been happening to you for the last 5 minutes. She slashed him, but something drove her back. Her blade struck an unseen force field, leaving her to balk. She caught sight of herself in a shattered storefront window then. What? Her wings had always been black in part, as was her halo. She was an exorcist's. It was simply how she appeared. But now there was more, much more. She could scarcely see a single speck of white amongst the dark ink. But worse still was her halo. It was cracked, no, crumbling, falling apart in her very hands. And her wings? Another black feather. And another, and another still. They were completely black now. Worse, they were rotting, falling away. She looked up at Naruto in naked horror. What have you done? Nothing. His smile was sad. You did this. I warned you. The wind blew it away. Gasping, she bent down and reached for it with a frantic sob, trying to hold it together, all for naught. In a matter of moments, it was so much ash. The wind blew it away. She started sobbing. Damn you. I'll kill you for this. I swear I'll... Even now you don't learn. Naruto reappeared behind her, planted a boot on her back, seized her wings. Her eyes widened. He wouldn't. Would he? You wouldn't dare. She snarled, hoping he was bluffing. You don't have the guts. I'm sorry. His grip tightened upon her falling fathers. Become a better person, and maybe you'll find your way back up here someday. He was really going to do it, wasn't he? She looked to Sarah and Adam for a reprieve, but found none. The latter averted her gaze while her former commander dragged a hand over her face and muttered something that sounded like an apology. But neither of them stepped in to save her. Even the voice in her head was silent. Panic mounted in her. Sarah, please! Don't let him... Lute hated how weak she sounded in that moment, how pitiful. Here at last, the High Seraphim looked at her. I am sorry, Lute. This is for the best. Her mind cracked as she wept openly, tears crashing down onto her legs. This wasn't happening. This couldn't be happening. No, no, no. 1,000 times no. This was all just a bad dream. A nightmare. Naruto yanked, and her world, her reality, changed forevermore. Her crumbling wings tore free in a shower of golden blood, but there was no time for her to process the pain, because the very clouds parted beneath her knees. Gravity sank its cruel claws deep into her body. Lute screamed, and she fell. Tilda, Velvet, looked up. Did you hear something just now? Somebody sounds pissed. A pale hand patted her head. Don't mind them, dear. Drink your tea. The Overlord tutted. You're not my mom. True, but who was it that gave you aid when you first found yourself here? A toothy grin was her reward, the words sugary sweet, concealing the dagger therein. Who offered you a helping hand? Who was honest with you? Patient with you? And what did I ask for in return? The occasional visit, nothing more. A bit of gossip here and there. Is that so selfish of me? Way to pour on the guilt. She'd always been good at that. All right, all right. I'll drink the damn tea. Her host smiled. Good girl. Now tell me more about this angel. Hell no. Velvet grimaced and choked down her drink, looking away as she did. I'd rather not. No? A lone finger-bearing black nail polish tickled her chin, simultaneously lifting her head and forcing her to meet her patron's eyes. Sounds like you could really do with a little reminder of who you're talking to. Chapter 26, Delightful, Simply Delightful. Now that's what I call entertainment. Oh ho 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 boy. That better not bite us in the ass. Holy shit. Did he just... Yep, with the wings and... Yep. Then he threw her down here, which makes her our problem now. Yep. I say, that was sensational. He doesn't have a fetish for tearing off wings, does he? Because I've got wings. Chill, Pinky. Pretty sure you're on his good side. Sides, he likes your tail. Oh, I don't know, there wasn't enough stabbity-stab-stab for me. Nifty, you ain't right. Tilda. I don't know, Husk. Mean it was kind of violent. Wait a minute. Where'd Vaggie go? That bitch is halfway down the street. Is she? Yep, she's flying Tilda. Shit, shit, shit. Quick, we gotta... Yeah, no, Charlie. Let your old man handle this. That's even worse. Daddy, no. Daddy, yeah! Tilda Hotel denizens. Pride after the fall. Interlude of the Fallen. Vaggie wasn't quite sure why she took off running, only that she did. She wasn't afraid or anything like that. On the contrary, for the first time in forever, she found herself smiling. Why, she wasn't exactly sure. Excitement? Anticipation? Had someone asked her in this moment, she wouldn't have been able to answer. Instead, she ran, jumped, and took flight, soaring high into the sky to see what would happen next. She simply wanted to be there, had to see for herself the moment it happened. She waited for a moment, looking to the heavens above. She needn't wait long. Sure enough, a screaming fiery comet fell from heaven, pierced the sky, and flashed across the horizon. No one else seemed to care or even notice for that matter. Sinners fell down all the time. Someone probably assumed this was just another case, albeit an explosive one. Crashing down somewhere in the pentagram, that falling star smashed through at least 3 high-rise buildings before it finally reached ground level. With her newly restored wings, it was a trifling manner to follow the wreckage to the source. Weaving her way through charred buildings and around broken bodies, they'd come back, until she finally found that which she sought. It was so easy to think this was just that, just another sinner come down from Earth. Vaggie knew better. Even from here she could see the hunched figure amidst the rubble. Loot? Because make no mistake, that was loot down there, sprawled, twisted and broken. In her left hand, she clutched a broken sword with barely 3 inches of golden metal to its name, more a ruined dagger now than any true weapon. Her right eye was forever blind by a jagged piece of heavenly shrapnel that she still had yet to remove. Her wings torn asunder rendered little more than blackened nubs jetting out of her back. Worse were those horns jutting out of her forehead, twisted and blackish red. Yet the hate in her remaining eye was all the same, the smouldering spite therein far too familiar to ever forget. Her former commander looked up and saw her, belatedly recognizing her despite her long hair. Then again, the ashen hair and golden eyes might have given her away. As she looked on, the wounded woman's pale face drew down in a pained scowl. How? She all but bit out the word around an agonized gasp. Are you flying? They're called wings. They're called wings. Lute snarled furiously. You think you're being cute? She crossed her arms. Bitch, I'm adorable. Lute seized a nearby dumpster, ripped it free from its moorings, then tossed it up at her with a feral scream. Vaggie rolled her eyes and beat her wings once, ascending higher to let the massive metal box careen past and run someone else's day. Seeing the bitch like this already made her day. The outraged noise her enemy made in the wake of her ascent was simply the cherry on top. Calm down. Don't antagonize the psycho bitch, Vaggie. You're not here for that. She was here to make certain loot wasn't a threat shit. She hadn't phrased that right. She knew loot was a threat, but she had to make certain she wasn't a threat to the hotel. Honestly, if this hypocritical psycho wanted to run around stabbing sinners and annoying overlords, Vaggie honestly didn't give a shit. She'd never tell Charlie that. As far as she was concerned, Naruto had the right of it. Some souls could be saved and desperately wanted to be, while others didn't. Vox and Valentino came to mind. But back to the bitch. She was winding up for another toss. Better dodge that. Can you not? Vaggie resisted the urge to unsling her spear as she swayed aside from a thrown brick. I ripped your wings off. Yeah, you did. She fought down a flinch at that bitter memory, amongst countless others, and forced herself to keep smiling in the face of Lute's dismay. I got better. Wow, she was really bad at this whole negotiating thing, wasn't she? She just couldn't help herself. Trauma was a bitch to shake. She'd lost someone important up there to Adam and Lute, not just physically but mentally as well. She could scarcely remember her face. Even the memory of her name had been stripped away by the heavens. But she remembered that loss. She remembered losing her. The thought festered in her gut like an open wound. How? Lute thrust a finger up at her, wasted and gasping for air. Tell me. Oh? Oh! Ugh. Someone wanted their wings back. Talk about a hot mess. Not that she blamed her for that. Having your halo snatched might be one thing, but losing your wings was a lurch. As an angel, you took them for granted more often than not, and once they were gone, it was like losing a part of yourself. That and the knowledge that you'd never soar in the sky ever again. And the pain, oh gods, the pain! An old phantom ache shook Vaggie's shoulders. Seemed she wasn't over that before she banished it with a shake of the head. Breathe. She was fine. Naruto had restored her wings and her eye, and while she might never get her exorcist halo back, she considered herself well rid of the blackened thing. Answer me! Gods, but Lute could shriek, couldn't she? In the end, she settled for a half-truth, if only because Lute would never believe her, and she didn't want him hounding Uzumaki. Love. Well, that and magic hands. Lies, Lute sneered. Your love with that hellspawn is vile and blasphemous. Laughter burst out of her. This from the bitch who bonks Adam. Lute's gaze blazed red. Don't say his name! Vaggie quirked a brow. Did he die? No, worse. Lute settled down, shoulders slumping if only for a moment. It was him, wasn't it? Uzumaki. Always sticking his nose where he doesn't belong. A bitter laugh tumbled past her lips as she hid her face in her hands, sighed once, then peeled her fingers away to glare up at her once more. Why are you even here, traitor? Have you come to gloat? Vaggie made a pinching motion between her thumb and forefinger. Maybe a little. I thought about killing you honestly, but maybe it's better to leave you like this. This is your fault. Of all the things she'd expected her to say, that wasn't one of them. I should have killed you that day. And there she went, diving back into delusion. Calm down, bitch. You've no one to blame but yourself. Lute lunged at her, teeth bared. Make me! Vaggie took flight without thinking. Lute had always been better than her in a fight. Faster, more ferocious, you name it. Even wounded as she was, she could just be so darn quick. But she had wings, and Lute's leap wasn't enough. She simply ascended out of reach, leaving her adversary to fall back to the ground. Common sense would have dictated that was the end of it. She clearly couldn't reach her. Lute had never been one for common sense. As she looked on in disbelief, her fellow fallen angel kicked off a wall, clambered up a rooftop, and launched herself up at her again, swinging her broken blade like a madwoman. Foolish of her, really. One couldn't dodge in the air. Vaggie, however, could. Her wings made it easy, effortless even. She pivoted in midair with a soft sigh, unslung her spear from between her shoulders and swung the haft of If around like a brutal bat. The result spoke for itself. Lute folded around the weapon with a startled grunt, good eye bulging in surprise. Gravity took over then, hurtling her former superior down to the ground in a plume of smoke. Not content to let her lay lest she recover, Vaggie cashed down on Lute, drove a boot into her butt, and slammed the business end of her spear into her shoulder. Golden blood flashed forth, to which Lute wildly tried to slash at her with her broken blade, all for naught. She kicked it out her hand, sent it skittering across the street, twisted her weapon in the wound, and pushed down with all her weight. Her ex-commander wailed like a long-lost child, a sob of equal parts pain and petulance. Bitch! Kill me! Finish what you started. She should, and she would. Vaggie tore her spear free, braved in both hands, then raised it over her head, ready to deliver the coup de grace. She caught a flash of hope in Lute's eyes just then. It gave her pause. Did she want to die? Damn it! What would Charlie say in this situation? She already knew the answer. Seriously, you're pathetic, you know that? Lowering her weapon, she spat in Lute's face. Ready to die rather than accepting mercy? No, she shook her head. Live. Crawl in the dirt and survive, knowing that you only do because I let you. This failure that you and Adam cast aside beat you. Beat me. Ha! Lute leered up at her, blood on her teeth. Too afraid to finish what you started, traitor. She wanted to. Gods, how she wanted to finish this. Her hands ached for vengeance. Kill her. You can lie. Say it was an accident. No one will ever know. But she would know. Do it. Lute kept goading her, making no attempt to escape whatsoever. Strike me down. You'll never get another chance like this. Vaggie exhaled harshly. Lute's grin practically split her face. Kill me now before I gut you and your hellborn bitch. She imagined Charlie's hand on hers. Vaggie, no. Don't sink to her level. You're not like her. You're better than this. You're not a monster. Shaking her head, she stepped back. I meant what I said. Live. You always were like this. Weak. Lute dragged herself upright, hissing the last word at her like a curse as she crawled toward her broken blade. You always will be. You hide your weakness in a cloak and call it mercy. Ruthlessness is mercy upon ourselves. Vaggie froze with a gasp, utterly rooted where she stood. So did Lute, because a peal of almighty thunder had just rumbled overhead. And, unfortunately for you, I'm not feeling all that merciful at the moment. Vaggie looked up and immediately wished she hadn't, because she realized they weren't alone anymore. With a crackle of foul fire and lashing lightning, a morning star descended. It wasn't Charlie. Vaggie wished it was, but, well, no such luck. It was easy to think Lucy, as Naruto so fondly called him, was harmless. He'd reassured her of such, and Charlie even more so. She'd gushed about how great he was. Dad's great, really. I'm so glad I reconnected with him. He wouldn't hurt a fly. Morningstar really wouldn't. While most of the Pride Ring cowered in fear of their lord and liege, truth be told, the King of Hell was really just a depressed, duck-loving husband who dearly missed his wife. A dreamer who dared to dream a dream too big. A lonely father desperately trying to reconnect with his daughter, which he'd only just managed to do. So yeah, a bit goofy, but usually harmless. He wasn't now. Not now with his horns out and his eyes bloody red, all 6 wings flared in crimson on white relief. His tail crackled in the air with a sound akin to a whip splitting flesh, forcing a flinch from them both. As they both looked on, aghast, he conjured a wicked golden glaive of light between his hands and gave it a sudden spin, casually obliterating a nearby empty building before their very eyes. And speaking of eyes, were those more eyes staring back at her from within the depths of his coat? Well, that settled it. Somebody was getting fucked. And no, not in the nice way. Look at you, bitch! Charlie's father all but crooned the last word, gaze firmly fixed upon Lute, voice rumbling with all the cadence of his Sation. Acting out like you want teacher's attention in this eternal detention? Well, I hope you had your fun, but now it's time to ring the bell. Lute crawled backwards as Morning Star alighted before her. Pride cometh before the fall, eh? Grinning, he planted both fists upon his hips and leered at her, wearing a snaggle-toothed grin. Now then, what did you call my daughter? In all the years since she'd known her, Varg couldn't remember the last time Lute was stricken silent. Not that she could blame her right now, mind you. She wasn't even the focus of Morningstar's ire, and she already found it difficult to breathe. Worse, Charlie's father only had eyes for her former commander, and everything in those blazing red orbs promised pain. Honestly, it was a miracle Lute was able to speak at all. You, Matilda. Morningstar chuckled hoarsely, wings flaring behind him. Welcome to my kingdom. He grinned with absolutely all of his teeth at her. You must be the uppity little shit that maimed my future daughter-in-law, insulted my actual daughter, and also pissed off my potential future son-in-law. Oh, fuckety fuck. Wait, what was that last bit about son-in-law? Had he just... On second thought, maybe don't say anything right now. Morningstar looked pissed. Better Lute than her. Lute must have realized some measure of the danger she was in too, because the colour absolutely drained out of the angry angel's already pallid face. She took a step back and warded her broken blade before her with trembling hands, the first real sign of fear Vaggie had ever seen from her. "Don't you dare touch me. If you lay so much as a finger on me, the agreement with heaven is off." The elder Morningstar tilted his head. As ordained by whom? "Sarah, up!" He held up a finger to forestall her protest. "Let me stop you before you get ahead of yourself, Lilac." "That's not my one!" Morningstar promptly pushed said finger against her lips as he sang over her merrily. "You're not an envoy of heaven anymore." He dug that finger deeper, causing a bead of golden blood to well up beneath his fingertip. 2. Unfortunately for you, my daughter isn't here right now, and as for number 3, well. He glanced heavenward with a cackle. "I'm fairly certain Syrah is distracted at the moment. By the way, nice arm you got there." "Can I have it?" Lute frowned. "What?" There was no transition between now and what happened next. One moment Morningstar was being his usually silly self. In the next, Vaggie blinked and Charlie's father stood before her former comrade. In a seamless movement, he smacked her blade aside, planted a hand on her right shoulder and yanked. What followed wasn't pretty. Angels bled gold, Vaggie always known that, but she'd never seen this much of it before. Golden ichor sprayed through the air, spattering her face as Lute staggered back, clutching the ruin of her arm. Morningstar had torn it off just below the shoulder with ease, yet somehow not a single droplet of blood landed on his white coat. Lute wasn't so fortunate. If she'd been dishevelled before, she was an outright mess now, gasping and heaving as she clutched at her wound. "My fucking arm!" "And you called my daughter a bitch tilled." Morningstar slapped her in the face with her severed limb as sang over her cries. "Be glad I didn't take the other eye." Reaching out with his free hand, he seized her by the hair and dragged her forehead down to meet his. "Now then, since you say fit to hurt one of my girls and threaten the other, I am going to fuck you." Lute recoiled like she'd been physically struck. "Excuse me?" "Girls? Door, that was kind of sweet, actually." He already considered her part of the family, gah. "Focus!" Vaggie coughed into a fist, unable to help herself. "I think you mean fuck her up, sir." "Huh?" Morningstar dropped his scary voice and momentarily released Lute to glance over his shoulder at her. "Isn't that what I said?" Vaggie shook her head fiercely. "Meh, semantics." He shrugged before rounding on his victim once more. "Come here, bitch!" Morningstar seized Lute by the face, spun her around, and launched her clear across the pentagram. Needless to say, she had a bad time. A very bad time indeed. Tilda. High in the heavens above, a lone woman watched the glorious carnage unfold. Adjusting her sun hat, she lowered her sunglasses to observe, and she smiled. Chapter 27. This just in. Our glorious head honcho is currently wreaking havoc across Pentagram City and reminding everyone why he's the boss. Also, he may or may not be singing. "More at 11, if we survive." "Please don't smite us, sir." "It's a very nice song." "Have mercy, Tilda." Tilda Katie Killjoy. "Ring the bell. Come to Papa." A building imploded. "Run to Mommy." The sky screamed with rain. "Say uncle?" Flames poured down from on high, setting streets alight. "Say it!" Lucifer Morningstar leered down at his victim and boomed out a laugh, baring jagged teeth as he cackled at his prey's plight. To be fair, little Miss Fallen Angel wasn't exactly saying much of anything given her face, and most of her upper body lay buried about 3 feet of concrete in the street. Not 6. He'd been careful not to bury her completely lest he be unable to reach her in a jiffy. By the twitching of her heels, she was still alive. Well, probably. Even the lesser angels were durable, right? Better double check. He reached down, seized her by the ankle, and plucked her from the ground like a turnip, scattering debris in every direction. No signs of life. "You still kicking there, Buttercup?" She hung limp in his grasp. "Oh, crap." "Oh, no you don't." He gave her a good hard shake when she failed to move. "Don't go dying on me now." "I'm not finished with you." A thought occurred. He frowned at her. "You're not playing dead, are ya?" Lute lurched back to life and lashed out with her broken blade, stabbing directly into his face only for her weapon to skitter harmlessly off his cheek, spraying sparks. Her good eye bulged. "What?" "Ah." The look of an uppity angel when somebody turned their worldview on its head. How he missed those good old halcyon days. Sweetie, I'm still a seraphim. Reaching down, he pinched her cheek, reveling in the angry noise she made. You're gonna need something a little more potent than that if you want to harm me. Not that you can. Boop tilled! A finger flick to her forehead sent his fellow fallen angel tumbling down the street until she finally struck a dumpster. It dented around her, momentarily wedging her within the steel. With only one arm and no wings to her name, she had quite the time freeing herself. He could have finished her off then, roasted her with flames, made a pretty pyre. In truth, he was tempted to, after she'd roused his ire. Boo, that would be merciful. Mercy wasn't on the menu today, no siree. He was here to dine on devastation and despair. So he stayed his hand and let her struggle. Watched her wrestle her way free as he drifted down to the ground. He'd never felt so free. When was the last time he'd been able to cut loose like this and have a punching bag? Centuries at least. Maybe more. That brawl with Naruto and Kurama didn't count. That was a misunderstanding. And sure, it wound up being fun by the end. But this was about sending a message. There was a beautiful simplicity to life down here in the underworld. If you don't like something, smash it. If you're angry at someone, fight them. If you hate them, crush them. Charlie wouldn't approve, he knew. His baby girl was all about forgiveness and second chances. He got that, really, he did. She was the best of Lilith, and he adored her. Hence why he'd thrown little Miss Bitchy Britches all the way across the pentagram in the first place. He didn't want Cha-Cha to see him like this, and besides, it would take her time to get over here on Razzle or Dazzle, assuming Vaggie and Emmy even let her get that far. Probably wouldn't. He couldn't even say it was a mindless rage, because it wasn't. He was completely cognizant of what he was doing, and he was enjoying every moment of it, each second, every instant, everything. He wanted a pound of flesh, damn it, and he was going to get it, even if taking her arm technically counted as one. Fine, 2 pounds. Bah! Semantics. Hoo boy, Charlie was going to be mad when he got back to the hotel. Maybe he should get her a gift basket. Morning Star! He flicked one of his rightmost wings out like a blade, casually bisecting a building before Loot could bring it down on his head, caught 5 falling sinners with the remaining appendages before they could die messy deaths, then shooed them away to safety for good measure. He was still in the process of doing so when a lamppost slammed down onto his head like a hammer. The hell was Adam feeding these chicks heavenly steroids or something? Sure, he didn't feel it, but his hat. Think of the poor hat. The humanity of it all. Plucking the battered headpiece from his noggin, he tutted softly as he regarded the thoroughly flattened cap with a sigh. It was a lost cause, he'd need a new one. Damn shame. That wasn't very nice. He tutted quietly. I do believe you killed my hat. Loot dragged herself upright and spat golden blood at his foot. What's wrong? She slurred the words drunkenly, swaying on her feet from all the blood she'd lost. Gonna cry. A small part of him wanted to, yeah. Lilith had made that hat for him. Another piece of his past, scattered to the wind. Even if he fixed it up with his magic, it just wouldn't be the same. And now this uppity little bitch who hadn't even existed back in his day had the gall to laugh at him. Ha ha ha, no. His eyes bled completely red. I loved that hat. Loot lunged at him again, like a moth to the flame. She simply couldn't help herself. It was her very nature. Sashaying to the side, he kicked her into a building. Hey, nobody said he couldn't harm buildings! Just as long as he didn't kill the squishy sinners inside said buildings. Most of them had fled by now, anyway. When she bounded upright and went on the attack again, not big surprise, he didn't even deign to shapeshift. He simply caught her by the heel and whipped her into yet another building, leaving a decidedly loot-shaped impression behind. Sinners fled at the sight. One of them might have been an overlord, judging by the size of their soul. He wasn't sure. Hard to remember who was and who wasn't these days. Lucy let them run like the rodents they were. Best to have them clear out so he could rage to his heart's content. And besides, this was good for his image, wasn't it? Naruto's words drifted back to him unbidden. Don't be sloppy with your secrets. Not with Vox lurking about. Just a word of advice, you know. Oh, and if by some chance a certain someone winds up down there, have fun. Good angel, that one. Had he planned for this? Or was this just a contingency? That kid might be dense and noble as a brick sometimes, but he had some good points. No wonder Charlie liked him. That had confused him at first, but hey, if she liked girls and boys, who was he to judge? It might be kinda nice, having a grandkid to spoil. Loot groaned into the bricks, drawing him from his doldrums. Lucifer laughed, spirits soaring. Oh, right. Forgot about you. Alley-oop! Whirling around and shifting his grip to her ankle, he whipped her into the street, spun about, then performed the process sevenfold, slamming her into the asphalt like a rag doll before finally leaving her wedged there, dazed, thoroughly concussed, staring up at the sky. A low wheeze parted the fallen woman's lips as she struggled to breathe through a collapsed lung. He scoffed at her and planted a boot in her belly. Puny angel. When she didn't immediately retaliate, his mind began to wander again. It had been doing that a lot lately, focusing on happier thoughts. And who could blame it? Uzumaki reminded him of, well, himself before the fall. Bright, sunny, happy, so full of ideas and not afraid to share. He had the power to back it up too. Honestly, if it came to a full-on fight between the two of them again, he wasn't sure who'd win. But that didn't matter, because insofar as he was concerned, they were never going to have that fight. Naruto was his buddy, his pal, his compadre, one of the few people whose name he cared to remember and bothered to care for. And he was nice to Charlie. If his baby girl wanted a threesome or a ménage à trois, or whatever the kids were calling it these days, fine. What his cha-cha wanted, his cha-cha got. But first, grinding his boot into Lute's exposed stomach, poor thing. Her uniform was practically in tatters after all those slam attacks. He leered down at her. Gonna say uncle yet, Lisa? Lute shrieked. That is not my name! No? He reached down to tousle her hair. Frankly, you're whoever I want you to be at this point. Vile creature! She growled up at him, glaring with her good eye. I command your respect. No, he sneered. You demand my attention. Lute most assuredly did, which was fine. He wasn't done with her yet. Honestly, killing her was probably a no-go. Sarah could be so prickly when it came to death. But he didn't need to kill her, did he? There were worse things than death. He could already see the twisted horns on her head, and the fingers of her remaining hand were slowly curving into claws unbeknownst to her. Even her teeth were sharpening into fangs. He almost pitied her. Almost. The more she fought, the more she warped herself. Hell had a funny way of doing things. Vagetha, was that her name, had scarcely hanged a wink down here because she'd held to her belief. Finding love also helped. Ah, but Lute. Lute did exactly what he expected of her. Indeed, the only thing she knew how to do. The second he let her up, she sprang to her feet and started attacking like the mad dog she was. I don't have to take this from you. Her broken blade carved a cage of golden light around him, seeking his face again and again and again, all for naught as he weaved around her attack. You racist, cisgendered, patriarch, propagating misogynistic pig... Morningstar caught her sword between two fingers, diverted it with angelic grace, and drove it down into Lute's right thigh. A shower of golden blood flowed forth, fountaining into the air. Oh, that one was going to be bleeder! Lute buckled with an agonized cry and sprang away on her healthy leg for what little good it did her. The only thing she'd bought herself was distance there. Not time. Hers had been up the moment she badmouthed his precious cha-cha. He'd simply allowed her to believe she had a chance. But now the game was nearing its end. The funny thing is, he raised his arms at his sides for maximum effect, gotta be spooky, and advanced after her, teeth gone sharp and eyes glowing red. Under any other circumstance, you might have had a point there, Miss Lily. Let me just correct you on a few points. His shadow grew larger with every step, threatening to swallow Lute up even as she backpedaled. There was no escape. Eventually her back hit a wall, leaving nowhere for her to go. She stood there, good eye wide, quivering as drew closer and closer. You see, my wife is a woman. Lute tried to speak and failed. We had fun in the 40s. Lute finally faltered. I hate everyone equally. Lute whimpered as Lucifer flared all 6 of his wings for full effect, towering over her despite the difference in their stature. And there's no alive who can comprehend my duck preference. His arm snaked out, literally, and seized a hold of Lutier's neck, reeling her in like a fish on a line. Fishing. Hadn't done that with Charlie in a while. Might be fun. See if they could catch a few sharks. Might do that after he beat the bitch out of this, well, bitch. So, in other words, Miss Lilac, Lisa Lily, whatever your name is? His fist barreled into Lute's face at Mark 6. Check your privilege. The impact dwarfed all others before it and sent her careening into the street, carving out a smouldering trench for miles before culminating in a crater spanning half a city block. Good thing everyone had run for their lives, else he might have killed some sinners with that one. Probably had some leeway there, though. After all, he'd been aiming for loot, and it wasn't like he'd been trying to smite anyone else. That said, time for the coup de grace. Much to Morningstar's surprise, Adam's lieutenant was somehow still alive when he found her. Sure, looked a mess, but she was still breathing. Not bad for someone who was already missing an arm, an eye, and her wings beside. She wouldn't be walking without a cane for a while, not with the state of that leg either. And yet, despite all that, she managed to stand up. "Kill you?" She rasped the words out, staring blankly ahead. "I'll kill you, gonna kill you all." He watched her rip her sundered sword free from her leg, uncaring of the heavenly shrapnel she left behind in the wound. What a waste. She was barely conscious, even if he had been holding back, and already she'd shown more grit than most souls he knew. Such a terrible waste indeed. He alighted beside her, hovering just out of arm's reach. "Everything's better with a song, wouldn't you agree?" And why not? Besides, he was in a great mood. He couldn't possibly stay quiet. Snapped his fingers, he conjured rock music with his magic. "Stop me if you've heard this one before, bitch." Lute stumbled toward him, slashing clumsily. Tapping his foot, he dodged to the beat 3 times before lashing out. "You're acting out like you want teacher's attention, but I'm the principal of this eternal detention tilde." He swept her legs with one wing and smacked her into the sky before she could touch the ground. "I hope you had your fun, hon, but it's time to ring the bell, tilde." He laughed and rang Lute's for good measure, clobbering her upside the head to hurl her back to the dirt. "Ding, ding, tilde!" She powered upright and punched a beam of holy light into existence that was new, only for him to deflect it in her face and send her skidding across the street. "Bitch, you've gotten way too big for your bitches. Now I'm gonna have to put you in stitches." A flick of his fingers conjured 6 spheres of lightning, each of which out and struck her head on, electrocuting her, further scarring her face and rendering her hair a frizzled mess. "Just in case y'all have forgotten who's the motherfucking king of hell." Lute tried to start up with a song of her own, something about gravity or other, but he wasn't having it. "'Cause I'm the serpent. I'm the flame." So speaking, he brought a towering viper of fire crashing down on her head, rendering her words a garbled shriek of pain. "The mortal world is afraid to say my name." She threw herself out of the fire and lunged at him, trying to close the distance, as though it would make a difference. "I am so spooky." He vanished, reappearing in her shadow directly on her flank to pinch her cheek. "I'm the shit!" Her sword swung for his face, but only tasted empty air. "I am a living aspect of the in tilde fitilde nite tilde." Peppering her body with fierce fireworks for every syllable, he flung her to the ground and dove after her, attacking her from every angle, shredding away the last of her uniform alongside her dignity. Flitting away time and again until she finally crashed down to a knee, one arm warded protectively over her bare bosom. "So scream all you want, little Miss Broken Henchwoman." There it was, the fear in her eyes, the naked horror as she realized the enormity of what she was up against. She had finally realized her place and with it how completely, utterly outclassed she was. "Good. I'm nearly a god, and who are you?" A fist swung down, wreathed in flame. "Just a dead..." His phone rang. "Nay!" Morningstar stopped short, just shy of finishing her off. Lute's eye rolled up in her head as her body shuddered from the near miss. By now, the rest of her was broken and burnt mess, not even remotely recognizable as an angel anymore. The sudden shockwave of his aborted attack caused her to pitch over onto her side with a bloody gurgle. She did not rise again. He stomped down on her neck just to be sure. His phone kept ringing. Loudly. Only a select few denizens in the underworld had his number. It might not be important. But then again... "Hold on," he addressed what may or may not be her corpse. "I need to take this tilde." Alas, in his haste, he unwittingly answered it without checking the caller ID. Errors were made, and they were his. He hoped it wasn't Sarah. "Please not Charlie. Anybody but Charlie." Then again, it might be Lilith. By the light, he hoped it was. He missed her dearly. Shit. Had she seen his rampage just now, wherever she was? What if she was pissed at him? What if she wasn't coming back because of it? What if... In the end, panic got the better of him, as it often did these days. "Ah ha ha," he laughed nervously. "Sweetie, I can explain. Heya, bossman Tilda." "How's it hanging, Tilda?" "Nope, not Charlie. Not Sarah either. Nor Lilith. Oh, crap. Of course the Sins would notice. He hadn't exactly been subtle up here. What do you want, Asmodeus? He snapped, voice losing its demonic luster. I'm busy. Besides, didn't we agree to let things be? That was before your buddy made an angel fall from the heavens and you started kicking her around like a soccer ball. I couldn't care less, but the others are having a hell of a time over this, and you know how all Red gets when someone ruffles his wings. Ah, shit! They knew about that, did they? Just his damn luck. Well, they want to meet him. And this fallen angel. He balked. Wait, they want to do what? With who? He glared down at Lute's prone form, still breathing somehow. Damn it! Anger sparked in him. I'm hanging up. Wait. Asmodeus must have sensed it too, because stammered a little. Boss, I know you're the sin of pride and all, but please don't blow us off. Everybody misses you. We want you back. But it was so annoying Hold Court. He'd left for that very reason. Why couldn't the damn dragon do things for him? Sides the other sins, Miss Charlie. Ugh, that was the nail in the proverbial coffin for him. Fine. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll figure something out. Don't start the waterworks on me. I knew you'd understand. I'll tell the others you said hello. Ciao, Tilda. Morningstar didn't crush the phone in his hand, but it was a near thing. Fuck my live! Looked down to Lute's prone form. He exhaled heavily and considered her fate. One came to mind. After a moment's pause, he conjured a heavy golden collar to one hand, knelt down, and clamped it around her neck. Creating a key, he promptly locked it in place and stowed the small piece of holy metal deep within his jacket. Lute's entire body bristled as the seal took effect, but it was too late. The deed was done. It was hardly a soul-binding contract now, but it would do in a pinch. Crouching down before her, he slapped his fellow fallen awake. Congrats, Lilac. Not my name. She wheezed the words around a ring of smoke. Hate you! Or I love you too. He pinched her cheek with a merry laugh, heedless of her savage snarl. So, I can't exactly kill you, because that would upset Charlie and Sarah, not to mention Emmy. Can't go wiping your mind either. That's a big no-no down here. So until I decide what to do with you, you're going to be my new pet. Which means you get to live for a few more days. Now be a good girl and follow me. I'll get you a leash and house-train you later, she hissed. I will never. I could always kill you instead, Tilda. Lute immediately clammed up with a sullen look. Reckless and angry she might be, but she didn't want to die. He patted her head. There's a good dog. Now, paw. She absolutely twitched. Tilda. Valentino heard the earthquakes and ignored them. Why in the hells shouldn't he? Not his problem. Vox was still out cold after the smacking he'd gotten, and Velvet was nowhere to be found. He had the tower all to himself, which meant he was free to take matters into his own hands. Lucky Tilda. All he had to do was get his guns, storm down to that hotel, and wham! Victory, Tild! When I get my hands on that no-good Wait, the pistols weren't in his wardrobe. Valentino swore up a storm. Where are my guns? Who the hell hid my guns? Tearing open a cupboard, he failed to find them yet again. A string of angry Spanish syllables filled the tower. ¿Quién se llevó mis armas? Tilda. Think he overdid it? Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. She'll be feeling that in her sleep. Naruto looked away from the viewing orb with a sigh. Wasn't asking you, Adam. Tough tits. I believe that's your problem. She scowled daggers at him and covered her bosom with a flush. Low blow, dude. Sarah pinched the bridge of her nose. Could the both of you please behave for once in your lives? The duo exchanged a glance. Adam found her voice first. Think she's being serious? Naruto couldn't quite hide his smile. Probably she's hard to read on a good day. I don't know, she seems like an open book to me, if you know what I mean. Like a book that gives you plenty of paper cuts? The high seraphim twitched sullenly above them, not at all accustomed to being teased by her fellow angels. Adam was, however. She jumped at the chance, much to Naruto's amusement and chagrin. Hey, she was sitting in your lap yesterday, not mine. Any little seraphims on the way yet? Maybe twins or... Six Wings simultaneously smacked Adam into the ground, creating a small earthquake in their wake. Boys. Naruto held up both hands when Sarah rounded on him. Hey, I didn't say anything. She leaned down to glower at him. It was implied. Naruto whistled innocently. Well, would you believe me if I said sorry? Sarah glared. Pretty please? Sarah's glare intensified. Adam cackled into the cloudy floor. You're in the doghouse now. Naruto clasped both of Sarah's hands in his and pouted. Sarah flushed and averted her gaze. Don't joke about children. That is a somewhat sacred matter. Or not. The golden-winged angel righted herself with a huff, adjusting her helmet. How did you get her wrapped around your finger like that? Sarah smacked Adam into the floor again. Why me? Because you exist. I mean, okay, that's fair. I can be a bit of a dick. Naruto let them squabble and glanced back to the table, idly eyeing the dimming orb therein. Apparently you could view certain events in the underworld from heaven, provided you had a handy giant crystal orb to look into. Who knew? It had been something of a novel experience for him. He'd enjoyed watching Vaggie have her revenge, though Lucy's arrival had been less expected. He'd watched the brawl, if it could be called one, right up until he'd gotten that phone call. Probably nothing to worry about, right? Honestly, he took no pleasure in what he had done to Loot. Really, he didn't. Redemption was possible for some, and not others. Besides, causing an angel to fall was one thing. Murdering another soul in front of countless all was another. He wasn't willing to go that far, and he didn't think Sarah would let him either. Still, to think Loot would be that stubborn. Idly, he risked a glance at his own wings, still golden and shining, holy and untainted. Likewise, his halo burned bright as ever, and his shimmering hair continued to shine like the sun. Falling must be a complicated process. Loot, for example, fell rapidly and instantly, whereas Sarah's process has been slow, insidious even. Was it due to her high rank? The fact that she'd fought her feelings? He didn't know. Frankly, he wasn't sure he wanted to. One angel falling was quite enough. For today. Right, he sighed, crossing his arms. We should probably calm everyone down after my little stunt in the promenade. He jolted suddenly as his phone, a gift from Charlie, squawked loudly in his pocket. Fumbling it out, he found a familiar face staring back at him within the screen. Lucy? So, ahaha, Naruto. Morningstar's flustered face stared back at him, beaded with sweat. Hope you're having fun up there. Small problem. The Sins want to meet you. Naruto tilted his head, somewhat nonplussed by the remark, which didn't seem all that concerning. I don't see the problem here. Morningstar's visage dominated the screen in his face. Big problem. Get your butt down here. All right. Don't get your cane in a twist. The call ended abruptly. He looked back, belatedly remembering he had an actual audience present. Adam looked relatively ambivalent to the matter. Sarah wore a stricken expression. You're leaving already? Damn. Chapter 28. You, little sinner, have offended our maker with this grandiose little caper. Oh, the arrogance of an insect who lacks any real respect. We are his hands. Tilda. Of Seraphim and Succubus. Naruto, no. Naruto, yes. Naruto, I said no. I heard you the first 100 times, but my answer hasn't changed in the last 12 hours. Taking a deep breath, he planted both hands on his hips, steadfastly stared up at the towering woman who he may or may not have feelings for, and forced himself not to budge, even when she made a pained noise. I'm sorry. I've got to go. She made a distressed noise. I won't allow it. Naruto stared her down. Wasn't asking. Sarah warbled unhappily. Sarah had been like this for hours now, refusing to let him out of her sight. And while he could flee, he knew he'd be leaving her in a state. She'd fall in an instant. Worse, she might even try to follow him down to the underworld. And then where would he be? The rings were probably in a panic after Lucy's little rampage, and while one might argue that his return would make things worse, the people absolutely would freak out if the head Seraphim herself made an appearance. If she wound up falling down there and Vox got wind of it, no. Just no. He wasn't about to subject her to that, alas. There was just one problem. Sarah was clingy. Who would have thought? Not him. She latched onto his arm again and didn't let go. No. You have to say. So what then? You want me to blow them off? Return to the status quo? She flinched. So did he, inwardly. It was hard. It was really hard. It was really frickin' hard to tell her that, you know? He just started getting comfortable up here. Sarah looked so pitiful in that moment, on the verge of tears really, though she refused to let them fall through sheer force of will. Even now she was actively biting her lip to stifle an explosive outburst, something he gave her credit for really. Only a few days ago, she would have flipped the table, thrown it at him, then tried to pin him down with it. That she was able to display even a modicum of restraint at this very moment spoke well of her character. He hadn't expected her to react like this, not in a million years. Frankly, he would have preferred anger. He knew how to deal with angry people. Not weepy ones. Nothing he could say. It didn't help that Adam was practically in stitches about the whole thing, the absolute bastard. Or was it bitch now? Regardless, look at you two. His fellow angel flailed on the floor, legs kicking, giggling with glee. Squabbling like an old married couple already. And you didn't even get a kid out of it. Sarah snarled and smote the redeemed angel into the clouds with her wings all over again. All right, I deserved that. Naruto rolled his eyes. Errors were made. To be fair, they were his and he should have known better. It was his own damn fault. He took his eyes off Sarah for a second. That was all she needed. In a word, yoink. Sarah used pounce. It was super effective. Her hands came to rest on his shoulders and clamped down, locking him in place before she yanked him forward into a crushing embrace, all but smothering his face against her bosom. Heat crept up the back of his neck for a moment. Huh, neat. Stronger than he'd thought. That was certainly a surprise. Likely on Lucy's level in terms of raw strength, albeit inexperienced when it came to combat. Frankly, she'd caught him off guard. However, one does not simply embrace a shinobi. Well, one could, but there were consequences. He'd become kind of twitchy about being hugged as of late, given Verosika's tendency to glomp him at the slightest provocation. That, and with Charlie latching onto him like a limpet when he tried to leave the hotel. Simply put, all this getting grabbed had caused him to remember a rather useful jutsu. Really, he'd been an idiot for ever forgetting in the first place. With a put-upon sigh, he brought his hands together around Sarah's back, returning her forceful hug, then promptly used a substitution jutsu to swap places with Adam, much to his former foe's surprise. Sarah took one look at her subordinate and promptly suplexed him into next week. Nice form. Maybe she did know how to fight a little. In that split second, however, Naruto was able to make some sizable distance on her and reach the door. His hand closed around the doorknob, then pulled, yanking it open. I promise I'll be right back. No! Sarah jumped onto his back, simultaneously tackling and dragging them both down to the ground like some needy child. Naruto, for his part, sputtered in surprise and actually laughed out of sheer disbelief. If only because hadn't thought she'd abandon her decorum like that to launch herself at him. You learned something new every day. What followed was a brief wrestling match between them, the outcome of which was never in doubt. Some might even call it inevitable. Sarah was head seraphim, and certainly strong. But he was stronger, and moreover he knew how to grapple someone into submission. That lesson had been beaten into him by his teachers. Kakashi and Yamato would never forgive him if he let himself be bowled over by an untrained girl. As for Jiraiya, well, Jiraiya might laugh and give him a thumbs up, but he'd taught him better than that. In short order, he had Sarah pinned beneath him in a submission hold of sorts. Gripping her wrists, one to each hand, he pushed his left knee into her stomach, while the right came to rest just shy of her groin. From there, he leaned down and brought his forehead to rest against hers. He could have delivered a vicious headbutt and knocked her out, but he chose not to. Instead, he stared her down, idly noting the fresh signs of her distress, the shadowy feathers in her wings, the fresh cracks in her halo, the sweat beading upon her brow. She glared up at him, chest heaving, eyes wide with anger. No, that wasn't anger, but something else entirely. Fear. Poor girl was practically trembling. Please, she all but gasped up at him, the last word a sob. Don't go! Naruto's heart kicked in his chest, performed a quadruple backflip, and fell flat on its face. Well, damn it. He couldn't just cut and run now, could he? Or he'd feel like a whole asshole, you know? Taking a great risk, he reluctantly released Sarah's wrists, drew himself back ever so slightly and reached out to cup her face into his hands. Bringing both palms to rest upon her cheeks, he held her visage firmly between his fingers. Her beautifully bright eyes widened in a different sort of panic, but he didn't give her time to process lest she lash out. Leaning in once more, he pressed his brow to her temple, all but nuzzling his nose against hers. From there, he whispered into her ear. Breathe. Sarah went limp beneath him, closed her eyes and did as he bid, inhaling deeply. In an instant, shadowy feathers within her wings receded, and the cracks in her celestial halo mended once more. Exhaling once, she drew in a fresh breath, then another followed by a third until her breathing finally evened out completely. Better? A bit, yes. She exhaled as he released her. I'm sorry for tackling you. Oh. Without warning, her eyes narrowed for a different reason, then flitted down. Oh dear. Naruto's gaze followed hers. Only then did he truly realize just how compromising their present position appeared. Sarah's long skirt had ridden up to her knees, exposing the dusky skin of her legs, and speaking of legs, his knee was resting against her. By the sage, it actually looked like he was about to, well, you know. Adam snapped a quick picture behind them. Heh, kinky. Sarah bolted upright, all but flinging him off her lap in her haste to get at Adam. Relinquish that camera at once. Oh, come and boss, lady. I'm bored, Tilda. This is prime entertainment here. White light crackled in Sarah's palm. Adam! All right. Don't bring out the Holy Lance. Party pooper. Here, have your camera. Naruto righted himself and pretended not to notice as the head seraphim immediately destroyed the object in question with extreme prejudice. Crisis averted for now, but he still had to go back down. And that was bound to make Sarah freak out all over again. How to broach the subject? Taking a deep breath, he placed his palms together and exhaled quickly to steel himself. Would you believe me if I told you I had a plan? Sarah rounded on him. What plan? It's bad enough that you associate with Morningstar. Remind me who brought that about again, Tilda. She winced, gripped her right wrist and looked aside, averting her eyes like a naughty schoolgirl in need of punishment. Naturally, his mind took that thought football and ran for a touchdown. Gah! Bad image. Now was not the time. But the other 6 are even more vile. She flung up her arms in sheer exasperation. Lust, gluttony, sloth, greed, to say nothing of wrath of himself. No angel has ever come near him and survived. Now you're telling me you intend to meet them all at once. Have you taken leave of your senses? Hey, it was they who asked for a meeting. And you were foolish to agree. Sarah! All right, hold your tits. Adam raised a hand, interrupting them before they could have another outburst. Maybe we should have some confidence in Whiskers here. So speaking, she took a hold of one of his many wings and held the golden appendage up for inspections. See? No shadows. Seems fine to me. Sure, he bagged himself a bushel of babes down there and all, and props to him for that. Sarah twitched even as Naruto hissed. But he hasn't shown any signs of falling, am I right? So he'll be fine. Naruto opened his jaw to retort, then closed it. Wow. You knew things were going sideways when Adam of all people had his back. Even now, he still had difficulty believing she was truly redeemed. She'd done some downright vile things. But then again, hadn't others? Charlie would argue that it was never too late. Even Madara had repented before the end. Oh gods, and now I'm imagining that jerk in heaven. No thanks. Really, Kaguya had been one of the sole exceptions, and even she was insane by the end. At least she'd been sealed away. That crazy bitch wouldn't be a problem anymore. For another generation to deal with, he'll be fine. He came back to himself just in time to hear Adam defending him over some reason or another. He'll have Emmy with him, and we both know she's pure as the driven snow. Sarah flared her wings, eyes blazing wide. Emily! Oops! The head seraphim seized Naruto by the shoulders in a panic. You can't let her anywhere near the sins. They'll ruin her. Relax. He pried her hands off with a sigh. I swear I'll do my best to keep her away from them. Scout's honor. She didn't look like she believed him, but she wasn't tackling him again, so he'd take what he could get. Have a little faith, eh? He laid a hand over hers to calm her. This is the way to forge peace between heaven and hell. We've got to start somewhere. There's a ton of bad blood between the realms already. If we leave it be, it's only gonna fester and start another revolution. Is that what you want? Sarah sulked and turned away. You and that silver tongue of yours. First you meet with those infernal overlords, then the sins. What's next, the Ars Goetia? He blinked, briefly befuddled. Yar what now? Are they pirates? Nah, Adam waved a hand. Just a bunch of bitchy bird people. Not important. Sarah thumped him into the ground with her wings. Very important. Morningstar created them. Naruto perked up. He did? Of course you'd focus on that. She sighed and talked over him. They're essentially Hell's version of royalty, but bird people. Naruto tilted his head. Why bird people, though? I mean, I get it. I've seen hellhounds down in the underworld, but bird people? How does that work? Where did it even start? Adam yawned into a hand. Long story. As the speaker sometime. She knows about it. Sarah raised a wing in warning. Adam clammed up. Right. Naruto pinched the bridge of his noise. He really didn't want to use this, you know? It felt like cheating. That said, leaving Sarah without a lifeline made him feel even worse. Clapping his hands together with a grunt, he marshaled his mighty reserves and summoned a single shadow clone, infusing his creation with as much chakra as he possibly could to render his doppelganger extra sturdy. From there, he thumped the copy of himself on the head to make certain it wouldn't dispel in a single hit. Ow, boss. The hell was that for Tilda? Just making sure. Pivoting, he rounded on a stunned Sierra and Adam. There, I'll leave this guy with you. How about that? Think of him like a beacon. If anything happens, I'll come running. You can duplicate yourself. Well, yeah. He shrugged a shoulder. I can make way more of these if I need. Sarah reacted about how he'd expected. She latched onto it like a pillow. His doppelganger sighed and accepted its fate. Maybe he shouldn't tell her he'd get its memories if it dispelled. That might tempt her. Ignorance was bliss. Best she didn't know. To be honest, he could abuse the hell out of it, but it just felt cheap, you know? Best to keep that ace up his sleeve for emergencies. Can I count on you and Abel to keep an eye KN the Exorcist's whole I'm away? Adam snapped off a lazy salute. Sure. Loot might be out, but some of the girls are still getting antsy. I'll help Abel whip 'em into shape and keep the girls from pulling shady shit. Sarah clicked her tongue. If they try, it will be treason. Naruto chuckled. I can go then? You may. Great. He stepped in to give her a quick hug, heedless of the sputter she gave. Sarah stopped short back to him. Naruto. Her shoulders trembled. Do not fall. Wouldn't dream of it, Tild. I gotcha. Adam conjured a portal, surprising him. Here you go. Now you won't have to fly all the way back down. Naruto gladly dove through it without a second thought. Sarah frowned in his absence. Adam. Yeah, boss lady? Where does that portal link to? Adam clasped both hands behind her head and grinned. Places. Tilda, is that a bed? Naruto half an instant to balk before saw the mattress rushing up to greet him. Mercifully, his face struck something soft and very pink. Whiskers? You're back? He had time to hear a gasp before Veronica tackled him. Rather, she tried. He caught her by the waist and spun her around only for to leglock him and drive him down to the bed, landing in his lap. The instant he tried to rise, she got in his face and began showering him with affection, much to his eternal amusement and chagrin. Hey, hold on now! He laughed as she kissed his cheek for the 6th time in as many seconds. I'm happy to see you too. Just give me a second to sit up. I wasn't expecting to land in your room. Veronica didn't let him. On the contrary, her legs locked all the tighter around him. She wanted something, didn't she? I need help. Yep, he knew it. Naruto chuckled ruefully. I can see that. Now get off. No, you don't get it, she headbutted him. I absolutely need your help. As in right now. He arched an eyebrow in confusion. What did you do while I was away? She tented her fingers. Right, so I may have a tiny problem. I key-inda left the hotel for a bit, got into a fight and... His brow crept higher. I need you to make my ex jealous. Of all the things he'd expected to hear, that wasn't one of them. Naruto absolutely sputtered. What? Now hold on a second. I came down here for a meeting with the Sins. Her brow furrowed. Do you have a set date for that? Not really, given he'd literally landed here. Adam's doing no doubt. No? Then it's fine, Tild. No, it wasn't. I'm not some trophy for you to parade around. She flinched and drew back. Shit, no, I didn't mean it like that. She held up a hand to forestall his argument. It's just you helped Carmine and Velvet with their shitty problems and I need this. Please? Pretty please? She clasped her hands and pouted. Sugar on top and all that shit? Hey, the only helping I gave Velvet was... Was? She leaned in, licking her lips. I'm listening. Give me details. Herd speared through his cheeks. You know what? No. Not finishing that sentence. The succubus tilted her head. So you'll help me then? For the love of... I literally beat the stuffing out of those hellhounds for you not a day ago. Doesn't count. Kurama was there. She countered quickly. Come on, please. Naruto exhaled explosively. If I do this thing for you... She squealed. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Best archangel ever. If... He held up a finger, cutting her off. You have to let me take you out on a proper date. No hellhounds, no jumping my bones, just an honest-to-goodness date. He wanted to see if a hellborn could be redeemed, or if it solely applied to sinners. He had to. He must, if not for Charlie's sake, then his own. To not try was basically screwing over millions. Veronica recoiled, looking like he'd slapped her. Oh, but dates suck. Can't we just skip to the sex? No. Naruto crossed his arms before his chest. I've said it once and I'll say it again. I want to get to know you, not treat you like some whore. She touched a finger to her lips. But what if I want you to treat me like one, Daddy? Her tail swayed behind her as she crept closer. I've been a bad girl. Wicked wanton woman. His will almost wavered for a moment. Then he rallied and held up a hand. Verisica. Fine, fine. Twist my nipples, why don't you? Deal. She shook his hand, whirled away from him, and began rubbing her hands together with a cackle. I can't wait to rub this in Blitzo's smug prick face. Naruto's brow furrowed. Who the hell is Blitzo? He'd soon find out.